Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Varrock. The storm sings for me tonight. Lightning ripples across Galmolith's permanent cloud canopy, white-hot veins lacing the indigo sky beyond the cathedral-high windows. Each flash catches on the polished onyx of the throne room floor, and for a heartbeat the entire court gleams like a sea of oil and glass. I stand at the room's center, arms loose at my sides, chaos runes pulsing faint crimson beneath the skin of my forearms. The air smells of metal and ozone, my element, my lifeblood. King Asmodeus lounges on his obsidian throne, one booted leg draped over the other. His heavy mantle of black scales spills across the dais steps, glittering when lightning flares. No one mistakes his indolent posture for laziness. Every noble present knows a single flick of the king's taloned finger can rip a soul from its shell. Tonight, though, he allows me the spectacle. 5 kneeling courtiers form a semicircle before me, their horns lowered in a show of contrition that trembles on the edge of terror. They defied a tax decree last week. I tracked the falsified records myself, sifted the hidden ledgers by candlelight until dawn. Now their lies must be burned away publicly. A hush falls. My heart beats once, deliberate and cold. I lift my right hand, palm up. Chaos answers like an eager hound. Red-white strands coil through the air, weaving into a sphere no larger than an apple. The strands writhe, then compress, until gravity itself seems to whimper. The courtiers' robes snap against their bodies. Dust skitters across stone toward the center of the spell. Gasps ripple through the gallery. House matrons in silver masks, lesser mages, ambitious soldiers. Even they can feel the pressure building, taste the copper bite of raw power on their tongues. The 5 traitors whimper. I show them no mercy. With a twist of my wrist, the sphere unwraps. Chaos streaks toward the courtiers, splitting into 5 ribbons that lash around their throats. Reddish light seeps beneath their skin. They seize, gagging. Whispers ignite like sparks among the onlookers. Admiration, fear, envy. Ribbons tighten until breaths rattle out in broken sobs. Your taxes will be paid in full, I pronounce, voice low, measured. I let the words travel unfettered to every pillar and alcove. In coin, in flesh, or in obedience, choose. The first noble, a broad-shouldered male with frost-white hair, claws at the leash of light. "Mercy, Dominus Varrock!" he croaks, eyes bulging. "Forgive me." I cinch the ribbon once more. His plea ends in a wet snap. His body slumps, smoking faintly. The other 4 choose coin before their companion's corpse finishes cooling on the floor. When I release the spell, the ribbons dissolve into twinkling embers that drift upward and vanish in the drafts. The audience exhales as one. Satisfaction hums through me. Efficient. Necessary. Yet the familiar rush feels muted tonight, as though something I cannot name waits just beyond the veil of awareness. Asmodeus's slow clap breaks the silence. Exemplary as always, Varrock. His baritone glides over the court, rich with cruel amusement. Your mastery of the formless serves the crown well. I bow from the waist. Your will remains my purpose, my king. He gestures, and violet fire blooms along the braziers skirting the hall. Then hear my next decree. His silver eyes sweep the assembly, catching on each face, daring anyone to flinch. The demon god of earth grows restless beneath us. I will hold a summoning at the solstice to secure his renewed favor. For that rite, I require a human heart, still warm, still beating, torn free upon the altar of Oltix. Anticipation crackles through the nobles, the chance to watch a life bleed out for divine blessing. Hunger and excitement twist their sharp features into masks of eager cruelty. As chief mage of the Sosgaroth, the king continues, you, Varrock, will oversee the ritual. Select a slave worthy of sacrifice. A thrill runs down my spine, dark and unexpected. It will be done. Asmodeus settles back, serpentine smile cutting across his face. Make your choice swiftly. The solstice is 4 nights away. 4 nights. Little time, yet enough. I pivot, gesturing for the guards to open the side doors. A pair of iron-clad sentinels heave the bar, and a procession of humans shuffles in. 3 dozen at least, wrists linked by iron, bare feet whispering against stone. They keep their eyes on the floor, all but one. She stands near the center of the line, bound like the rest. Her skin is sun-kissed bronze rather than the pallid hue starvation usually paints across slaves. Black curls tumble over her slender shoulders in wild disarray, framing a face both delicate and stubborn. Full mouth, high cheekbones smudged with travel dust, a small, defiant chin. But it is her eyes that still me. Bright emerald, clear as the rare glass traded from surface cities, blazing with unbowed fury. While the others tremble, she lifts her gaze and meets mine without hesitation. My world narrows to that stare, to the thunderous echo of blood behind my ribs. No slave has ever looked at me like that, like I am another obstacle she has already planned to overcome. The chamber fades. The king, the nobles, all of them blurring to background haze while her expression brands itself onto my mind like fresh iron. The iron chain yanks. She staggers a half step, but her shoulders square again instantly. The rune across my sternum, Oltix's emblem burned into me at my ascension, flares with heat, as if sensing prey. Except the hunger curling through me is nothing as simple as the urge to destroy. It is heavier, simmering, poisonous, and sweet, a craving to possess. The line halts before the dais. I take measured strides along it, inspecting each mortal. Ash-blonde youths, gaunt laborers, a weeping matron whose wrists run with raw sores. None hold my interest. Each time I pass the emerald-eyed girl, however, I feel something in me shift off its axis. "What is your name?" I ask her quietly. She angles her head. Sweat beads at her temple, but she does not flinch. "Ileana." No title, no plea. One word, firm as granite. My pulse leaps. "Do you know who stands before you?" "Varrock, Sosgaroth mage and hound of the king," she replies. Her voice is soft but unwavering, accent lilting in a way I cannot place. Surface planes, perhaps. "I know death wears many masks. Yours is merely painted in shadow." Murmurs skitter along the gallery. Insolence so bold is unheard of. I should strike her down, display her tongue as warning. Instead, I feel a grin bloom, slow and dangerous, across my mouth. To face death with poetry, I muse aloud, is either bravery or madness. "Perhaps both," she says. The chain handler jerks her collar, snarling for silence. She winces, yet keeps her eyes on me, daring me to do worse. I turn, cloak sweeping behind, and ascend the dais steps to stand before Asmodeus once more. My voice carries smooth and certain. "I have found the sacrifice that will please Oltix. There is none more fitting than this one." Gasps. A ripple of surprise flickers in Asmodeus's gaze. "The defiant girl?" he drawls, intrigued. She risks tainting the rite with her stubbornness. All the better, I reply. Stronger hearts beat hotter. Oltix favors strength. The king considers, drumming razor claws on the throne arm. Very well. He lifts his hand. The guards unlatch Ileana from the column of slaves. They prod her forward. She stumbles once, then regains her footing, chin tipped high. When she reaches the base of the dais, I step down, towering over her. Up close, she smells faintly of crushed rosemary and fear, an intoxicating blend. I draw a curved witch steel knife from my belt, present the flat of the blade so her reflection swims across the silvered surface. Look at your fate, I order. She does, but she also looks past the metal, straight into my eyes. A challenge leaps between us like live current. My heart stutters. The urge to trace the line of her throat with my thumb, possessively, not violently, flashes across my thoughts. It should disgust me. It thrills me instead. I close my fingers around her elbow. The touch is shockingly intimate despite the iron restraint. Rune glow crawls under my skin, whispering claim, claim, claim. The court's chatter recedes as I guide her toward the shadowed passage leading to my private wing. Behind us, the remaining slaves are herded out. Nobles disperse, voices bright with speculation. The king's laughter echoes, low and pleased. He sees political advantage in my choice. I see something far more dangerous. My steps quicken. Ileana matches my pace despite her chains. The corridor narrows, torches casting restless scarlet over basalt walls. Every few strides she tilts her head, studying tapestries depicting ancient demon victories as though memorizing routes of escape. Admirable. Futile. You are calm for a mortal walking to her death, I remark. If my death feeds your god, then at least I will be digested alongside tyrants. Her words slice far closer than she knows. You believe me a tyrant? If you have to ask, she murmurs, then you already know. I laugh, a sound that startles even me with its warmth. Careful. Flattery sways me more than condemnation. I was not flattering you. Honesty. Sharp as a blade honed on bone. I unlock a heavy iron door and usher her inside. The chamber beyond is dim, lit by glowing quartz veins that thread through crimson stone. Pillars of black glass rise toward a vaulted ceiling. A wide marble table, my ritual slab, dominates the center. At the far wall, a balcony opens onto the violet storm clouds roiling around the floating continent's edge. Gusts swirl in, tugging her curls into wild ribbons. She stands in the middle, chains dragging, eyes sweeping the space. The faintest tremor betrays her composure. I stalk a slow circle, studying her posture, the graceful slope of her shoulders, the proud line of her neck. No visible brand marks her owner. Perhaps a newly captured rebel runner. The absence of scars infuriates me. It means no one else has broken her yet. Mine, the rune whispers. I lift the shackle's locking pin with a tiny gesture. The metal falls away. She jolts, rubbing her wrists wary. I sheathe my knife. You free me? She asks. Not quite. A humorless smile tugs at my mouth. Chains are unnecessary. This room is sigil sealed to my command. If you attempt to leave, the doorway will turn to solid stone. I glide to a sideboard and pour obsidian wine into 2 shallow cups. Drink. Poison? I tilt my head. Trust issues, Ileana. Let me ease them. I swallow from 1 cup, then offer the other. She hesitates only a breath before lifting it. The black wine glints garnet when torchlight kisses its surface. She sips, grimaces at the strength, but keeps her eyes on mine. Molten respect stirs in my chest. You will rest here until the solstice, I say. Eat, drink, bathe. I want you healthy. Oltix prefers fresh offerings. Her fingers tighten on the cup. You could carve out any heart. Why mine? Because I saw eternity in your eyes. Because you stood unbroken when demons bowed. Because the void inside me howled the moment your spirit brushed against it and decided you were its reflection. I cannot say those truths, cannot even admit them to myself. Instead, I walk to the balcony threshold and brace my palms on the cool stone rail. Lightning forks in the distance, illuminating an ocean of storm clouds below the floating landmass. The charge thrums through my bones and blurs my pulse into something primal. Because, I answer at length, you interest me. Few things do. Silence stretches. Footsteps ghost across polished stone. She stops an arm's length behind me, emboldened, foolish. Interest, she repeats, voice softer, is not reason enough to condemn a life. I turn. We stand eye to eye despite my height, because she refuses to cower. Wind whips inside, carrying her scent. My control phrase. I could crush the world with a single thought, yet one mortal woman undoes me with nothing but a look. I require no reason, I murmur. I am Varrock. Her lips part as if to argue, yet no words emerge. In that fragile moment I see fear flicker, but beneath it glows something fiercer. A vow that if she dies, she will do so on her own terms. The realization slices through me, wickedly appealing. Sleep, I command. We begin preparations at dawn. She lifts her chin, and if I refuse? My blood warms almost pleasantly. Then we discover exactly how firm your resolve is. I gesture. Invisible force guides her toward a silken pallet near the hearth. She resists a moment, then allows the magic to shepherd her, unwilling to reveal strain. When she lowers herself to the cushions, I release the spell. Comfortable? I ask. Caged birds rarely complain about the softness of their perch. Her gaze flicks up, daring. Heat coils low in my belly. I step closer, crouching until our faces align. The firelight paints gold across the curves of her cheek, the proud bow of her mouth. I lower my voice to a rumble only she can hear. No cage can hold a storm, Ileana. You should worry not for the bars, but for the one who commands thunder itself. Her breath hitches. For that heartbeat we share the same inhale, the same tremulous pause. I rise abruptly, turning away before I do something reckless, like drag her against me and taste whether her defiance is as sweet on my tongue as it sounds in my ears. At the door I pause, letting shadows hide the tumult churning inside. Rest and sleep after. I will have food delivered so you can have strength for tomorrow, I repeat, softer. Tomorrow the court will feast its eyes upon you, and I require you dazzling. I shut the door behind me. The sigils flare, locking her inside. In the corridor, thunder crashes so loudly the walls quiver. For the first time in centuries, I feel unsteady. Obsession is unbecoming for a mage of my rank. Attachment invites ruin. Yet even as I walk away, every particle of magic in my blood leans back toward that chamber. 4 nights until the solstice. 4 nights to master this unholy craving or let it master me. I suspect mastery is already lost. The rune on my chest burns, a warning or a promise. I cannot tell which. While Ileana's emerald eyes follow me in memory all the way to my private tower, bright as a blade poised beneath a throat. And I know with sudden savage certainty that I have not selected a sacrifice. I have claimed a storm.
Chapter 2. Ileana. The door thuds shut behind Varrock, and the sigil embedded in its bronze surface dulls from ruby to ash grey. Only then do my knees weaken. I ease onto the pile of silk cushions near the hearth, palms flat on either side of my hips, breath rushing in great, ragged pulls that taste of clove smoke and fading thunder. The chamber remains hushed except for the crackle of resinous wood on the grate. No guards watch from the threshold, no shackles weight my limbs, yet chains linger in the mind far longer than iron dares. I tighten my fingers against the cushion's brocade, chase each tremor back into the marrow where fear hides. He left me unbound because he believes walls and sigils suffice. Perhaps he is right. Still, each curved line of chalk and shimmering rune reminds me that in this floating citadel ruled by monsters, stone itself takes orders. I inhale until my ribs ache, then split the breath with a low hum. 3 notes. Mother taught me the tune when I was 5 summers old, told me its rhythm would steady plough horses during planting. Tonight, it steadies me. On the exhale, the memory of her laugh wraps around my shoulders, warm despite the years. I rise and drift to the balcony. Beyond the archway, slate clouds churn beneath Galmoleth's rocky crust. Lightning veins the distance, illuminating pillars of basalt that spear upward from the lower continent like the teeth of some colossal leviathan. The drop must scale thousands of feet before storm vapour swallows you whole. One careless lean and gravity will claim a quicker end than any demon knife. I close my eyes. Another breath. Weight lifts from my chest by increments. When I open them, I stand taller, anchored. My gaze flicks to the door. Locked by power I cannot pass, yet locks invite challenge. I cross the room, skim calloused fingers over the sigil. It feels cool now, beaten metal tinny beneath my nails. No latch, no seam, escape dreams wilt. I turn away before frustration sours into despair and pace the room's perimeter instead, noting everything. Shelves crammed with obsidian boxes no larger than a fist, a low cedar chest heavy with bronze fastenings, a washstand carved from mottled jade. In a corner, a tall mirror leans against polished basalt. I pause before it. My reflection startles. Lamplight smudges bruises into dusty violets beneath my eyes. Wind and grime have tangled my waist-length hair into knotted ropes. I lift a curl. It springs back stubborn as a vine. Beneath the plain linen shift my shoulders square, though exhaustion drags at them. Mother would tell me that is the posture of survivors. Father would tease that my chin can shear granite. I adjust that chin, straighten, and study the faint red marks circling wrists. They sting, but pain anchors. Pain reminds. When Varrock touched me earlier, when warmth pooled through his fingertips and closed broken skin, something bright and terrifying ignited in my chest. Not gratitude alone, certainly not trust. Something wilder. It thrums again now, a stubborn ember refusing ash. I turn away from the mirror. The hum leaves my throat, widens into the chorus of the old plains song my brother loved. I pick up the tune while shrugging from the shift. Steam still veils the bath. I slide beneath water fragrant with mint until warmth laps at my clavicles and the heat coaxes every taut muscle into surrender. Yet my mind refuses rest. The raid blazes back, unbidden. Pine-scented night air whipping about me, lanterns fizzing out under demon magic, red bolts splitting tents like parchment. I recall the oak staff in my hands, the way its splinters pierced my palms when I swung at the horn-helmed brute who dragged Lys from her bedroll. I still taste blood where he struck my mouth. They bound us before dawn, marched us down ravines where the sun never reached. When the path turned upward into cloud, I understood the legends held truth. Humans stolen for Galmoleth rarely returned, and those few carried hollowness where spirit once lived. Yet my spirit still writhes, angry and bright. Maybe that is why Varrock's gaze stirred something. Monsters sense kindred flame. I scrub peach-scented soap over arms, rinse until water clouds. When I rise, droplets race down olive skin, catching light like quicksilver. A fresh garment waits on a stand, soft doe-skin trousers and a tunic the hue of moonlit copper. I dress, grateful that he offered practical attire rather than filmy gowns favoured by demon courtiers. I braid damp hair into a sleek rope, then thread a short piece of ribbon I find tucked beside a brush. Tiny victories. A silver tray rests on a low table near the hearth. Sliced starfruit, wedges of pale cheese, dark bread still warm. A steaming bowl of stew gives off a scent that makes my stomach roar despite wariness. Hunger wears many masks. Tonight it chooses negotiation. I tear a hunk of bread, sniff. No bitterness hints at poison. The cheese smells sharp, wholesome. I dip the bread into stew, taste honey and chili, and smoked root. Appetite wins. I eat in measured bites until the bowl empties, wipe the last drop with bread, and lean back against cushions. Warmth blooms behind my sternum. Strength returns. The door sigil flares brighter. My pulse leaps before hinges creak inward. Varrock strides through, cloak swirling like blood-black silk. Lamplight skims over him, catching runes that pulse along his arms in muted scarlet. He carries a second silver tray balanced on one palm. Roasted fowl, bowl of pomegranate seeds, dark wine in 2 shallow cups. He sets the tray on the table where the empty bowl rests, gaze dropping to its spotless interior. "You have eaten." Satisfaction threads the words, though his tone remains quiet. "I suspected the food was not drugged," I answer, meeting his eyes. "If you wish me strong for tomorrow's spectacle, safety serves you." "That it does." He lifts the cup nearest him, sips. "Still, I plan to ensure compliance." "Force-feeding would dent your image," I note, tone light. Though perhaps bolts of chaos magic are typical seasoning here. A flicker of amusement glints before he masks it. "Bolts bruise the flavour. I prefer persuasion." He offers the second cup. "Wine. Sip slowly, it burns." I accept. The liquid pours down my throat like molten rubies, sweet at first, then spiced heat that races to fingertips. I set the cup aside and brace elbows on my knees, studying him. He stands near the hearth, head tilted, horns glossy as river stones. His eyes, molten silver at this distance, remain unreadable. Yet something churns beneath that surface. Tension, curiosity, perhaps a shred of confusion he hides even from himself. "You eat nothing?" I ask. "I will later." "Afraid I might sharpen a bone and strike?" Bones are blunt compared to some implements in this palace. He gestures to the chair opposite the hearth. "Sit. We discuss tomorrow's sequence." I stay on cushions. "I prefer to stand." Defiance rings harsher than intended. I lift my chin. A stolen goat may graze but remains tethered. He regards me for a breath, then nods. "Stand then. Tomorrow Asmodeus presents you before the sanctum of Oltyx. You will wear a shift of white, no jewellery, no metal. You will kneel at the foot of the altar until commanded." "Commanded to die," I murmur. "Commanded to submit." He steps closer. There is difference, though often measured in heartbeats. His proximity charges the air. The fire behind him paints highlights along the carved slope of horns, the harsh line of jaw, the hollow at his throat where shadows gather. Scars on his shoulders catch light. My gaze follows one scar that trails from collarbone to bicep, a pale ribbon against crimson skin. I imagine how he earned it, picture swords clashing under black skies. The thought should frighten. Instead, intrigue threads its way through caution. He exhales, as if my scrutiny burns. "Eat more," he orders, pushing the bowl of seeds forward. Fasting drains the heart. I want it strong. I pluck 3 seeds, let juice burst on my tongue, sticky and tart. We share silence while storm wind whooshes beyond the balcony arch. The hush between us feels less like pause, more like a drawn bow. He drags a second cushion closer, sits cross-legged, boots braced on the rug's fringe. Firelight gilds runes on his arms to ember gold. "Tell me of the raid," he says. "I need knowledge of your strength." "This conversation profits you alone." "A blacksmith tests ore before forging." He inclines his head. "Speak, Ileana." My name on his lips comes softer than I expect, yet the demand remains. I breathe through the pull in my chest, then share. I recount the demon warriors emerging from pines, the smell of cracked sap, the cries of my companions. Lys's terrified whisper, "Run!" I describe how the leader blasted our fire to ash with a single gesture, how another demon struck me when I tried to protect Lys. I speak of the march into canyons glowing with ghostlight and the rise into storm cloud. His face remains composed, but his fingers curl against knee leather when I mention the slap, the chain that cut Lys's ankles. The gesture vanishes quickly, yet I mark it. He listens until words thin. "You fought," he comments. "Briefly." "Few mortals dare," he says, as though summarizing a ledger. Yet admiration flickers. "I dared because I had nothing left to lose." "Now you do," he counters, gaze boring into mine. I swallow. "I will not beg." He leans forward. "Begging bores me. Stand tall or fall. I value spirit." His words hum across the space, stirring embers of pride and something hotter. A pause stretches while the fire spits resin. He rises smoothly, sets my empty wine cup beside its twin. "You will rest now. Dawn approaches." I stand as well. "You came to watch me eat and relive nightmares." "No." He stops a breath away. Our heights near equal. His horns tip past my hairline, yet he inclines slightly so we regard each other eye level. "I came to measure your will. Tomorrow you face a god's gaze. Weak will shatters." I struggle not to lean back. "If I shatter, the blame belongs to the hammer." "True." His lips curve, faint, almost rueful. The flicker of softness unnerves me more than menace. Yet I suspect you are temperate steel. We stand within reach, neither moving. My heartbeat shifts tempo. The scent of him, smoke, cedar, some underlying metallic tang, wraps around senses. His chest rises, slow and deep, as though drawing me in through scent alone. He speaks on next exhale, voice husk low. "Go to the balcony." The order surprises me. I obey, partly curiosity, partly the tug of intuition that the storm holds answers. When night wind catches my braid, it slaps damp strands against neck. He follows, stopping beside me at the railing. The abyss below seethes with cloud rivers lit by intermittent lightning. He grips the stone ledge, forearms tensing. "Many fear the drop," he says. "Only fools do not." "Step onto the rail." I flinch. "You jest." "I will not let you fall." He extends one hand, palm up. "Trust Ileana." I search his face. Shadows pool under brows, but his eyes gleam sincere. I climb, knees trembling. One bare foot meets chilled stone, then the other. Wind buffets. His fingers encircle my wrist, steady. When lightning flashes, runes glow through his grip, illuminating our joined skin. "Close your eyes," he says. I do. He instructs me to breathe slow, to taste ozone on each inhale. Wind roars, cloak snapping behind me, braid whipping. My balance wavers, but his hold anchors. "Feel the storm," he murmurs. "It lives, yet does not destroy you. That is power of will." Heat coils upward from my stomach to chest, across collarbones, then blooms behind closed lids as golden swirl. I stand taller. He guides me down, stepping off the rail onto balcony tiles. My feet touch stone, knees steady now. I open eyes. He watches, expression unreadable. "You did not flinch," he says softly. "Hold that strength tomorrow." I nod once, throat thick. "Thank you." His thumb traces over the pulse point at my wrist before letting go. "Rest." He leads me back inside, gestures toward the bed of cushions. I sink, still humming with storm energy. He crosses to the door. At the threshold he pauses. "One more thing." He turns halfway, hair pulled back into a warrior's knot, horns gleaming. "If fear whispers," he says. A faint smile touches his mouth. I like the sound. Doors seal. I sit long minutes watching fire devour cedar logs. Sleep creeps in eventually. I curl on my side, braid coiled beneath cheek, whisper thanks to every spark of fate that hid me from the knife tonight. Yet danger looms. I know this. Still, when dreams finally steal me, I feel the rough heat of a crimson palm on my wrist and the taste of lightning on wind, and neither is entirely unwelcome.
Chapter 3. Varrock. The thunder gods drum restless fingers across Galmaleth's iron sky as I lead Ileana through the vaulted arcade that curls toward the sanctum of Oltix. Stormlight flashes through the clerestory slits, painting her bronze skin in argent ripples, and every time lightning catches the defiant lift of her chin, something inside my chest shifts out of place. I keep my hand on her elbow, neither restraining nor letting go, as if my pulse needs the anchor of her warmth. We reach the sanctum doors. 2 slabs of basalt rise twice my height, each carved in relief of writhing serpents, whose tongues hold spheres of crimson crystal. When the crystals flare, the doors yawn inward, spilling a rich glow across the threshold. Incense thick with clove and charred cedar coils in lazy veils, sliding over my tongue with a taste like memory. Inside, the chamber widens into an oval amphitheater, ranked with tiers where nobles in raven robes already wait, their faces half hidden behind masks of hammered obsidian. The hush is so deep I hear the scratch of chalk as acolytes refresh sigils round the altar, the soft gasp of a matron fanning herself when the incense catches her throat, the faint metallic jingle of Ileana's anklets where the links kiss her skin. At the chamber's heart stands the altar block, a single span of pale marble streaked lavender by ancient veins of crystal. On its polished surface lies a silk cushion of deepest garnet upon which ritual instruments rest, curved kirpan blade, pair of silver forceps, iron bowl hammered so thin the candles beneath glow through it. Above the altar, suspended by chains, hangs a huge chunk of raw onyx. With every thunderclap, the stone hums, resonating with the storm caged outside like some giant heart that has not yet decided whom to favor. King Asmodeus reclines on a ceremonial chair of volcanic glass, atop the highest tier, flanked by 2 matrons in violet. A court scribe kneels at his feet, stylus poised to record every breath. The king inclines his regal head when I escort Ileana across the expanse of painted floor, the sigils beneath us glimmering crimson in answer to each step. Their glow climbs my boots, licking at my calves like welcoming flame. Acolytes trail behind, lifting the hem of Ileana's pale shift so it does not drag through chalk. They view her as an offering, yet some part of me rebels, hating even the chalk dust that would dare mark her skin. We halt below the altar. Ileana remains silent beside me. Her hair has been brushed until it spills over her shoulders, as sleek as raven silk. The wind tumbled the shorter curls around her cheeks during the walk. Her eyes hold stormlight, bright and alive. No one would believe she was dragged here in chains days ago. She looks like a queen nobody has crowned. Asmodeus lifts one hand in languid greeting. "All is prepared, Dominus Varrock. Let the summoning commence." His voice rolls down the tiers, rich enough to steal breath from the lungs of lesser demons. Several matrons press jeweled fingers to their throats. Anticipation trembles through the amphitheater like the bowstring of an infinite number of arrows. I bow, but my eyes stay on Ileana. The yearning that seized me the moment I first saw her now prowls my veins, restless and hungry. I lift her hand, guiding her fingers to brush the cool marble edge. "Lie down!" I murmur low enough that only she hears. "Trust me." Her lashes flicker. "Trust you." They seem to echo, yet still she steps forward. With controlled grace, she eases onto the altar, spine straight, calves aligned, palms closing over her stomach rather than splayed in submission. I watch the curve of her chest rise with each steady breath, the faint pulse at her throat, and know I am witnessing bravery woven from iron. An acolyte kneels to bind her wrists with silver cord, soft enough not to bruise, strong enough that tradition is satisfied. I wave him back before he can secure her ankles. The matron gasps at the breach of protocol, but I ignore her. I want Ileana able to move should wind or will bid her. The cord binding her hands glistens, catching candlelight like water nesting in spider silk. She flexes her fingers once and stills. I lift the curpin. Its edge shimmers with runic acid I etched myself, a promise that if it kisses flesh it will drink until sated. The weight feels unfamiliar, as though the metal senses my unrest. Across the marble, my reflection swims in the blade's belly, silver eyes blurred by tremor. A low chant begins among the acolytes. Voices braid together, rising and falling in a cadence older than the first demon footstep upon Galmalith. They sing of stone hungering for blood, of earth longing for hearts drumming with life. The onyx boulder over us vibrates in response. Thin threads of reddish dust slide from its bottom and drift around my shoulders, marking me as chosen conduit. I raise the knife above Ileana's chest. Candlelight flickers between us. Her eyes lift to mine. They are wide but not pleading. They blaze like spring leaves lit from behind by dawn. That silent fire strikes a fault line through my control. I am Varrock, Sosgaroth mage, feared and revered, yet my hand trembles. I lower my gaze to the pale curve of her collarbone where the silk shift parts. Veins shimmer beneath warm bronze skin. The central sigil painted on the marble, a spiral design that channels Earth's power, begins to glow an eager garnet. Blood must fall onto that coil. Every summoning I have ever performed demanded it. The law of Ultix offers no exception. Without the sacrifice, the god may not grant his boons. My king's favor depends on this. Yet as I watch Ileana's chest rise, a thought surfaces with brutal clarity. If I carve out her heart, I will carve out mine as well. Something tethered to her indomitable spirit has sunk hooks into my own, and rupturing that bond will unmake more than a mortal body. A second passes. 2. I feel the weight of hundreds of eyes. Nobles shift behind masks. The king leans forward, talons drumming. Shadow ripples across the onyx slab, shaping the faint outline of something massive waiting on the threshold of reality. Ultix is close enough to smell blood already spilled by memory. He hungers. I bring the blade down, stop scant inches above her sternum. My arm throbs, muscles locked against unseen chains. Sweat beads on my brow. Ileana meets my stare. In her eyes I read no condemnation, only fierce acceptance of the path she believes I have chosen. That acceptance ignites a roar within me louder than thunder. I cannot do this. The realization crashes through mind and marrow, leaving cracks. With a hiss, I jerk the blade away before the edge can even slice the air above her skin. The sudden movement startles every witness. The chanting falters. The glow of the central sigil sputters, confused, but does not die. I pivot, lift the blade high, and drive its tip through the candle by Ileana's shoulder. Wax sprays. Flame gutters out. The knife stands quivering, embedded harmlessly in dripping paraffin rather than flesh. Gasps shatter what remains of the chant. Ripples of alarm sweep the tears. I feel them like cold water against fevered skin. I step between Ileana and every eye, facing the king. My cloak snaps around my boots as storm gusts surge through the oculus overhead. "Your Majesty," I say, voice calm though my pulse riots. "This offering is not ready. Her spirit has not yet been tested. Ultix would reject an unfired blade." A hush as absolute as death follows. Asmodeus rises, lightning claws at stained glass behind him, framing his silhouette in hellish crimson. "You question the preparations." His voice slices like glass dragged across bone. I bow my head a fraction. "I protect your interests. A flawed sacrifice could cast doubt on your devotion." I risk another glance at Ileana. She watches me, unfathomable, eyes gleaming with what might be shock or newfound weapon. The king descends 3 steps, scaled cloak whispering. "Explain the flaw." His tone dares me to lie. Around us magic tenses, eager to crush falsehood. I let the truth spill, sculpted into careful shape. She has tasted only fear these past nights. Fear taints blood. Oltix craves hearts tempered by courage. If we force her now, the god may take offense. Whispers bloom like fungus on rotten wood. Some nobles nod, others scoff. The matrons lean together, debating the nuance of sacrifice rites. The acolytes hold breath, uncertain whether to resume the chant. Asmodeus studies Ileana. Perhaps he sees the bold line of her jaw, the way her bound hands relax rather than strain, proof of the courage I claim. Perhaps he sees only a human delaying his glory. I tighten my shields, bracing for the heat of his gaze. "It is your responsibility," he says at length, "to temper the blade." His lips curl, revealing elongated cuspids. "You have 3 nights. On the 4th, the solstice ends at Moon's Peak. If the heart still beats within her by that moment, yours will replace it." The verdict slams through me with the chill of obsidian submerged in snowmelt. I incline my head. I accept the charge. "Then remove her," he growls. He turns away, cloak swirling, and returns to his throne, dismissing us both as if we are pawns swept from a board. The nobles reanimate, voices rising. A scandal has been birthed in front of them, and they will nurse it greedily. Some smile, scenting my potential downfall. Others debate whether this proves new methods or hidden weakness. Sarivia, draped in violet brocade on a lower tier, touches 2 fingertips to her lips. The gesture is too slow to be surprised, too calculated. She sees an opening in my hesitation and will pry it wider. I retrieve the cure-pan, sliding it into its sheath. Wax flicks to the floor in tiny droplets. Then I lift Ileana from the altar. Her corded wrists rest against my chest. Her pulse thrums beneath my palm, not frantic but steady as a war drum. I catch her scent, warm skin, wild mint from last night's bath, and something rawer. Survival. It intoxicates. As we leave, an acolyte scuttles to wipe each crimson sigil clean, erasing the failed rite. I sense Oltix's attention fading, retreating back below the skin of the continent. The god is patient. Earth devours millennia, yet patience will not spare me if I appear faithless. The doors close behind us, sealing the sanctum. Only then do I release the breath caged in my lungs. Ileana looks up. "You saved me," she whispers. "Why?" I shake my head, unable to let hope kindle where I cannot promise rescue. "I delayed you. I craved to ruin you myself, not under the altar." My thumb grazes the cord binding her wrists. In 3 nights I must choose again. My ambition demands I obey the king. My heart, treacherous thing, beats the syllables of her name with every throb. I want her for myself, selfishly. It's idiotic, but this is the only time I've felt this way. It's a novel feeling born of something I don't understand, but it feeds my curiosity. We move through corridors painted with frescoes of demons, carving hearts from serpents, of gods striking bargains in caverns lit by magma rivers. Torchlight wavers over those scenes, making them seem alive. Ileana walks beside me, silent, yet her presence roars inside my skull. At a junction, I dismiss the guards flanking us. They hesitate but obey. Their footsteps fade, leaving only the distant murmur of court still pouring from the sanctum. I guide Ileana into a side hall where tall, molded doors open on my private library. The scent of parchment and cedar fills the air, soothing frayed nerves. Books line every wall from crimson carpet to vaulted ceiling, spines embossed with glyphs. A constellation of crystal lamps hangs overhead, each giving mellow amber glow. I close the doors, draw the latches, and gauge the sigil lock so no servant may interrupt. Ileana stands in the center of the space, wrists still bound, ankle chains trailing. Her gaze sweeps the shelves, lingering on scrolls cased in ivory. "You keep words captive the way others keep slaves," she murmurs. "Knowledge cannot be shackled." I cross to the sideboard, pour water from a chilled decanter, bring the glass to her. She drinks without protest, Droplets bead on her lower lip. I feel the urge to wipe them away with my thumb and wrestle it down. When she finishes, I uncoil the silver cord from her wrists. Red indentations mar her skin. I know touches that heal but hold back. My magic already reached for her once today. Each time it does, I fear chains of a different sort tightening around us both. "Why lie about fear?" she asks, voice quiet. "You know nothing of my courage." She rubs at her wrists, though she does not shy from me. "I have seen enough." I set the cup on a mahogany table inlaid with lapis. Would the timid bait their captor with insults? Would they hold my gaze beneath the weight of every noble in the sanctum? She lifts a shoulder. Fear and bravery can share the same bones. Her words echo truth I feel in my marrow. Indeed. I pace between shelves, fingers brushing spines. I told the king your heart must be tempered. Now I must prove it. I turn, face her. For your sake and mine. Her eyes search mine. What must I do? Her trust bruises me. She does not know that the blade will return to her chest in 3 nights if I cannot craft a miracle. Yet within that question lies chance. We play a game, I say. A deception to convince the court you harbor dormant magic. I will train you to feign power. You will not bleed upon that altar. Not yet. And if the act fails, you die. I meet her honesty with equal. And the king tears my soul apart. She nods once. Then the stakes are fair. A laugh, rougher than I intend, escapes. I rub the palm of my hand over the back of my neck. I admire your calm. I carry fear, she admits, but I refuse to feed it. Her voice holds no tremor, only resolution. In that moment, admiration slides into deeper territory. Desire, yes, but more than the heat that tightens my abdomen. Respect. Perhaps even a shade of awe. I've met generals who break under less pressure. I move to the reading dais, where a mosaic of obsidian and jasper depicts Oltics rising through stone. Sit. She obeys, sinking onto the cushioned seat. The chain at her ankle jingles, but she arranges the hem of her shift with dignity. I draw chalk from a crystal box, then kneel before her. Her eyes widen slightly. What are you? Sketching destiny. I smile faintly. Or forging an illusion. Hold out your arms. I chalk sigils along her forearms, lines of power that appear to float above skin. Each curve hums faintly, but carries no true danger. When finished, I add a single mark above her heart, a spiral similar to the brand on my chest, though far gentler. As I draw it, I feel her breath warm my cheek. My pulse trips. I finish quickly and step back. When nobles see these glow, I explain, they will believe the god inside you awakens. She peers at the marks. How will they glow? My chaos will dance across them. I keep the explanation simple. She does not need to know that mingling my power with any mortal might invite arcane repercussions. For the effect to convince, you must appear to summon it. She arcs a brow. You want me to act? Indeed. Her lips tilt, almost amused. Tell me how. I pull a slender silver rod from my belt. When I raise this, I say, close your eyes, breathe deep, envision stone shifting beneath ocean waves. The sigils will flare. You must then open your eyes as if awakened by the vision. That seems exaggerated. Court thrives on drama. We will provide. I hold her gaze until she sighs. Very well. We practice. Over and again she closes her eyes, breathes, waits for my cue. My chaos threads through the chalk, making the marks smolder violet gold. Each time she opens her eyes, they shine with honest wonder that takes me by surprise. No trained actress could replicate it. Though the power is mine, her spirit lends it raw resonance. At one point she sways so I catch her elbows. Our faces hover inches apart. The scent of her skin stirs heat low in my belly. Her throat works in a silent swallow. I release her too quickly and cross the room, feigning interest in a scroll. By the third repetition, her stance strengthens. She lifts chin, shoulders back as though she truly channels deep earth. Watching her, I taste the edge of temptation. If I could teach her to wield real magic in 3 nights, everything might change. Yet such miracles belong in legends written by gods with keener hearts than mine. Night deepens outside the clerestory, lamps dim. I stop the lesson, summon a servant to bring supper. Ileana eats while scanning spines nearest her, asking about the titles of treatises on mineral spirits and fault magics. Her curiosity brightens the library. Torchlight catches the chalk on her arm so it flickers softly, as if the sigils remember power. When plates are cleared, I escort her back toward her chambers. We walk in companionable silence. The corridor outside her door stands empty. I pause before the sigil lock. She faces me, fingers twisting the fabric at her hip. First sign of nerves all evening. I will guard your rest, I promise. You are safe here. A truth for tonight, at least. She nods, eyes linger on my face. Thank you for sparing me. I spared myself. The confession slips out. Lightning flares beyond the slit window, lighting her smile small, fragile, yet dazzling as sunrise. My chest constricts. I should sleep, she says, voice hushed. Yes. I step back. Rest. Tomorrow we create legends. She disappears inside. The door seals. I stand there until the rune fades cool beneath my palm, willing the walls to keep her safe. Only when I walk away do I let the storm inside me surge. 3 nights. I've gambled with gods and kings before, but never with my own soul. Now I must forge a miracle from chalk, courage, and the reckless desire that threatens to devour us both. If I fail, her heart stops beating. If I succeed, mine may belong to her long before she realizes. Either path could unmake me, yet I feel no regret. Some storms exist to break the sky so a new world can be born. In the silence of my tower, I set the kirpan on my work table. Candle flame flickers along its cruel curve. I stare at the blade and see my reflection again, silver eyes shadowed by conflict. Then I draw a cloth over the steel, burying its hunger in darkness, and turn to my books, seeking the line between devotion and rebellion where salvation might hide.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 4. Ileana. Sleep remains stubbornly out of reach. Candle stubs gutter low in sconces, smearing gold across walls carved with winged beasts, yet no true warmth touches me. I sit cross-legged on the pile of cushions, bare toes curled against thick wool, and watch the slow pulse of the rune that seals my door. Its heartbeat matches the thunder rumbling far below the floating continent, as if stone and storm conspire to remind every captive soul that escape requires more than courage. Somewhere in Varrock's tower, a bell tolls 3 measured notes. Demon hours mark the cycle of high winds, not sun, and I have begun to learn their rhythm. This is the hour when servants douse torches in lesser corridors, when noble revels shift from formal to dangerous, when scholars retire to dream up darker theories. It is also the hour when the quiet deepens enough that secrets think they can breathe. I push to my feet and pad across the carpet. The cloak Varrock left draped over a chair covers me from shoulder to ankle, black wool lined with blood-red silk that whispers each time I move. It still carries his scent, smoke and cedar, and the faint metallic tang that always seems suspended in the air around him. I draw the fabric closer, banish the warmth that stirs in my chest, and turn focus to practical matters. First, the balcony. Wind has eased since dusk, trading its teeth for a steady sigh that threads through every crack in the stone balustrade. Lightning flares far beneath, revealing murky rivers of cloud and dark spires jutting from Galmoleth's underbelly. I test the height of the archway, fingers searching for hidden levers or seams. Only flawless basalt answers. The rail remains slick with stray mist. Even if I dared climb again, my options remain drop or surrender. Back inside, I circle the bedchamber perimeter, tapping every panel, pressing against carved vines in the wainscoting. When a segment near the fireplace gives a whisper of hollow feedback, hope flares. I kneel, tracing the design, a serpent swallowing its own tail. The motif repeats along the entire frieze, but only this one section rings hollow. I search for a catch and find none. I rise, scan shelves weighed down with ivory boxes. Inside one I discover bundles of charcoal sticks, soft parchment sheets trimmed with silver thread. Another holds a cluster of iridescent stones, focal crystals Varrock uses to channel chaos. I tuck a single sliver the shape of a tear into my braid, careful not to nick scalp. A weapon, maybe, or a key if I learn how to coax its energy. The hollow panel still teases. I lift the iron poker from the hearth and pry gently at the edge. The carved serpent refuses to budge. A rueful breath escapes. Patience, my mother would say. Stone tells its story only when the chisel listens. I run my palm over the serpent's head and retreat for now. A low chime echoes beyond the door. Moments later, the rune brightens from ash to ruby, and the latch clicks. No knock precedes Varrock's entrance. He strides in, cloak billowing around powerful strides, and the room seems to shrink. The library lesson ended hours ago, yet evidence of our practice lingers. Chalk spills across a low table, the sigil rod rests beside an extinguished lamp, and faint violet trails still ghost along my forearms where lines of fake power once glowed. He halts mid-step, gaze sweeping the chamber. His eyes land on my bare feet, climb my borrowed cloak, then flick to the poker still clutched loosely in my grip. Amusement edges his mouth. Planning rebellion with a hearth tool? Improvisation, I answer, a virtue on the surface. Useful here as well. He approaches the table, runs one fingertip through the chalk dust. Tiny sparks flit up from the contact, dancing toward his skin before fading. You have not slept. Neither have you. He lifts his shoulders. Rest is luxury, not habit. His gaze seeks mine, intent yet not aggressive. The lamp set facets of silver aglow in those metallic irises. He looks less a demon lord and more a sleepless scholar, though the runes beneath his skin pulse with undiminished threat. I lower the poker but do not set it down. Does the king plan to visit before dawn? No, he has retired to weigh petitions. Varrock clasps his hands behind his back, attention sharpening. You explore, yet the room remains unbreached. Tell me what you have learned. Blunt request. Walls hold no seams, I say. Door sigil requires your command. Balcony leads to death quicker than your blade. The fireplace vent narrows after 6 feet, then angles downward. I doubt lungs can withstand the smoke. He nods, unsurprised. Anything else? The wainscoting near the hearth rings hollow. His brows lift, intrigued. He kneels, presses the serpent carving. A panel slides aside, revealing a niche the size of a small cupboard. Inside rests a shallow black box bound by bands of pale metal. He exhales a soft hum. I forgot this vault exists. I lean closer. What lies within? A memory, he answers, voice almost gentle. He does not open the box. Instead, he pushes the panel back into place and stands. Your curiosity rivals mine. Attention flicks to the sliver of crystal woven into my braid. You stole a shard. You left temptation in plain sight. I straighten. It gleams. I collect small, sharp things. He steps forward, fingers lifting to brush the shard. I brace, but the touch never lands. His hand hovers a breath away from my braid, then falls. Keep it, he says quietly. If it empowers, use it. The permission unsettles. Despots crave control. Varrock offers a weapon. Why? I swallow questions. Your turn, I say. What have you learned since the sanctum? His expression cools, lines around his mouth tensing. Sarivia sense weakness, he admits. Tonight she lobbied half the High Council to press for my removal as ritual master. Because you spared me. Because I hesitated, he says, accepting the brand without protest. Demons equate hesitation with rot. He steps toward the hearth, stirs embers. In political games, one exploits rot until the structure collapses or is rebuilt stronger. Which path do you choose? His gaze snaps back, alive with dark resolve. Rebuild. The single word vibrates with intent. A flicker of pride stirs in my chest, swiftly followed by caution. Building something new might crush those trapped beneath the scaffolding. The fire pops, scattering sparks that swirl between us before fading. Varrock draws breath. You explored the room. Explore me now. I blink. I beg your pardon. I require your perspective. He moves to the low table and gestures for me to sit opposite. I obey, cloak pooling around my legs. He pours tea from a silver vessel into 2 cups. The brew releases steam scented with cinnamon and bark. He waits until I sip before he speaks. My failure in the sanctum offered my enemies leverage. I must regain control without drawing suspicion to our ruse. You observe court from a unique perch, one both low and dangerously visible. He studies me over the rim of his cup. Tell me how they will strike next. The request feels genuine. I set my cup aside, gather thoughts. Sarivia craves spectacle, I say. She will not challenge you in a closed chamber. She'll engineer a scene where her accusation lands like an arrow before witnesses. Yet she loves to watch others fire first, so blame cannot tie directly to her, he adds. Precisely, I continue. She will stoke gossip that you weaken under mortal influence, perhaps spread rumour that your magic falters. He grimaces. Already begun. Then you counter. I lean forward, heartbeat quickening with the thrill of strategy. Prove strength not through cruelty but unpredictability. Host a public demonstration of control that does not involve blood. If you can bend stone or summon stormlight without harming anyone, fear will renew. Fear returns easily. His voice darkens. Respect is rarer. Then conjure awe, not dread, I insist. Reveal power laced with restraint. They will wonder which leash holds you. Varrock considers, fingers drumming the porcelain cup. A show of discipline, he murmurs. Yes, I could shift the palace's hanging gardens mid-banquet, let the vines bloom out of season. Beauty forged from chaos, I say. They will not know whether to cheer or tremble. He lifts his head, silver gaze alight. Clever storm. The nickname sends warmth cascading through nerves. I quash it before it shows. He sets cups aside and rises. I follow. He approaches shelves where scrolls line the cedar wood in long, neat rows. Selecting one, he unrolls it on the table. Architectural sketches of tiered terraces and irrigation sigils cover the parchment. He taps a spiral near the top level. These locks hold the soil in place. Loosen them and vines will pour skyward. How do we ensure no guest tumbles off the ledge? He glances up. We? You intend to stand beside me? I lift chin. You asked for insight. I will not hide when the plan unfurls. A slow smile curves his mouth, erasing years of iron from his features. Then we shore the rails with a net of consciousness. I weave a barrier of air. He traces lines in the air above the scroll. Sparks trail from his fingertip. I nod, adrenaline already humming. I sense the unspoken. Tomorrow's spectacle buys us time, yet also highlights how closely our fates now twine. Silence settles. He rolls the scroll, replaces it. When he turns back, I catch a new softness in his expression, as though I have shifted from burden to accomplice. It unsettles and thrills in equal measure. He moves toward the door. Rest now. Dawn practice requires focus. His hand hovers near the latch, then drops. He faces me once more. You searched for escape. I do not condemn it, he says. I would do the same. His shoulders lift as though shedding weight. Yet understand this truth. If you flee Galmolith tonight, Asmodeus hunts you across every plane. And I... He pauses, words snagging. I must chase. The admission pins me. Not threat, but confession. My pulse stumbles. Because of duty, I say, voice hushed. Duty, he echoes. Obsession, perhaps both. He presses thumb to the rune. The door eases open. Before stepping through, he glances back. Do not burn yourself searching for cracks in prison walls when you may soon wield the key. Then he is gone. The rune dims. I sit slowly, heart hammering. Varroc's closeness lingers in the room like charged air after lightning. He sees me as accomplice, storms within storms swirling together. Dangerous ground, yet beneath danger blooms intrigue, perhaps even trust. I pace the balcony again before sleep. The clouds glow violet, and above them the sky stretches ink black, pricked with stars too distant to warm. I touch the shard hidden in my braid. It pulses faintly, mirroring the rune on my door, waiting. Inside the chamber I extinguish candles. I curl on cushions, cloak wrapped tight. Sleep steals in at last, tangled with dreams of winding vines and silver eyes. Day breaks in a hush of rose quartz light filtered through high windows. A servant arrives bearing breakfast, her eyes downcast. I thank her softly. She glances up, almost startled that a prisoner's words colour with courtesy. After she leaves, I eat ripe figs drizzled with honey, chew seed bread dense with fruit, and drink mint tea that clears cobwebs from my mind. I rub at the chalk traces still faint on my arms, then dress in fitted trousers and a thin russet blouse left on the chair. Armour of confidence. Footsteps echo beyond the door before the rune brightens. Varroc enters wearing a sleeveless coat of dark green leather that shows every sculpted line of his arms. His horns gleam newly polished, and his hair is bound in a braided knot at the crown. He carries 2 books, sets them beside the tea tray, and nods approval when he sees I am ready. We practice projection this morning, he says. If you control your posture, I can weave power around you without exposing the trick. Let us begin. We clear space. He instructs me to stand balanced weight on both feet, shoulders relaxed, arms lifted slightly away from ribs. Imagine you grasp a thread inside your chest, he says, then pull it outward through your palms. I follow. Heat pools behind sternum, but no spark leaps across skin. He steps behind, places large hands above my elbows without touching. Energy hums between us, gathering like static before a summer storm. He whispers directions, breath brushing the shell of my ear. Breathe deeper, draw the thread. I inhale slowly, visualizing golden rope coiling within. I tug gently. A prickle flutters along arms. The faint lines of chalk reappear, glowing dim violet. Varroc's body stiffens behind me, reverberating with the echo of power he channels yet pretends is mine. "Hold," he murmurs. A tingling climbs wrists to fingertips. Sparks blossom between outstretched fingers like tiny stars. I gasp, exhilarated. He withdraws, letting me steady alone. The sparks dim but linger. "Your face," he says, reveals wonder. Reserve such openness for the moment before the council. Surprise them. Let admiration or fear follow. Never let them see rehearsed confidence. Understood. We repeat the exercise thrice, each time surer. Sweat beads between my shoulder blades, but exhilaration dulls fatigue. Finally he steps away, breathing faintly heavier. "Enough. You will bruise the channel if pressed further." I nod, chest heaving. "Your power leaves aftertaste of metal," I say, tasting copper on tongue. Chaos bites. He tilts head, studying me. "How do you feel?" "Alive." The word slips out. His expression softens, hunger and relief mingling. A tapping echoes on the door. Varroc lifts his chin, murmurs for entry. The servant returns, face pale, hands trembling around a gilt tray bearing a sealed scroll. "From Matron Sarivia, Dominus," she whispers. He takes the scroll, dismisses the servant, breaks wax with thumb. His eyes scan lines, silver darkening to steel. He hands me the letter. I read. "Matron Sarivia requests the pleasure of my public attendance at her soirée this evening in celebration of Varroc's developing pursuits. She demands I perform demonstration of my newfound gift at midnight. The wording drips venom. If we refuse, rumours will brand my power fiction." I lower the scroll. Varroc's lips press thin. She forces our hand sooner than expected. "Accept," I say. Let the vines bloom at her fate instead. Turn her trap into stage. His surprise lasts barely a breath before admiration replaces it. A bold counter-move. I hand the scroll back. Fear thrives in darkness. Drown her party in wild beauty. I swallow nerves. I will play my part. "You risk exposure." His voice roughens. "As do you." I lift shoulders. "We win or fall together." Heat flares in his eyes. He steps closer, reaching to tuck a stray curl behind my ear. The touch burns despite gentleness. "Together," he echoes. For an instant the world narrows to that word, to the closeness of his breath and the faint tremor I sense beneath his calm. I breathe him in, smoke, cedar, steel, and the embers of fascination ignite into something brighter, dangerous, yet undeniable. He steps back slowly, knuckles brushing my jaw in farewell. "Rest before dusk, wear emerald, it will echo the vines." He turns, cloak catching lamplight, and pauses by the door. "And Ileana?" "Yes?" "The moment you feel my power weave through you at midnight, let your voice rise. Hum that melody. It will guide the storm." The door closes. I draw a steadying breath, visions of blooming terraces unfurling in my mind, vines spilling over balconies, blossoms exploding under starfire, nobles gasping as the world rearranges itself at our feet. My heart pounds with dread, hope, and a thrill that has nothing to do with survival and everything to do with the demon who dares to remake his kingdom with a single mortal standing at his side. I press my fingers to the shard tucked in my braid, feel it warm against skin, and whisper to the still air, "Let the storm come."
Chapter 5. Varroc. The eastern ramparts glow slate blue beneath approaching dawn when I finish sealing the final vine sigils into the garden stone. Power thrums at my fingertips, electric as fresh lightning. Each carved spiral waits like a coiled serpent eager to spring. Yet the runes lie dormant for now, hidden beneath beds of winter-dull ivy, so no curious matron will notice the trap. A pebble skitters behind me. Garrick stands near the fountain, crimson skin darkened further by shadow. Wind ripples his short cloak, exposing the twin daggers strapped across his back. He bows, yet the gesture holds no softness. Garrick's loyalty never blunt his blade's edge. "Per your command, Dominus," he says, voice low. "The southern balcony rail is reinforced with vented quartz. Guests may press against it without risk of pitching into cloud." "Good." I flex my hand, letting tingles ebb. "The vines?" "Watered, trimmed, parted just enough to reward your coaxing." A faint smile quirks the corner of his mouth. "They will climb fast once you wake them." His eyes search mine, picking at unease I no longer hide. Garrick knows me too well. "The human?" he asks. "Resting, preparing." Rest is a mercy I granted Ileana only hours ago. Even now, her absence grates. I clamp the thought before it bleeds into expression. He tilts his head. "You walk a frayed rope, my friend. Tell me something new." "I will." His arms cross. "Sarivia expects you to falter. She wagers the court will watch you burn. Then we'll offer fireworks of another sort." I step past him, cloak whipping. "Signal me at sunset if she changes the guest list. No surprises." Garrick bows once more, yet calls after me as I descend the spiral stairs. "Surprises already simmer, Varrock. Be certain which boil you wish to taste." My chambers stand silent when I enter, but the air smells of fresh soap and wild mint. Ileana's fragrance lingers even though she sleeps in the adjoining suite. The scent threads through me, winding tight as rope. I breathe deep, then turn toward the outer hall where 2 junior mages await. They kneel, foreheads pressed to cold stone. One tries to rise without being bid, eager to please. I let a spark of chaos flicker between us. He recoils, eyes wide. The smell of singed hair crawls through the corridor. Respect regained. I assign them simple tasks, anchor glyphs, gust warding, then dismiss them with curt nods. They scramble away like startled crows. Obedience from others remains easy. Only she destabilizes. I cross to the washstand and strip out of travel leathers, shrugging into a robe of deep bronze silk. The fabric slides over shoulders, cool against overheated skin. I pour wine into a cut-glass tumbler, yet the fragrance turns my stomach. Liquor will not steady this restless blood. A faint scuff sounds beyond the arch that leads to Ileana's suite. I approach, footsteps silent on mosaic tiles. She stands at the balcony, hands braced on rail, brow furrowed as she studies clouds still colored by sunrise. Emerald silk drapes her body, molded to curves by a leather bodice dyed forest green. Gold stitching coils across the corset like ivy vines. The gown Garrick procured has done its work. She looks less mortal prisoner and more storm-born noble in disguise. I linger a moment, greedy for the sight before she feels me. Dawnlight paints bronze highlights down the length of her braid and skims the graceful lines of neck and shoulder, making my fingers twitch. She must sense the shift in air, for her chin lifts. She does not startle when she sees me, though a quick pulse beats at her throat. "You tread soft as a cat," she says. Doors creak around those who need warning. I step into sunlight spilling across the floor. She turns, letting the wind nudge her skirt against long legs. "You finished with your vines?" she asks. "For now." I cross the terrace until a hand's breadth remains between us. "You wear the gown well." "Garrick's taste, not mine." She smooths the side seam, then looks up. Her eyes remind me of deep forest ponds, reflecting light, yet giving back no secrets. "Does it please you?" A simple question, but it spears through defenses. I reach for one thick lock of hair that slipped loose, coil it behind her ear. Skin there feels warm, pulse quick. I allow my thumb to graze low before withdrawing. It pleases me more than it should. And that troubles you. Everything about you troubles me. The admission escapes before caution can muzzle it. She draws breath, but instead of retreating, she steps closer. Now her chest nearly brushes mine. The bodice pushes her bosom up, yet her expression remains level, unflinching. Then perhaps we test the limits of trouble, she says softly. My body answers before my mind. Heat sparks low, flaring through veins. Yet I hold still. Careful, I warn, voice rougher than intended. Fire cannot choose which parts it burns. She lifts her hand, lays it flat against my sternum over Oltix's brand. Her palm is small, warm, daring. Tell me something, Varrock, she murmurs. When you killed that noble in the throne room, what did you feel? No fear in the question, only keen curiosity. The memory stirs cold and hot together. Satisfaction, I say. Not for death itself, but for precision. A fault corrected. Her thumb moves in a slow circle over skin. Could you do the same to me? Kill me with precision? I exhale, tension coiling deeper. Yes. My hand comes up, fingers circling her wrist, not squeezing yet holding firm. But I will not. Because you need my heart for tonight, she challenges. I tug her forward until bodice presses against robe, silk whispering over silk. Because, I say, nothing in this world tempts me more than watching your heart keep beating. The truth rings through me, startling in its power. I release her wrist. Her eyes widen, then soften with an emotion I do not dare name. She steps back first, granting breathing space, though my lungs still labor. You asked me to test your limits, she says. Perhaps you should examine mine. Intrigue sparks. I nod toward the chaise near the arched window. Sit, I command, gentle but firm. Remove your slippers. She raises a brow yet obeys, perching on the edge of cushioned gold brocade. She unlaces thin velvet straps and sets the shoes aside. Bare feet flex against cool tile, nails painted jade to match the gown. I circle behind her, gather her braid in my hands. I tug free the silver vine clasp, letting dark waves spill. She stiffens but does not pull away. I plan to test your poise, I say, voice near her ear. Not your pain. Her breath leaves on a controlled exhale. Very well. I step in front, sit beside her instead of looming. I take her left foot into my lap, thumb sliding along arch. She jerks, not in fear, but surprise at tenderness. The draw of those reactions, small, genuine, is more potent than power games in the throne room. Balance is more than stance on a balcony rail, I tell her. It dwells in nerves, in breath. I press acupoints along her soul, coaxing muscles to loosen. She watches my face, one hand curled at her thigh, unsure if she may touch me. I finish both feet, then shift, pulling her to stand. Walk across the room, I instruct. Slow. She does. Hips sway with natural grace, gown sweeping. I watch the confident roll of shoulders, the dip of waist. She stops at the far hearth, glances back. Again, I say. The second walk, she exaggerates poise, chin higher, stride longer. When she reaches me, I catch her by elbows, twirl her half-turn so her spine meets my chest. My arms fold around her waist. She inhales sharply. Balance while blind, I whisper, covering her eyes with one hand. Trust me to guide. Her body firms, but she nods. I move her backward, one step, two. She matches me, feet bare on tile, each breath measured. My palm slides from eyes to throat, thumb at pulse. Her head tips against my shoulder, exposing column of neck. I lower mouth to that tender skin, stop a hair's breadth away, breathe in her scent. She shivers, throat working. The temptation to kiss almost topples restraint. Instead, I move lips to the shell of her ear. I could demand surrender, I murmur. Yet I find I want it offered freely. Her fingers rise, grip my forearm where runes glow faintly. And if I refuse, then I continue wanting. One hand drops to cinch of corset, feeling her stomach flutter under laces. Want can be an exquisite ache. She breathes my name, part request, part warning. It slices reason. I pivot her to face me, hands braced on either side of her ribs. That night in the sanctum, she says, voice low, you halted the blade for reasons beyond courage. Tell me those reasons. Dangerous ground. I curl one hand in her hair, tilt her face up. Dawn light sets green gems in her eyes afire. I saw a future in which killing you felt like killing the last honest part of myself. She draws breath that trembles, lashes fluttering. Honesty scares you. I've waded through centuries of deceit. Honesty sets new wars under skin. I step back before desire phrase reigns. Dress for dusk. We leave at first star. She nods, voice thready. Understood. I head for the door, but pause at threshold. Ileana. She looks up. I may rule the storm, I tell her, yet you command the lightning that splits it. Color rises on her cheeks. My heart kicks hard, and I escape before temptation roots me to the spot. Preparation consumes the afternoon. I stalk corridors, barking orders to staff. Vines must coil just so. Guests corralled within safe rings. Wine reinforced with mild sedative to blunt panic if my display grows too wild. Servants scurry faster in my presence today, for I allow no second instructions. In the weapon room, I select a ceremonial blade, slimmer, more ornate than the kirpan, which will hang at my hip tonight. Its handle of carved wenge wood fits palm like memory, though I have never channeled chaos through it. A symbol, not a tool, yet still lethal if needed. As I secure the buckle, Garrick enters with news. His usually placid stare crackles with unease. Matron Sarivia has added 5 human courtiers to her guest roster, he says. High-born pets dressed in pearls, like Rhine molars, to remind me Ileana is expendable. He nods, shifting weight. Also the king will attend. Cold spreads under skin, though room stands warm. Asmodeus seldom emerges without fanfare, yet Sarivia has seduced his curiosity. The spectacle must excel. I dismiss Garrick, then stand before a tall mirror. Silk of my robe has been replaced by close-fitted coat stitched from night green scales that catch light in peacock shimmers. Runes flare beneath skin, eager. Yet beneath that power lurks something less stable. My fixation. I lean palms on marble basin, meet my own gaze. Your master, not puppet, I whisper. The reflection's eyes flicker crimson, disagreeing. A knock. Servant announces Ileana waits in vestibule. My stomach tightens. I turn, stride out, the echo of boots reverberating like war drums. She stands beneath a crystal chandelier. Emerald gown has been replaced by deeper jade velvet that cups her chest in sculpted lines, sleeves sheer, throat bare. A gold chain drapes from ear to collarbone, holding a small emerald pendant that rests between full curves. Her hair sweeps forward in soft waves, stray strands framing cheeks warmed by candlelight. The shard of crystal she stole glints at the end of her braid. She looks every inch a dangerous gift. Conversation hushes among staff when I approach. They retreat instinctively. Ileana's gaze collides with mine, holding steady despite nerves sparking under porcelain skin. My lord, she says, dipping slight curtsy. Her voice carries that blend of respect and challenge only she can wield. I offer my arm. She takes it, fingers resting on black dragon scale sleeve. Heat travels through cloth. As we walk the corridor toward the transport lift, a junior mage scurries past, papers spilling. I seize him by collar before he collides with Ileana. Mind your steps, I snap. Chaos arcs through fingers and the worker pales. He He bows, stammers apology, flees. Ileana watches entire exchange, brow knitting. "You terrorize so easily," she murmurs when we resume. "Fear oils the gears of duty. Yet you spared me fear moments ago." I glance down at her hand on my arm. "Your fear would poison tonight's bloom." She considers, then nods. "And yours?" The question halts me mid-stride. Panic? No. Dread? Possibly. Fascination swallows both. I lead her into the lift cage, wrought of gold filigree. Wind whistles through lattice as the mechanism lowers toward Sarivia's tier. "Tonight I fear only one outcome," I admit in hush. "That I failed to shield you." She inhales and steps closer in the cramped space, her side pressed to mine. "Then do not fail." A command wrapped in trust. The gilded cage stops, doors gliding open to reveal a corridor carved of rose quartz, veined with silver. Music drifts from distant ballroom, strings and low drum. Perfumed air laced with ivory flowers washes over us. We step out, heads bent together like conspirators. "Remember," I whisper, "hum when the vines stir." "And you?" she asks. "I will be listening." Sarivia's ballroom swells with demons draped in silks, the shade of bruises and gemstones that flash wicked under chandelier blaze. The matron herself greets us at arched portal. Violet hair cascades down her bare back, horns polished, lavender skin dusted with gold powder. She bows to me, yet her eyes flick toward Ileana with such acidic curiosity I fear velvet will scorch. "Dominus Varrock, honored that you grace my modest gathering," she purrs. "And this must be your project." I angle my body subtly, placing myself between their gazes. "Consort," I correct, voice silk over steel. "Ileana." Whispers ripple outward like dropping coals in snow. Sarivia's lips tighten, but she recovers with practiced laughter. "How delightful. Please, your majesty has taken seat in the upper gallery. You must join him when ready." She glides away. I sense Ileana's breath quicken. I cover her hand with mine, squeeze. "I have you," I say under breath. She nods, eyes steady but bright. We cross marble floor patterned in swirling malachite. Demons step aside, curiosity electrifying the air. I spy humans in pearl collars, Sarivia's pawns, clustered near fountain. Their eyes hold a dull resignation I recognize from past raids. Ileana notices too, jaw tensing. "Later, I promise. First the vines." I position her at the center of a raised dais that overlooks the garden doors. Music hushes as I ascend 3 steps to address the crowd. My voice carries, calm yet commanding. "Sarivia requests a demonstration," I announce, sliding blade free of scabbard. Gasps. I twist the knife so chandeliers glint along edge, then lower it, point down, driving tip into marble at Ileana's feet. Sparks spray, but stone holds. "Behold," I say, turning palm outward. Chaos floods veins, roaring toward sigils carved hours past. I picture vines thickening, sap pulsing. Beneath garden soil roots wake, twisting. Leaves shiver, doors burst open. Guests cry out as emerald flood pours into ballroom. Vines racing up columns, spiraling around crystal chandeliers. Blooms explode, petals wide as fans, spilling golden pollen that drifts like stardust. Yet no vine touches a soul. They weave perfect arches overhead. The air smells of crushed cedar and honey. In the hush, Ileana hums. 3 notes, clear and bright. Runes beneath my skin surge in answer. Violet sparks snake from my fingertips, dancing across vines, igniting petals until each glows soft violet. Awe rolls through the crowd, shivering against my skin. I focus on Ileana. Her eyes gleam with wonder I have earned, not stolen. The sight rips open a space behind ribs where only duty once lived. Above, Asmodeus stands, hands on rail. His face remains unreadable, yet he nods once. Approval. Sarivia's smile falters. Victory tastes wicked sweet. As guests resume breathing, I step close to Ileana, voice low. You held firm. And you did not fail, she whispers back. Guests surge forward to marvel at flowers. In the commotion, Sarivia advances, expression lacquered sweet. I meet her halfway, blocking approach. Impressive, she says, but control can slip. Vines strangle if unchecked. I lean near, whisper so only she hears. So can ambition. I let chaos flicker in eyes, tiny tongues of power dancing. Sarivia pales a shade. She retreats, skirts brushing vine leaves that curl politely aside. Later, when music swells again and guests toast my name, I guide Ileana to balcony overlooking storm clouds. Petals drift around us, glowing embers in night breeze. She leans on rail, face lit by soft violet. You tamed the garden, she says. I merely set it free in proper direction. Her gaze meets mine. Under moon hung low, her features soften. Why does freedom for me feel bound by threads I cannot see? I swallow, step nearer, because I bind myself to you and thus you share my chains. Complicated truth. She searches my face. What if I ask you to break them? My chest cracks with the thought. I might. I lift hand, brush knuckles along her jaw. But the world beyond these clouds is no gentler. I would need to follow. She smiles faintly, sadness flickering. Storms travel with the wind. I close distance, press forehead to hers. Ileana. The name tastes like confession. Whatever path you choose, my storm follows. Cries erupt inside hall, cheers at some toast. We remain in hush, spun between hearts. I feel her breath mingle with mine, warm and steady. At last she steps back, hand sliding from my chest. Take me home, Varrock. Home, not cell. Hope knifes through doubts. I escort her through halls fragrant with vine blooms. Servants bow, eyes wide. I barely note them, mind caught on new word echoing. In my tower vestibule, she thanks Garrick for escort. He bows politely but shoots me a knowing look that sharpens my own awareness. Desire thrums raw and immediate, yet I guide her to her door, not my bed. She pauses, studying me. You could claim reward, she murmurs. I could, I agree, voice husky. Instead, I savor restraint. My hand lifts of its own volition, fingertips tracing the curve of her lower lip once. She parts lips, breath soft. The moment stretches taut. I drop my hand. Rest. She steps inside, eyes never leaving mine until door seals. I turn away, heart pounding so hard I taste copper. I stride into my chamber, yank off coat, toss blade onto desk. My reflection glares from crystal pane, ravenous, haunted. I slam fist into wall. Stone cracks, but holds. I am in ruin, I whisper, breathing hard, and I welcome the collapse. Crimson runes on my arms flare, mirroring storm outside. I sink onto chair, bury head in hands. The vines, the king's approval, none of it cools the fever twisting through me. I fear not the peril ahead, but the measureless depth of what I would surrender for the woman humming storms into being. Outside, thunder rolls. Inside, my obsession roots deeper, fed by the echo of her heartbeat I felt beneath emerald silk. I do not know whether it will bloom into salvation or devour crown and kingdom whole. But as petals drift through open casement, glowing violet even in darkness, I accept the dangerous truth. I no longer wish to be her executioner, her captor, or even her savior. I wish only to belong to the wildfire she carries in her chest.
Chapter 6. Ileana. I dream of vines blooming above a cloud-drowned world. They unfurl in cracks of marble, scale crystal chandeliers, weave luminous tunnels through midnight air. When petals burst open, they release a hush so heavy it steals my breath. At the heart of one blossom stands Varrock, clad in shadow and shimmer, watching me with molten eyes as if I alone decide where the dawn rises. The hush fractures with a knock on my door. I jolt awake, pulse sprinting. Candlelight from a candelabrum on the low dresser throws spike-shaped shadows across the ceiling. My borrowed chamber feels larger after last night's spectacle, as though the walls breathed in awe and never exhaled. The knock repeats, softer. A servant, no doubt, come to tend the fire. I answer, voice still husky from sleep. When the girl enters, no older than my brother would be had he lived, she sets a tray beside the library couch where I fell asleep, reading Varrock's treatise on resonant stones. She bows without meeting my gaze. Thank you. I wait until she glances up before I offer a smile. What's your name? Her eyes widen, one brown, one hazel, mixed blood maybe. Sael, she whispers. How long have you served here, Sael? Since I was traded from the lower mines, my lady. Lady. The word lands heavy, but I nod. She turns as if to hurry out. Wait, I say. Are you treated well? She stills, shoulders stiff. After a beat she nods, though the gesture carries hesitation. Fear lingers at the edges of her expression. I cannot promise safety, but I can hold her gaze until some faint ember of comfort sparks. Eventually she dips another curt bow and slips out, closing the door soundlessly. I stare after her, guilt blooming. The ballroom vines might have awed nobles, but servants' chains remain. A show of beauty does not feed hungry or quell cruelty. Remember that, I tell myself, as I stretch muscles sore from yesterday's training and last night's tension. On the tray sits tea tinted rose by pressed citrus peel, a dish of soft cheese drizzled with pistachio honey, and a note weighted by a polished agate cube. I free the slip. Your performance grew silent, watchers. Do not open the balcony curtains until I return. Eindam. A single consonant, but it pricks nerves. Silent watchers. I shift, scan every shadow dancing on panelled walls. Floorboards creak above. Someone patrols the hall outside. Varrock left a ward, yet spies wear invisible faces here. I pour tea, let steam caress cheeks while I pace the carpet, replaying the night. Varrock's warmth tracing my jaw, the sincerity in his vow to follow me through any shattered wall, the way petals glowed violet when my hum met his magic. Each memory sends heat gliding through veins. Yet I recall, too, the dull eyes of pearl-collared humans at Serivia's party, the way their shoulders slumped beneath decorative chains. Freedom for me means nothing if others remain trophies. Several hours pass in restless planning. I comb through Varrock's treatise, making notes in the margins with charcoal. Resonant crystals can amplify subtle voices underground, like the hum of trapped water or shifting fault lines. Could that same principle magnify a mortal's heartbeat? Perhaps the sanctum could mistake amplified rhythm for divine echo. The thought sparks excitement, but it relies on access to stones and silence. For now, I study. Knuckles rap on the door again. Heavy this time. Varrock's voice, smooth as late-night embers. I hide the annotated treatise under pillows before admitting him. He enters wearing a deep blue coat that buttons high on sculpted chest, sleeves ending in wide cuffs. His hair is tied back in a tighter knot than usual, horns polished to a mirror shine. Under lamplight, the coat sheen shifts like storm water. He looks composed, polished, yet fatigue shadows his eyes, faint lines near the corners, as though he folded half-dreams into corners of his study instead of sleeping. His gaze sweeps me, loose amber blouse, knee-length trousers of black wool, bare feet curling on the rug, and some of that composure melts. You should be resting, he says. I should be many things, I reply. Certainty rarely joins the list. A smile hovers, then fades as he crosses to the window. He flicks 2 fingers. The heavy drapes part just enough to reveal slanted sunlight, yet shadows of window slats cloak the rest. Spies linger on roof ledges, he murmurs, back still to me. Sarivia doubts I can keep secrets. She sent watchers to confirm emotion in my chambers. Emotion, not treason. His vulnerability shows in that single careful word. He fears what she might see on his face more than what we plotted last night. My pulse spikes, not with fear, but empathy. Then we give her nothing, I say, stepping forward. When he turns, I stand close, yet leave a hand span. You wanted me prepared for manipulation. Let us practice. He lifts a brow. You wish to spar now? Explanation flickers in metallic eyes. Verbal, not magical. Exactly. I gesture to 2 cushioned chairs near the fireplace. We sit, angled slightly, knees almost brushing. Flames crackle low between blackened logs. Begin, I say, lacing fingers on my lap. He studies me. The king enjoyed your performance, he begins, tone casual, like conversation at a garden party. He may request a private display soon. I suppress alarm, keep posture relaxed. I would be honoured. Yet new tricks require breathing space. Surely a mage values the forging time of any blade. It will be your place, as consort, to comply swiftly. His phrasing drips control. I meet his gaze, tilt my head. Consort, perhaps, but not puppet. You said you wished my heart beating, not bound. I catch a quick flare in his eyes. Admiration or desire, perhaps both. Still, he presses. Defiance before nobles impressed. Defiance before royalty punishes. I lean back, consider. Then teach me to please without subservience. Help me wield words like you wield vines. Silence blooms. He exhales, a slow surrender of tension. Very well, counterpoint achieved. He leans forward, elbows on knees. Your turn. I choose a softer tactic. Last night you retreated, though you could have claimed any reward. Why? That vulnerability flickers again. He shifts, gaze sliding to fire. Restraint tests resolve, he says, measured, yet warmth creeps under words. Or reveals tenderness. I watch him, noting how his breath deepens. You fear tenderness is weakness Sarivia can parade, yet hiding it feeds her appetite. He faces me fully. What alternative? Control what she sees. I rise, extend hand. He takes it, stands. We act the consummate alliance where watchers expect cracks. My heart thunders. Am I truly advocating display of closeness? Yes, because strength blooms in softness shared boldly. His eyes darken, but he nods. Show me. I guide him toward balcony. Curtains part just enough for watchers to glimpse silhouettes. I step into filtered light, glancing at his shoulder. He follows cue, stepping behind me, hands settling lightly on my waist. Outside, roof shadows ripple. I rest back against his chest. He stiffens, then gradually eases, palms spreading across stomach. To watchers, we appear lovers sharing morning hush. My pulse races, yet calm filters outward. Speak, I whisper, though spies might read lips. Tell me of your sleepless night. I kept company with chaos, he answers softly. It offers questions no wine can drown. And answers? I ask. 1. The garden display cannot placate Asmodeus forever. I nod. Then we craft next move. His breath stirs hair near my ear. You do not rest either. I rest when wind stills. I turn within his grip, meeting his gaze. Perhaps you can teach me calm once charges clear. He searches my face, something unspoken carving lines between brows. Gently, he releases me. Enough for spies today. Curtains swish shut. My legs wobble faintly. I cross to tea tray, pour a fresh cup, steady hands with practiced ease. He watches, arms folded, then paces toward bookshelves. I find your poise weaponized, he says. I sip, savor sweetness. I learned from your example. A laugh breaks out, sudden, low, genuine. It shifts the atmosphere brighter. He turns, shakes head. You twist my own blade with elegance. I set cup down, step nearer. May I ask something personal? Dangerous ground. We tread it already. I hold his gaze. Your brand. I motion near his heart. Does it hurt? He blinks, perhaps expecting another question. Fingers rise, tracing the spiral beneath coat. Constant ache, he admits, like ember pressed to bone. Then each day you bear pain. I glimpse that vulnerability, Varrock. Others see only power. He exhales, jaw flexing. Pain reminds me I belong to something greater. Pain can also erode. I offer a half smile. Let it not corrode empathy. Something softens. He lifts my hand, turns it palm up. The silver cord marks faded but visible. His thumb strokes faint groove. Pain carved here too. He lifts hand to lips, presses a kiss to scar. Heat bursts under skin, travels upward until cheeks burn. I remember, I murmur, fighting tremor. I remember how you healed it. His eyes distance, as if memory cuts deeper than healing. He lowers our joined hands. I must attend council soon. He releases me, strides to desk, scribbles note, seals with wax. Garrick will escort you to mid-tier gardens, fresher air there. He hands me parchment. Treat this as pass. Guards yield under my seal. I accept. And if I wander beyond? He lifts brow, half smile. Then I follow. Turning away, he shrugs on deep blue cloak, fastening pauldrons engraved with runic knots, a sight that reminds me of his station. At door he pauses. Ileana. Yes? The note you wrote in margin of my treatise. Resonant amplification. Clever. We will test tonight. He taps temple, then departs, leaving faint scent of cedar. My brows shoot upward. He found my hidden annotations, yet instead of anger he shows respect. That shift warms chest, though caution whispers. Garrick arrives, respectful yet watchful. His crimson skin and amber eyes draw stares as we traverse corridors gilded by midday glow. He keeps distance, but his presence proclaims I walk under Varrock's shield. On lift platform, servants bow, others avert gaze. Some humans glance up, hope flickers before they remember their collars. The weight of those looks tugs at conscience. I resolve to learn names, stories. Battle requires allies. Mid-tier gardens bloom under glass domes that filter cruel sun into soft radiance. Cascading ponds reflect pale sky. Stone paths twist among orchids coaxed to blossom year-round. Few nobles stroll early afternoon, leaving space for secret thoughts. I walk ahead, Garrick trailing a polite few paces. He examines every arch, assessing threats. I pause at a pond where koi dart, scales shimmering copper and pearl. Reflections ripple, and for a heartbeat I see myself in last night's gown, Varrock behind me, petals raining violet. Beautiful fish, I say, breaking memory. Garrick stops beside me. Imported from river deltas below the cloud belt, they survived harsh crossing. Survival shapes beauty, I muse. True. He studies me, eyes gentler than expected. You shift Dominus Varrock. My breath stills. Do I? He walks lighter. Garrick's lips twitch. He scowls less at dawn. I arch brow. That counts for much? More than tempest runes. He kneels, flicks small crumb into water, fish swarm near. He once planned everything 3 moves ahead. Now, he glances at me. He improvises. You disapprove. I watch consequences. His gaze turns distant. Changing him invites storms no shield blocks. I kneel too, skirt bunching at knees, water laps stone. Storms already gather. Together we might guide rain away from innocence. A faint smile graces him. Perhaps. He stands. May I ask something personal? You may try. What sings through your hum? I have never heard that melody. I hum the 3 notes softly. Coy ripple. A planting chant. My mother taught me to time seed drops. I touch water, swirl pattern. It roots me in who I was before chains. Garrick nods. We share quiet until footsteps crunch gravel. A human girl in pearl collar approaches carrying folded linens. Fear constricts her features when she sees Garrick. Easy, he murmurs. She means no harm. I beckon the girl. She hesitates, then steps near. Her collar bruises her neck. I was told to bring fresh napkins to the pavilion, she whispers. There, Garrick points. She hurries away. That collar, I say when she disappears. Who decides humans must wear them? He exhales. Custom older than I. He frowns at my glare. I punish none, Ileana. I simply navigate currents. I grip edge of pond. Currents can change. He gives a curt nod. Understood. He offers hand to help me stand. His grip is warm, firm. Come, we return before the council ends. Back in my suite I pace, mind-spinning future strategies. The servant's sail returns with afternoon fruit. I ask her quietly how many humans are on this floor. She hesitates but answers. 12, mostly personal attendants. I scribble names she shares with hesitant pride. Seeds planted. Evening approaches. Varroc's seal arrives again, this time requesting my presence at the sanctuary balcony for resonant testing. I change into lightweight tunic and leggings for mobility, braid hair tight with crystal shard glinting. Garrick escorts me to a towering observatory dome where Varroc waits among swirling glyphs chalked on marble. He greets me with small smile that tilts heart. Together we test my concept. I hum into stone. Varroc channels chaos through crystals embedded in floor. The sound magnifies, rippling across dome walls like rolling thunder, yet gentle. My voice becomes river, echoing on every surface. The resonance thrills, but I wobble under vibration. Varroc steadies me, hand on spine, warmth soothing. Admiration lights his face. Your idea, your success. Our eyes lock. Pulse quickens. He clears throat, steps back, but that glimpse of pure pride carves soft space in chest. Hours pass in refining hum charges. We laugh twice when echoes shatter vases unintentionally. Each laugh draws us closer, cracks earlier walls. At last we stand side by side, sweaty, exhilarated. I did not manipulate you today, he says softly. No, I answer. You collaborated. He lifts my hand, brushes knuckles with lips. Gentle. Then we continue as co-architects. Heat floods cheeks. I squeeze his fingers, then release. Until tomorrow, I whisper. He turns to leave, pauses. Sleep, Ileana. I need you strong. I will try. Door closes, but warmth lingers. I collapse onto couch, heart racing. Today I teased a demon lord, earned respect from his lieutenant, planted hope in servants' hearts, and saw vulnerability flicker behind silver eyes. Defiance still burns, but empathy now intertwines. Green shoots curling along edges of resistance. I braid those feelings into my hair with the crystal shard, binding them tight. Tomorrow tactics may shift, yet tonight I allow myself to feel the tremor of attraction. Not surrender, not yet. But the path ahead no longer seems lit by fear alone. Possibility glimmers, fragile yet fiercely bright. I blow out candles, slide beneath soft covers, and hum the planting song. Stone resonates faintly, perhaps remembering our new craft. Somewhere in the tower, Varrock stands at a window, perhaps hearing the echo and knowing it is meant for him. Storms still loom, chains still clink. But seeds have been sown in cracks of marble, and I intend to nurture everyone until vines rise again. This time not as spectacle, but as roots of change.
Chapter 7. Varrock. Dawn slinks over Galmaleth like a wary animal, streaking the cloud bank beneath our floating continent with bruised lavender. I stand at the highest parapet of the Sosgaroth spire, cloak snapping around my calves, hands braced on chilled Merlin stone. Below me the palace sprawls in layered terraces, balconies festooned with last night's enchanted vines, domes of translucent crystal catching first light like spun sugar. A pretty veneer. Inside those walls, rot whispers beneath every polished tile. Behind me, the iron door to the watchstair groans open. Garrick's boots crunch frost-slick flagstones. He stops an arm's length away, gives a slight bow more respectful than formal. "Council assembles within the hour," he says. "Rumors reach them before sunrise." Predictable. Which version spreads fastest? "That Ileana is a sorceress who bewitched you," he answers. "Sarivia promotes a sweeter tale. You have been bewitched by a sorceress you created to hide your waning strength." I bark a grim laugh that evaporates in the wind. She seeds both sides, so whichever bears fruit she claims. Garrick nods. 2 mid-tier clans petition to have Ileana examined by the Inscriptorum. They want sigil masters carving through her mind. Rage flashes through me, bright and hot. I snuff it before it scorches my tongue. Not yet. "Never, if I can help it," Garrick mutters. He watches me, eyes steady, waiting for instruction. Dawn winds tug at the corner of a sealed letter in his hand. I hold out my palm. He relinquishes it. Crimson wax bears Sarivia's crest, a stylized lily twined about a dagger. I break the seal, read crisp lines inked in violet. "Dominus Varrock, the council requests your presence at 9th Bell to address concerns regarding last night's display. As you hold the favor of His Majesty, your insight is invaluable in clarifying rumors that threaten court stability. In deference, Matron Saravia of House Valinth. Polite poison. She cloaks accusation in respect, yet each chosen word hints I must answer for scandal I birthed. I fold the letter, tell the heralds I will attend, and have scribes prepare the full enchantment ledger of last night's vines." Garrick whistles. "Transparency? Selective transparency." I tap letter against knuckles. I intend to drown suspicion in so many irrelevant details no one remembers what question they asked. "That leaves Sarivia." Garrick's voice turns flint sharp. "Her network reached the King's Privy Council. I discovered 2 silver envoys bribed for testimony about your hesitation in the sanctum." I breathe once, twice, let the cold soak anger until it cools into focus. Remove them. Quietly. No corpses, just discredited reports. "Yes, Dominus." He bows, but before turning, he hesitates. "There are gentler paths, you know." "Gentle paths end in graves for people like us," I reply. "See it done." He leaves. I remain another minute, letting wind scour edges of temper. When frost's sting numbs fingers, I pivot, stride back toward the stair. Duty demands marble mask soon. No cracks allowed. The council chamber stretches round and tall as a cathedral bell, its domed ceiling painted with ultics rising from raw earth, fist gripping planets like marbles. Sun spears through oculus, gilding motes of dust that swirl above curved benches. 30 nobles already occupy seats carved from obsidian veined with gold, matrons draped in brocade, lordlings smelling of crushed spices, commanders in scale armor. I enter through the north arch, cloak trailing, face carved to serenity. Conversations falter, then resume in nervous hush. I feel every glance needle my skin, some wary, some hungry. Ileana's name flickers on lips like forbidden sweet. I take my place at the speaker's dais, steel toes thunking stone. Asmodeus does not attend today. He has sent his voice instead. High Chancellor Velith, a sallow demon whose calm hides cruelty honed by decades of policy. Velith rises. Council convenes on matter of arcane propriety. His voice echoes crisp. Dominus Varrock, you stand ready to account? I stand ready, I answer. Chancellor gestures. Saravia sweeps to her feet, violet gown catching light. She looks ethereal, every line calculated to evoke fragility, though I know the claws beneath. Honored Council, she says, voice pure honey. Our laws grant great latitude to Sosgaroth masters, yet no mage, however gifted, may endanger Galmoleth's structural grace for personal indulgence. Last night's outburst of rampant growth destabilized support columns in my south ballroom. She flicks wrist. An aide unfurls a scroll of parchment midair. Spidery glyphs describe cracks along load-bearing buttress, likely conjured after the fact. Murmurs spread. Damage is regrettable, I say. My tone remains mild. However, the vines responded precisely to containment sigils I set. No masonry shifted beyond predicted tolerance. My ledger stands available for scrutiny. I raise a hand. Garrick's assistant approaches with bound volume inscribed in my hand this morning. He passes copies to scribes. Pages riffle. Blue ink formulas glitter. A stout lord in iron pauldrons peers at figures, brow wrinkling. These calculations exceed my reading. As intended, I note. Laughter ripples, short, uneasy. Sarivia's smile strains. Let us dismiss structural debates, Dominus. Greater concern involves the human catalyst in your ritual. Several witnesses attest she hummed, guiding the vines. The witness describing her hum most clearly, I reply, was Sarivia herself, which means she stood within range of the display she claims imperiled her guests. Ripples of surprise. A commander hides smirk behind gauntlet. Sarivia's eyes flash, but she inclines head. Curiosity drew me close, yes, but curiosity does not sanction risk. I request that the human be examined by inscriptorum to verify she bears no uncontrolled gift that might threaten us. Murmurs swell louder. Velith lifts gavel, strikes once. Dominus Varrock, response? I meet Sarivia's gaze, let silver flare in my eyes, until reflection dances across her corneas. Ileana performs only under my direction. Her hum cannot shape power without my channel. Should the council doubt, they may witness demonstration. Dangerous gambit, Velith murmurs. Necessary, I counter. At sundown, I will bind my own abilities and permit Ileana to hum alone. If vines stir, I submit her to inscriptorum. If nothing happens, the council retracts its petition. Gasps. Even Sarivia cannot hide flicker of unease. She expected denial, not challenge. Chancellor Velith studies me, then nods slowly. Agreement accepted. Hammer falls. Session adjourned. Nobles rise in clumps, whisper storms swirling. Sarivia glides to me, mask of courtesy cracking at edge. Bold tactic, she says under breath. What if she sings and power answers? Then I will watch. I lean close, lips near her ear so only she hears. But understand this. If you push Ileana toward harm, lilies will bloom from your tongue the moment you lie asleep. She blanches, straightens, composes smile. We shall see which flowers sprout. She sweeps away, gown whispering threats. I exhale. My heart thumps hard, not from fear, but rage at the box I've built. Sunrise test could expose everything. I gambled because corner left no room. Better to direct spotlight than flee it. Yet doubt gnaws. Garrick approaches. Are you mad? He whispers. Possibly, I mutter. but inside a plan buds. If I temper resonance stones, maybe hum alone indeed stirs nothing. I must sabotage my own matrix. The vaulted hallway outside the chamber rings with footsteps. I stride toward western wing where vault labs sit, rewriting glyph arrays in head. At crossing, I collide with Velith. The Chancellor blocks path, eyes sharp as scalpel. "You escalate tension needlessly," he warns. "The king enjoys spectacle, but abhors chaos he cannot command." I bow fractionally. My loyalty remains absolute. Does it? Velith's gaze cools. Word travels. Slaves claim your nights are spent in mortals' chambers. Ice knifes spine. Unfounded gossip! Perhaps. Yet, perception guides daggers. He hands folded parchment. Kyrith's spies tracked Sarivia purchasing nightshade from surface smugglers. She will move soon. I flick seal, scan intel. Thank you. Protecting Galmaleth protects all of us. Velith's thin lips curved faintly. Even human attachments have their use. He strides off before I answer. I pocket parchment, mind racing. Nightshade, a poison that slows heartbeats beyond detection. Perfect for framing weakened magic. Midday storms rumble distant when I finally return to tower. Ileana waits in library, hair still braided from training, wearing ash-gray tunic belted with bronze clasp. She stands before a chalkboard scribbled chalk runes, my own earlier equations, now annotated. Sharp mind, quicker than lightning. She faces me, reading weight and posture. "Counsel, they demand you hum tonight, unaided, to prove you pose no threat." Her throat works, and if vines move, they will not. I stride to desk, unroll blueprint of resonance matrix. I will sever pathways beforehand. She scans lines. "You risk exposing sabotage. I will hide it inside complexity." She lays a hand on parchment, halting my rush. "Varrock, why stake position for me? You could have yielded examination by inscriptorum, proven her doubts wrong through official channels." I cover her hand with mine. "The inscriptorum crushes minds while they search. Your memories, your song, they value nothing except results." Heat swells in chest. "I will not let them carve you." Her eyes shine with surprise, then soften. "Your plan endangers your standing." "It endangers the core of what I want." The words spill, unchecked. Her pupils widen, but she looks away, collecting composure. "We test tonight," she says after heartbeat. "Yet sabotage alone may fail. Allow me to sing a different melody, one that resonates less with your runes." Hope flares. "You can alter pitch?" She nods. "Mother taught variants to confuse birds from seed rows." Inspired. I grin, tension loosening fraction. She mirrors smile, small but luminous. We spend hours refining new tune, mapping which harmonics bounce harmlessly. Each time her voice glides across notes, my heart stutters. I force focus on glyphs. Sundown paints corridors gold. Chancellor Velith escorts small delegation. Sarivia, 2 engineers, 3 neutral matrons. They gather in test conservatory where last night's vines sleep dormant. Crystal lamps cast soft light. I present sealed cuffs bound with iron runes, slip them over my wrists. Magic dampens, pressure like cold water dousing flame. I nod to Ileana. She steps center stage, shoulders squared. Despite absence of jewelry, she gleams regal. She inhales, glances at me once. Our eyes lock. I incline head. She begins to hum. Low, lilting, unlike yesterday's bold notes. Sound swirls through air, touches vines, then it drifts away like breath on glass. For endless heartbeats, we wait. Leaves rustle, but only from breeze of ceiling vents. Nothing stirs. Relief surges. Ileana sustains hum, weaving playful variations. Still vines sleep. Murmurs bloom among watchers, admiration, disappointment. Sarivia's face pinches. Ileana's voice fades. She bows. Delegates scribble. Chancellor Velith smiles faint, turns to Sarivia. No uncontrolled power observed. Sarivia forces elegance, impressive discipline, but venom still lines her smile. I unclasp cuffs, feel magic rush back like blood through numb limb. Pride fills chest, pride in her composure, pride in gamble won. As nobles file out, Sarivia steps near Ileana, seeming to admire her braid. Lips part in whispered compliment, but I catch sleight of hand. A pinched bud of nightshade between long nails poised above gown's shoulder. I move without thought, seizing Sarivia's wrist. Chaos crackles under skin, lighting veins red. Gasps echo. Sarivia. My voice drops to predator hush. You drop something. Her eyes widen. I pry fingers open. The bud lies on her palm, innocent yet deadly. Engineers gape, matrons whisper. Sarivia yanks arm back, fury trembling behind veneer. You dare accuse. I dare protect. I step closer, let glow of runes reflect in her eyes until color drains from her face. Let us not force in scriptorum to test you for poison handling. She retreats, mask fracturing. Velith approaches, lifts brow at the bud. Curious piece of flora. Sarivia's voice trembles, then steadies. Garden residue on gowns, nothing sinister. We shall verify. Velith signals guards to collect specimen. Sarivia whirls, storms from hall, dignity unraveling. Delegates disperse, buzz rising like hornets disturbed. Velith passes me, nods once. Approval, caution, hard to tell. Ileana and I remain alone among silent vines. I exhale, tension leaving in shudder. She steps to me, slips fingers under cuff of my sleeve. You saw her, she whispers. I watch everything near you. I lift her hand, splay her palm across my chest. Heart hammers under her touch. She closes eyes at rush of pulse. You gambled again, she breathes. Winning is habit. I tip her chin, as is wanting you safe. Her lashes lift. Emerald eyes glow in lamplight. For an instant the chamber, the vines, even the war of politics fade. Only her breath on my lips remains. But Garrick bursts through doors, armor rattling. Dominus, he pants. Asmodeus summons you to throne room. Urgent? I step back, release Ileana. I will join. Brisk, but hand lingers half-second on hers before dropping. She nods. Strength radiates, yet worry shades expression. I turn, cloak swirling, stride past Garrick. He falls in behind. In corridor he mutters, nerves fray like silk threads. I clench fists. We weave stronger cloth. Yet dread coils. King summons rarely bodes reward. Throne room yawns vast, empty save torch rows and Asmodeus seated on obsidian seat, silver eyes glinting. He waves hand, torches flare higher, painting runes on my skin scarlet. Thunder rumbles outside, reverberating in vaulted roof. I kneel at foot of dais. My king! Rise, Varrock! His voice slides cold iron under velvet. I obey. He studies me long moments. Council speak highly of your temperance, yet rumors spread faster than vines. I correct them at root. He smiles without mirth. Roots run deep. Your attachment to the mortal grows. Noteworthy. My pulse spikes. She serves our purpose, Majesty. Keeps enemies guessing. Does she keep you guessing? He leans forward. When blade hovered over her chest, you hesitated because you saw fit to test courage. Or so you claimed. I question whether courage was only lure. I do not flinch. I saw potential to shift perceptions. And I was right. Nobles reevaluate humans now. Some reevaluate your judgment. He drums claw. Your lineage stands loyal for centuries. I would hate to lose such prodigy to sentiment. My throat tightens. You will not. Prove it! He gestures. A guard drags forward a hunched figure, one pearl-collared human from Saravia's party. Chains rattle. I command demonstration! Show council you remain my instrument. Sacrifice this one tonight before dawn! Cold seeps under skin. Ileana's plea from another night echoes. Could you kill me with precision? Yes. But today my heart slams against sternum, rebelling at useless slaughter. Asmodeus watches. You refuse. I control breath. Majesty, Sarivia orchestrated Nightshade plot. Grant me time to expose her fully. A sacrifice now feeds her narrative that I silence dissent with blood. Better to unravel her schemes through cunning. Flattery of strategy, he muses. Very well. Postpone sacrifice. Relief flashes, but then he smirks. But kill soon. Perhaps your mortal hums sweetest when blood baptism looms. I bow, hiding fury. Guard drags trembling human away. Dismissed, Asmodeus says. I leave, storm raging under ribs. The king tightens leash. Ileana's life remains a bargaining chip. My obsession is now a blatant weakness. Tower corridor stands deserted when I return. Candles sputter low. I find Ileana in library, curled asleep on couch, charcoal smudged on fingers from notes. She looks small beneath glow of one dying lamp, braid fallen across cheek. Exhaustion tugs at her features, yet peace softens mouth. I sink to floor beside couch, knees bent, elbows on cushions. I watch slow rise of her chest, feel tension leak from shoulders. She spared nights for my kingdom, risked mind for my gambit. In return, I bring threat of sacrifice closer. Her eyes flutter open. Find me. Sleep-heavy voice. The king. Unconvinced. She sits, reaches, brushes fingertips along my jaw. The tenderness guts me. I capture her hand, press kiss to palm. Resolve ignites. I will not let Asmodeus use her. I whisper vow against her skin. I will end Sarivia, bind the council, shield you from every blade, even if kingdom burns. Words taste like fate written. Ileana's eyes shine, but she shakes head. We save kingdom while saving ourselves. Burning solves nothing. Then we rewrite laws. I rise, lift her with me. She stands on toes, rests forehead against my chest. Thunder thrums outside. Inside my heart drums answer. Obsession, ambition, loyalty. Currents collide. Yet her presence turns chaos into clear path. Protect, transform, survive together. The risk no longer deters. It defines the only future I can stomach. I hold her until candle dies. In darkness, decisions sharpen like knives. Tomorrow I start by ripping Sarivia's support from under her, root by poisoned root. After that, perhaps rewrite collar laws one decree at a time. I will trade fear for awe, blood for blossoms, if only to keep this woman humming storms beside me. Because the truth I dared not speak to Asmodeus roars inside my skull now. I do not merely want her heart beating. I need its rhythm to guide my own.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 8. Ileana. Grey dawn drifts through the library's high windows, softening the rigid angles of shelves crammed with vari-coloured tomes. The pale light glances off the runic globes that hover near the ceiling, casting wavering halos across the floor. I sit alone at the long oak table, where Varrock and I spent half the night tracing sabotage sigils, my elbows propped on an atlas the size of a breadboard. A thin wisp of steam curls from the teacup balanced in my palms, jasmine and sweet citrus coaxing warmth into my bones. The hush feels impossible after the whirlwind of yesterday. Council accusations, Sarivia's poisoned bud, Varrock's fierce defence. He left hours ago to pry up the matron's schemes by their roots. The moment he stepped into the corridor, I felt the room tilt, as if he carried half the gravity with him. I remind myself that absence is an ally this morning. I need unguarded moments to weave the next threads of revolt. I close the atlas and dress quickly, trading my charcoal-smudged tunic for a slate-blue linen gown that drapes to mid-calf. The fabric is plain enough to blend with servants, yet sturdy enough to endure steam and soap. I knot a narrow belt at my waist and tug the leather-bound notebook Varrock gave me into its loops. The crystal shard that once served as a stolen trinket now feels like a talisman. I slide it behind my ear where it hides among dark waves. One last breath, and I step into the corridor, trusting intuition to guide each choice. Garrick waits outside the archway, leaning against a jasper column with arms folded. His crimson skin gleams beneath torchlight, and the polished hilts of twin daggers rise above his shoulders like silver crescents. He lifts an eyebrow in greeting. "Morning patrol switches in 2 turns," he says without preamble. "If you want to walk the lower halls unseen, now is the gap." "How fortunate," I reply. "I was just thinking of a laundry basket full of secrets that needs sorting." Amusement flashes across his amber eyes. He straightens, tilting his head to indicate the stairwell. "Follow, and keep hood low." We descend spiral flights that smell of iron and damp stone, until warm mist kisses our faces. Beyond a wrought-iron gate, the washhouses sprawl in a maze of steaming cauldrons and churning water wheels. Human workers bend over vats, their voices muffled beneath the hiss of the pipes overhead. I pull my cloak tighter and slip into the bustle, while Garrick melts into a shadowed alcove, watchful but unobtrusive. A familiar laugh bubbles across the din, and my heart leaps before I even spot its owner. Liz sits on an overturned crate, mending a satin hem with nimble fingers. Her short golden hair, bound by a rag, shines like burnished straw beneath lantern light. She hums a jaunty tune that somehow lifts the damp gloom surrounding us. "You are still turning noble rags into finery," I call, weaving between piles of wet linen. Liz's head snaps up, blue eyes widen, then fill with tears she refuses to let fall. She drops the needle and rushes forward, wrapping her arms around me with enough force to make breath hitch. The scent of lavender starch clings to her sleeves. I heard every rumour. Her voice trembles. "They said you were alive but collared in silk, dancing at demon banquets." "I doubt anyone danced," I murmur into her hair. We pull apart, and she studies me from head to toe, cataloguing bruises and changes. She wipes away moisture with the back of her hand, then exhales shakily. "Are you safe?" "For now," I answer. "But I need more than safety. Walk with me." We wind through the steam, speaking softly. Liz tells me 2 humans were sold to Sarivia's kitchens last week, and an elderly cook was whipped for spilling silverwort sauce on a lord's boots. Her stories carve fresh trenches of anger under my ribs. When she finishes, I guide her toward a narrow sluice channel where water funnels into a grate, the noise masking our words. "We can change this," I say, voice steady. "I am planting something, but I need roots in every wing of the palace." She tips her head, suspicion mingling with hope. "What kind of planting?" "Information," I explain, outlining a simple code of hums that can travel through pipes and wall stones. I learned from a miner that resonant crystals carry these frequencies. If we pass messages along the laundry shafts, guards will never hear. Liz's gaze turns fierce. "Teach me, and I will teach the maids." I squeeze her fingers, then slip a torn scrap of parchment into her palm, a sliver bearing Varroc's personal seal. Show this if anyone questions your presence outside assigned halls. She laughs, soft and incredulous. Borrowing signatures from demon lords now? You are incorrigible. That is my charm, I whisper. We embrace again, longer this time, before I retreat into the mist. Garrick materializes beside me as if conjured by farewell. Laundry army recruited, he drawls. Give them a day, I reply. They will run the palace before you can oil your blades. He huffs a laugh, then shadows my return to the tower. Late afternoon finds me hunched over a resonance console in Varroc's laboratory, adjusting copper dials that encircle a quartz pillar. Each turn of the gear alters the pitch humming through the stone. Tiny amber glyphs pulse in time with my heartbeat. The laboratory windows overlook the chasm beyond the palace wall, and every now and then a stray lightning flare paints the crystal with ghostly fire. Sail arrives balancing a tray of vegetable stew and seed bread. She lingers at the threshold until I beckon her in. Stay, I invite. I need ears that know how rock sings. Will you listen? Her mismatched hazel and brown eyes widen, but she sets the tray on a stool and perches on the floor beside the console. I ask about the minor song she mentioned yesterday, a pattern used to gauge safe fractures. She hums a descending minor scale, soft as thread. The quartz responds with a quake so gentle I feel it only through my fingertips. Joy sparks. If we embed this underneath a banquet hall, I muse, a single hum could shatter every goblet without cracking stone. Sail giggles behind her hand, the sound shy and delighted. May I hear what you plan? I outline the vision, codes travelling through pipes, crystals acting as nodes. She nods, leaning in. We tap timings against the crystal until the pillar flickers green with potential. By the time she returns to evening duties, we have the skeleton of a communication web. Dusk steals in, painting corridors violet. The empty root cellar off the main kitchen feels colder than memory, but its thick stone walls promise secrecy. 10 humans gather beneath sputtering lanterns. Liz, Sail, 2 kitchen boys, 3 laundry women, John the chainmaker with scarred palms, and a fragile-looking groom who nevertheless crushes iron nails into neat spirals while he waits. Garrick stands by the arch, arms crossed, eyes sweeping each face for threats. He does not speak, yet his presence shields us. I climb onto an upturned crate and clear my throat. Lantern flames flutter, sending shadows dancing across the ceiling. A collar weighs less than a stone, I begin, but it crushes dreams all the same. We cannot lift it by brute strength alone, so we use whispers, and those whispers will become wind. Liz squeezes my ankle in encouragement. I demonstrate the hum code, a low note for watchmen, a paired trill for safe passage, a high sustained pitch for urgent summons. Sail hums alongside me, her voice guiding others into resonance. We practice until every throat vibrates with shared purpose. John raises a battered hand. And if these whispers are heard? Then we scatter like embers, I say, and we burn in different corners until the fire meets again. Eyes gleam, some frightened, some hungry. No one refuses the plan. When the lanterns sputter low, Garrick ushers them out in small clusters. He pauses beside me while Sail extinguishes the last flame. You plant more than whispers tonight, he says quietly. You plant loyalty. Loyalty nurtured by hope, I reply, tugging the hood up. It grows faster than fear. He nods once, and we part ways down diverging corridors. Night settles thick and windless over the tower when I step onto the balcony. Varroc stands at the rail, backlit by a half-moon that floats between tower spires like a pale coin. The enchanted vines, quiescent all day, rustle awake at his presence, leaves brushing his forearms in greeting. I move beside him, resting my elbows on the cool stone. From this height, the cloud ocean spreads endless, silvered by moonlight. A hush stretches between us, serene yet charged. "Council chatter?" I ask. He releases a breath. They chase Serivia's scent but stumble over her perfumes. He turns, and moonlight spills across his face, accentuating the subtle strain around his eyes. "I heard you visited the washhouses." "They were overdue for a song," I say lightly. "And I collected musicians." He huffs a quiet laugh. "Your orchestra may topple kingdoms." Admiration warms his tone, a balm against the day's trials. We exchange the events of our separate missions, aligning strategies for Ylira's decree. A comfortable silence follows, broken only by leaf sighs. He studies my braid where the moon-white blossom still nestles. "You kept the flower," he murmurs. "It reminds me that beauty can be weapon and shield." His hand rises, brushing a strand away from my cheek. His knuckles graze skin like velvet tinder. Heat pools low in my belly. "Your storms are gentler tonight," he says. "Storms rest before they rage anew." I lift a hand to his chest, feeling the steady thunder of his heart. He captures my palm, turns it to press a kiss at the pulse point. Desire ignites, but deeper than the simmering need lies gratitude, an ache to show him he is more than a branded weapon. Before thought can betray courage, I lean in and press my mouth softly to his cheek. He stills, as if the world has narrowed to the shape of my lips. Then he exhales, a ragged sound, and tilts my chin until our gazes lock. "You kissed me," he says, voice gone rough at the edges. "I did," I breathe, "to thank you." The corner of his mouth lifts. "Thank me again." He lowers his head. Our lips meet, slow and deliberate. A spark jumps, and the vines above us unfurl, leaves brushing hair as if eager spectators. His hands settle at my waist, firm and reverent, yet he does not push further. When we part, he leans his forehead against mine. "I should let you rest," he murmurs, though his thumbs stroke small circles that belie restraint. "Then we both should." I step back, heartbeat galloping. "Tomorrow will come too soon." He nods, but the hunger in his gaze promises unfinished business. He threads the moon-white blossom from my braid and tucks it behind his ear with a playful arch of brow. I laugh, the sound airy in the night. "Sleep, Ileana," he orders gently. I retreat into the suite. At the doorway, I glance back. He remains on the balcony, the flower glowing ghost-pale against dark hair, silver eyes alight. Sleep toys with me but refuses conquest. I pace, replaying every hum, every stolen glance. Eventually I sprawl across the bed, still wearing my slate blue gown, and stare at the coffered ceiling. Thunder murmurs beneath the floating continent, yet inside my chest a steadier storm builds. I will break every collar. I will weave whisper networks until walls themselves sing of freedom. And when marble pillars finally crack, whether by secret song or violent vine, I will walk into the lightning without regret. Purpose thrums behind my ribs until exhaustion drapes like velvet. As my eyes drift shut, I feel the ghost of Varroc's kiss against my pulse, anchoring me to a future neither of us yet dares to name.
Chapter 9. Varroc. Midnight settles over the citadel of Galmoleth like velvet ink, soft enough to lull the sentries lining the parapets, yet heavy with an unspoken promise of trouble. The stained glass panels in my private dining salon glow with backlit lightning, painting the long table in restless jeweled patterns. 2 place settings await, gold forks gleaming beside crystal goblets. My hands rest on the chair backs, while I listen to the pulse roaring inside my ears. Tonight should belong to strategy, Tomorrow I will face a hall of nobles thirsty for scandal, and Lady Sarivia is no doubt poised to pour them poison sweet as amaranth wine. Agent Ylira's evidence must be planted before dawn. Garrick's reports of guard rotations still lie unread on my desk. None of that matters in this single suspended breath. Bootsteps whisper beyond the carved doors. My heart lurches, ridiculous and eager, so I school my expression into calm the moment the latch clicks. Ileana enters, cloaked in dusk blue velvet that catches lamplight like a moonlit lake. A single vine blossom, white, impossible in this season, rests behind her ear, its petals trembling with each graceful step. She shuts the door behind her, eyes sweeping the room, then settling on me. "You requested my presence," she says. The words hold no fear, only a quiet current of curiosity that ignites heat beneath my skin. I did. I draw out her chair. "Please sit." She studies me for a heartbeat, measuring command, perhaps savoring it, then glides across the carpet and lowers herself onto the padded seat. Her cloak parts to reveal a fitted bodice of matte, indigo leather that traces the gentle swell of her bosom before flaring at the waist into soft silk panels. At her throat, an amethyst pendant glints, its chain dipping into the hollow where her pulse flickers. She rests her hands in her lap, fingers laced, poised, and utterly unbroken. I pour a wine infused with star fruit and dark spice. When I hand her the goblet, our fingers brush. The small contact disrupts the carefully balanced air, sending awareness spiraling through me. I retreat to the opposite chair but do not sit. Instead, I circle the table, letting the silence stretch until it vibrates. "Your network grows," I say at last while refilling my own glass. Garrick counted 17 new hums traveling the pipe shafts before dusk. None matched our codes. I assume they were yours. She lifts her brows, neither confirming nor denying. The stones resonate beautifully when their prison forgets to listen. I smile despite the hard knot of desire tightening in my belly. You accomplish in one day what scholars take months to design, and you pave paths with flowers that bow to your whim. She sips the wine, lashes lowering. Perhaps we trade methods. A rush of pride swells inside me. I move to the window, gaze fixed on the rolling cloud sea. You have become a variable I did not predict, Ileana. She sets her glass down, the soft clink loud in the hush. Variables keep equations alive. I turn. Moonlight washes her features, rendering her striking cheekbones in gentle silver. I feel the precarious edge between caution and possession crumble beneath my boots. "Come!" I command, voice low. She stands, silk rustling, and approaches. I hold out my hand. She places hers atop it without hesitation. The warmth of her palm floods my veins. I lead her past the table, through a side arch into a quieter chamber, lit only by braziers of scented charcoal. The aroma coils, cedar, myrrh, and a faint vanilla, and I feel the space closing around us, intimate as a secret. A single chaise, upholstered in midnight velvet, waits near the far wall. I face her and lift one gloved finger, tracing air just above her collarbone. "Remove the cloak." Her breath catches, but her gaze never wavers. She unclasps the silver brooch at her shoulder, lets the velvet slide down her arms, and hands it to me. I drape it over a nearby screen. When I turn back, she stands bare-shouldered except for that sleek bodice, her skin glowing warm bronze in the firelight. "Tell me," I murmur, stepping closer. "Do you trust me?" She inhales, then nods. "To a point." "Which point?" "The one just beyond fear." Her voice flutters but does not falter. "The place where choices become declarations." My pulse kicks. I cup her cheek, thumb stroking the delicate curve below her eye. "Then declare something, Ileana." She rises on her toes and brushes her lips across mine in the gentlest stroke imaginable. I feel it everywhere. Skin electric, lungs greedy for air. She lowers herself but keeps those emerald eyes on mine. I declare that I am not afraid of you, she whispers, but I am terrified of what we could become. The honesty pierces. I slide my hand into her hair, fisting gently at the nape. Let the terror rest tonight. She presses closer, palms flattening against my chest. And show me how. I claim her mouth with quiet hunger, a kiss that starts reverent and then deepens until her sigh becomes a low moan. She tastes of fruit and daring. I take, yet I also offer. Unyielding, vulnerable in the hush between breaths. When I break away, she sways. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I close my eyes, letting each slow heartbeat remind me she is real, alive, and here by choice. The realization frightens me more than any battlefield. It promises a pain sharper than blades if she's lost. I tighten my arms. After minutes, she speaks, voice hazy. That brand of yours feels cooler now. I glance down at the spiral. Indeed, its glow has dimmed, as if sated. Perhaps it wanted to remember joy, I murmur. Her laughter is sleepy, tender. Joy and thunder. She brushes the scar again. I liked meeting all of you tonight, the commander and the man underneath. I swallow, an unexpected prick of emotion lodging in my throat. I'm still learning who the man underneath even is. Then we learn together. She yawns, snuggling closer. I press a kiss to her damp hair. In the deep hush after the storm, responsibilities crowd the edges of thought. Cerevia's decree, Ylira's vote, Asmodeus's threats. But they wait outside the circle of her warmth. For this whisper of night I rest in borrowed grace. As her breathing slows, I vow under my breath, no caller, no law, no king will strip this from us. If I must carve new constellations across the sky to keep her safe, I will draw them with blood and lightning. Outside, thunder rumbles a distant approval. Inside, her heartbeat guides mine toward a dawn neither of us has dared to imagine, yet one I will bend the world to see.
Chapter 10. Ileana. The first edge of dawn seeps across the carved cornice above Varroc's bed, turning onyx inlays to veins of rose gold. I wake before the sun claws fully over the horizon, my head tucked beneath his chin, my body cradled within a fortress of rune-marked arms. His breathing unfolds in slow, measured waves, and with each exhale, the glowing lines beneath his skin dim and then brighten again, a lullaby of living embers. For one impossibly fragile moment, I let myself exist inside that peace. No council edicts lurk beyond the door, and no collars glint on frightened throats. Bloodshed and politics obey an invisible tether outside this chamber. Only the scent of cedar and of lingering heat wraps around me. His scent, and the echo of last night steals another shiver through my limbs. Then reality intrudes. I feel my hair plastered to my neck, the tenderness where his grip branded my hips, the pulse beating far too fast beneath my ribs. Delight wars with dread. A rebel cannot afford to drown in silk sheets or crimson skin. I turn my head, studying the peaceful planes of his face. Half-lidded silver eyes track dreams I cannot enter, eyelashes dark against copper skin. Horns arch back like polished obsidian, sinister to most eyes, yet softened by the faintest curl at the tips. He looks younger in sleep, the ruthless commander stripped away, leaving only the man who whispered my name, as if it might save him. Perhaps it will save both of us, or destroy everything we have built. I slide carefully from the cocoon of his arms, easing free without waking him. The chill leaches warmth from my bare skin, but I welcome its sharp clarity. I scoop his silk robe from the floor and shrug it over my shoulders. The fabric pools at my ankles. Heat from his body still clings to the weave. I tie the sash twice, then pad across the room toward the tall windows that overlook the western cloud sea. The floating continent hangs silent this early, as though the whole expanse holds its breath. Jagged pylons of basalt thrust through cotton valleys of mist, their tips catching the rising sun. On the horizon, a column of storm clouds glimmers with distant lightning, yet there is no thunder here, only a hush pierced by the windbeats of night riders returning to roost. I press my palm to the glass. The cool pain steadies my thoughts, whirling faster than those storm bands. I want to laugh at my reflection, hair tangled, lips still swollen, pulse flicking at my throat, yet guilt bites instead. Every kiss, every gasping surrender felt true, but I walked willingly into the arms of our oppressor, a demon lord whose blade hovered above my chest days ago. I betrayed no plan, revealed no secrets, but I gave him something perhaps more dangerous, my trust. A ghost of last night's voice echoes, his promise to bend constellations with blood and lightning for me. Part of me thrills, another recoils. Heroes forged from obsession may topple thrones, yet they can crush the very people they swear to save. I rub the blossom tucked behind my ear. Its petals have wilted under the press of pillows, yet a faint fragrance lingers, memory and warning both. Behind me, the bedclothes rustle. I stiffen, expecting a sleepy murmur. Instead, Varrok's deep voice sounds fully awake, threaded with concern. Come back to the warmth, Ileana. The glass is colder than you pretend. I keep my gaze on the clouds. If I grow too comfortable, I might forget what waits beyond this chamber. Footsteps pad across the carpet, unhurried. He stops at my side, but maintains a respectful distance, perhaps sensing the turmoil churning between my ribs. The first rays of sunlight climb his chest, igniting runes that slept moments ago. I never intended to fence you in, he says, tone gentler than dawn. I know, I answer, exhaling. Yet captivity can hide in comfort. Last night, words snag on the intimacy still glowing beneath my skin. Last night, blurred lines. His reflection meets mine in the glass. Lines can be redrawn. He tries for calm, but a flicker of uncertainty clouds his eyes. Varrok, who stands unflinching before gods and kings, fears this bruise of doubt. I turn, leaning against the windowsill. I need space, time to remember who I am when I'm not claimed by the storm. He nods slowly. Then space you shall have. My chamber doors remain open when you wish them, not before. Relief twines with disappointment. Strange. I slip past him, collecting the folded cloak on a chair. There is work to finish. The kitchens wake soon, and Liss will expect me. He catches my wrist, not hard, not demanding, simply anchoring. Heat travels from his palm up my arm. You are more than work to me. I can only believe that when our actions prove it outside these walls. I ease free, offering a tentative smile that wobbles at one corner. Give me the day. Take the day, he responds. Tonight we plan Ylira's proof. Tomorrow we unseat Sarivia. And after? His mouth curves. After we find room to breathe. I nod and retreat to the bathing room. A sluice of hot water washes away dried sweat, lipstick smears, and a scattering of petals. The marks on my hips remain, finger-shaped violets rising beneath the steam. I stare at them, then drag a sponge gently across, refusing either shame or gloating pride. They simply exist, evidence of choices I own. When I step from the pool, I dress in a plain russet tunic and leggings suited for traversing service corridors. Varrock waits in the study, hair now knotted, horns polished to a deep shine, a dark jade coat hugging his torso. The transformation from lover to warlord steals my breath. He offers a leather folio. "Garrick mapped guard rotations on these scrolls," he says. "Take what you need. I trust your discretion." "You trust quickly. I trust precisely." His eyes warm. "Return safely." I press 2 fingers to his chest, just above the sparking rune, and slip into the hallway. The palace teems with purpose by the 4th bell. Brass gongs reverberate through arches, calling servants to tasks and nobles to breakfast salons. I skirt painted colonnades, dipping into narrow passages where demon architects never imagined an infiltrator might tread. Sale waits near the laundry cylinders, a basket balanced on her hip, humming the first code measure. She breaks off when she sees me, cheeks dimpling. "John forged these," she whispers, producing a bundle of crude iron keys. "One fits every door on the service levels." She glows with pride as I tuck the bundle beneath my belt. "Excellent. Tell him his work may free more than hinges." We exchange the next phrase of encoded hum, settling on meeting points and contingencies. I cannot linger. Gossip slithers fast. If a demon steward glimpses too many humans grouped together, questions will sprout. I leave Sale distributing linens, her mismatched eyes alight with a mission. I make my way toward the western kitchens, where Lace chops roots with the fury of a commander hacking through enemy lines. The moment she notices me, she signals another scullion to stall the overseer, then sweeps me into a walk-in pantry heavy with spice. The door swings shut behind us, muffling the clatter of pots. "You're flushed," she observes, leaning against a stack of barley sacks. "Fast corridors," I say, wiping the sweat from my brow. "Fast corridors and demon lovers, perhaps?" Her grin teases, but concern lines her brow. "Word drifted to the scullery rats. You left the spire after sunrise wearing his robe." Heat floods my cheeks. Not his robe. A lie, but she deserves truth. I breathe once. "Yes, his robe. It's complicated." Her gaze softens, then turns practical. "He hurt you?" "No." The answer releases tension I did not realize was coiled inside. Yet kindness from someone with power can be another snare. "Snare or stepping stone?" Lise asks. She folds her arms. "If the demon's affection steadies our steps, perhaps we should use it." I trace a swirl in spilled flour on the nearest barrel. That is the question clawing my ribs. I can wield his trust, yet each hour I want him for reasons beyond advantage. Desire muddies allegiance. Lys plants a steady hand on my shoulder. "Anchors only drag you down if you forget you can swim. Want him, but remember why you entered the storm." I blink away the prickle behind my eyes. "Thank you." She nods briskly. "Now, your chainmaker requests copper filings. He says iron alone echoes too plainly through the vents." "I will acquire the copper." We part. She returns to chopping with renewed vigour. I step back into the corridors, clutching her words like a compass. Late afternoon dims the great hallways to dusky amber. News of tomorrow's vote seeps through every conversation. Half-blood nobles whisper about collars with terror on their tongues. Humans whisper of chance. I slip into Ylira's solar carrying forged ledgers. One details untaxed sapphire shipments. The second lists falsified summons logs, linking Cerivia to the nightshade smugglers. Ylira rises from an ivory settee when I enter, her lavender skin luminous against a silk gown the colour of thunderheads. "Iliana." She greets me with a kiss to each cheek, noble custom she rarely grants her own peers. "Varrock said the papers were coming, yet he failed to mention you would deliver them." "The corridors listen more tightly when he walks them," I reply, passing her the folio. She leafs through, eyes flashing triumph. Perfect. The moment the decree reaches the floor, I will release this evidence. Her tone sharpens. Is your demon ready for the fallout? He plots 3 contingencies deep, but he also trusts me to weave one of my own. I hesitate. You must guarantee safe exit channels for humans who wish to flee once chaos breaks. Ylera studies me, then inclines her head. Consider it done. The western stables will shelter them. We clasp wrists. After I leave, resolve steadies my heartbeat. I can love a storm without drowning if I chart escape for those who cannot ride lightning. Moonrise finds me perched on a deserted parapet above the auxiliary gardens, legs dangling over a dizzying drop. I hum a low note, one I have not sung since childhood, letting the sound seep into stone. My voice quivers with questions that have no easy answer. The resonance crystals buried beneath the walkway shiver in reply, carrying the hum toward the laundry vents. Footsteps crunch on gravel behind me. Varrock emerges from an arch, wearing travel leathers dark as wet slate. Citron pine cologne mingles with the night air, pricking senses that remember too vividly the taste of his lips. He stops an arm's length away, hands clasped behind his back. You asked for space, he says quietly. But I worried when twilight fell, and you were not within safe wings. Safe is relative, I answer, swinging a foot. I needed solitude. He gazes over the railing, assessing how easily a misstep could spill me into the abyss. May I sit? I nod. He lowers himself beside me, boots resting on the ledge, but his body angled inward, so a single horn would catch me if I leaned too far. Wind tugs strands of hair across my mouth. Without thinking, I brush them away, then glance at him. Concern shadows his eyes. Regret? He asks, voice barely audible above the breeze. I study the curve of distant lightning on the horizon. No. The word tastes honest, yet freighted. I regret the power you hold over me, but not the night itself. Relief flickers, quickly veiled. I hold power over many. With you, I would rather share it. That is the paradox, I whisper. Shared power tilts when hearts tilt. My throat tightens. If tomorrow's vote goes poorly, it will not, he interrupts. Lightning flashes again, illuminating determination etched into the hard planes of his features. But if threads tangle, I will cut them. I fear cutting threads may sever more than bondage. I draw my knees to my chest, resting my chin. I need to remain me, not a mirror of your desires. He breathes slowly, then tilts his face to the stars. Tell me what I must do to prove I do not wish to remake you. When the council roars for blood, I answer, choose mercy even if it costs prestige. Let your strength bloom in restraint. He considers, then nods. Tomorrow, if Cerevia's allies call for punishment, I will deny them. Not deny, I correct gently. Offer them a better dream. A faint smile curves his mouth. Your dream. Our dream, I amend. A sky where vines and crystals grow unshackled and collars remain memory. He shifts, placing one hand atop mine where it rests on limestone. Then we will plant that dream. But tonight, he rises smoothly. You asked for space, and I honour that request. He extends a hand to help me stand. Come, I will escort you to your chamber, then return to draft mercy. As he lifts me, warmth flares up my arm. I ground myself, breathing slow. Boundaries, Ileana. You chose them. I withdraw my hand once I find my footing. His mouth tightens, but he nods. We walk side by side through the darkened gardens. Petals close for the night, yet under our steps they glow faint, as if unconsciously attuned to the path we carve. At my door, he pauses, not crossing the threshold. Rest, he says, voice husky yet held in check. Tomorrow we face thunder awake. I place a palm on his chest, feeling the rune's heat. Thank you for letting me breathe. Thank you, he answers, for teaching me breathing is not weakness. He leaves. The corridor swallows his silhouette. Alone, I lean against the wooden panel, heart throbbing like a tame animal testing cage bars. Last night's pleasure still hums beneath my skin, but tonight, clarity reigns. I vow to hold him close to purpose, not suffocate us in want. I light a single lamp and open my notebook, recording new codes devised with sail. My pen scratches steady while thoughts flutter. I catalogue resource caches, list half-blood families likely to vote with Yalira. Each sentence grounds me, forging anchor lines to the woman I was before chains. Hours later, I set the quill aside, flex cramped fingers. Moonlight spills through the balcony doors, carving silver stripes across the floorboards. I step outside, letting the night air cool the fever behind my eyes. Far below, the lower tiers shimmer with scattered lights. Somewhere Lee sleeps, Sail hums, John tempers iron. Their trust steadies my resolve. Desire may spark rebellion, but loyalty and strategy will keep flames controlled. I will love Varrock if love can stand alongside freedom, not in place of it. Tomorrow I will test that truth. For now I fold my arms over the railing and hum the minor song into the wind, sending the note through crystal veins to every heart listening in the dark. The sky does not answer, yet in the hush I feel countless breaths catch, then release. Hope drifts between us on invisible threads, braiding a network no collar can latch. I stay until the hum dies on my lips and dawn paints faint blushes in the east. Only then do I slip into bed, clasping the wilted blossom in my fist. Boundaries may blur, storms may break stone. Still, I lay my head on the pillow certain of one vow. My roots dig deeper than any net of power, and I will not be uprooted again.
Chapter 11. Varrock. The gong of the seventh bell vibrates through the stone like a restless heart. I stand before the mirror in my strategy chamber, fastening the final clasp of a charcoal coat that molds to my torso as if poured there. The fabric carries etched runic threads that have thrummed all night while I refine their weave. Garrick waits by the doorway, arms folded, his keen eyes tracing every motion. He offers neither compliment nor critique. He knows silence steadies the knot in my gut better than any endorsement. I flex my fingers. Sparks answer under the skin, hungry to break free. They cannot. Not yet. Today, the court must see precision, not raw power. Strength delivered with a surgeon's touch convinces even the most skittish ally. I roll my shoulders once, releasing the last hint of stiffness from what little passed for sleep. Visions of Ileana's face kept invading my dreams, her eyes shining with both fire and caution as she hummed into the wind. I push the memory aside and face my lieutenant. Report, I say. Sorevia's decree will enter the floor at mid-morning. She has spent the sunrise weaving support in the Basilica courtyard. Garrick's tone carries crafted neutrality, but his fingers drum the pommel of his dagger. Half-blood nobles drift between fear and fury. They want guidance. They will have it. I grab the jade folio from my desk, evidence forged by Ileana's hand and disguised as merchant ledgers. Yalira waits outside the amphitheater. When I signal, she releases this into the current. Garrick tilts his head. And if Sarivia counters with fresh poison, I convert her venom to spectacle. The confidence in my voice tastes thin. I swallow, refusing to let frailty surface. Is Ileana ready? She prepares in the resonance gallery. The cloak you sent fits, yet she still chooses the plain belt. He almost smiles. She keeps anchors close. Good. Anchors keep storms from raging beyond control. I sweep past him. He falls into step on my left. Corridors pulse with the anxious chatter of courtiers. Vibrant pennants hang limp in the still air, their embroidered crests dulled by the murky sunrise. As we pass, whispers ripple, tongues tasting rumor of today's vote and any excuse to watch a demon stumble. I keep my gaze forward, drawing calm from the steady cadence of bootsteps. We reach the entrance of the Resonance Gallery, a long hall lined with crystal pillars that once amplified hymnals to the heavens. Today it acts as both rehearsal space and potential stage for disaster. Ileana stands near the center column, her back turned, adjusting the fall of her dusky purple cloak. She wears fitted trousers beneath, ready to move if this goes poorly. A single copper filament threads her braid, catching stray light. I dismiss Garrick with a nod. When the door's hush close behind him, Ileana turns. Her lips quirk in greeting, but tension radiates along her shoulders. "Your eyes are shadowed," she murmurs. "Long night?" "Long week." I move closer, brushing aside a curl that has escaped her braid. "You remember the pathways?" Her chin lifts. "The crystals anchor to 3 harmonics. I will hum only the lowest pitch. Your runes will weave the rest." She recites it with a calm eye envy. I take her hands, pressing them to my chest, so she feels the pounding truth beneath my ribs. If Sarivia presses, I may need to escalate. The display will remain threads and mirrors. No harm will reach you. She studies me. "Mirrors cannot hide forever. Are you certain this is the right path?" "Right?" I no longer know the shape of that word. I exhale. It is the path that keeps you free today. Tomorrow we forge a better one. She squeezes my fingers once, then steps back, letting responsibility settle across my shoulders. Marble tiers rise in a half-circle around the council floor, packed edge to edge with nobles in layered silks and gleaming armor. Murmurs echo like bees in a stone hive. I walk the aisle alone until I reach the central plinth. Each heartbeat thunders, yet my face betrays only cool detachment. Chancellor Valith stands at his lectern, scroll unfurled. He clears his throat and begins reciting docket items, but attention already drifts to Sarivia, who reclines on a chaise beside her retinue. She has chosen crimson today, a deliberate echo of blood. At her feet kneels a human attendant holding a silver tray of obsidian flowers. Nightshade again, a threat hidden behind perfume. When Velith finishes preliminaries, he gestures to her. Matron Sarivia of House Velenth petitions first voice. She rises with languid grace, though venom shines in her smile. "Honored Council, I stand for integrity. Recent events have sown doubt about Dominus Varroc's control over unregistered sorcery." Her gaze flicks toward Ileana, seated quietly with Yalira on an upper tier. If this mortal commands power that bypasses our registers, we must witness it in a neutral setting. Demonstrations in closed rooms no longer suffice. Whispers bloom like mold. Velith turns to me. "Dominus?" I incline my head. "I welcome transparency. The Resonance Gallery awaits. The pillars record every arcane pulse. A test there will leave no room for speculation." Sarivia's brows arch, as if surprised by my concession. She recovers, claps slender hands. "Let the court adjourn to the gallery." Figures rise, rustling silks and clinking chainmail. I descend the dais, pulse racing faster. Risk multiplies with each spectator, but the larger the crowd, the harder it becomes for Sarivia to twist the story afterward. The gallery hums with layered conversations when we enter. I position Ileana near the central pillar, while scribes unroll parchment to record spectral readings. Matron Yalira stands behind a cluster of half-blood nobles, ready to launch our forged documents if this charade cracks. Garrick watches from a side arch, fingers drumming, eyes tracking each guard. Chancellor Velith's voice cuts through the noise. "The mortal will perform her alleged hum. Dominus Varrock will remain at a distance to prevent channel manipulation. A knot forms in my stomach. Separation strips my runes from her hum's path. I plan to stand close enough to lace her note with controlled power. Now I must improvise. I step back until I reach the evaluation dais, 40 paces away. The runes woven into my coat may catch her resonance even across that gap, if I feed them blood. I bite my thumb, letting a drop bead along the sigil at my wrist, hidden by my sleeve. The rune flares faintly, accepting the pact. Ileana meets my gaze, steady, sure. She closes her eyes, draws a breath, and releases the first low tone. It vibrates through the crystal, a soft rumble felt more than heard. The pillar brightens, but only modestly. A second note threads upward, layering complexity. My runes drink it like rain. I channel a thread of chaos energy down the column's spine, subtle enough to mask its origin. Light blooms brighter. Gasps ripple through the audience. Sarivia steps forward, jewel eyes narrowing. She senses tampering, yet cannot pinpoint the source. She lifts her hand, perhaps to protest. Before she speaks, I twist the energy again, splitting it into 7 whisper-thin strands that race through each pillar. On cue, the columns ignite in a ring of emerald fire reflecting the color of Ileana's cloak. The audience erupts in astonished applause. Engineers scribble frantic measurements down parchment. I see a mix of wonder and dread on every face. Ileana holds the final tone until my nod signals release. As the echo fades, the crystals dim, leaving faint after-images floating behind eyelids. Chancellor Veleth clears his throat. The resonance registers stable output, with no destructive spikes. The court recognizes the mortal's gift as controlled under Dominus Varrock's guidance. Applause swells again. Sarivia's smile wavers, slipping at the edges. She bows theatrically, but her eyes burn. The trap springs when Ylira strides forward, scroll in hand. "Honored peers," she calls, voice rippling. House Valinth speaks of regulation, yet its coffers swell with untaxed sapphire imports. She unrolls the ledger. Scribes scurry to copy. Here lies record of contraband shipments and payments to smugglers who supplied banned nightshade. She flicks a glance at the tray by Sarivia's attendant. Gasps turn to shouts. Half-blood nobles surge, demanding explanations. Veleth signals guards. In moments, both the ledger and the nightshade blossoms are carried to auditors. Sarivia's poised mask fractures, then shatters in silent fury. I step from the dais. Every eye pivots to track me. I find Ileana, still standing beside the central pillar, hands clasped before her, as though nothing extraordinary just happened. Our gazes lock. Pride and gratitude flood through me, fierce enough to banish lingering fear. Chancellor Veleth raises his staff of office. Until further investigation, House Valinth's motion regarding collars is suspended. The decree is tabled. Relief sweeps the chamber in waves. Half-blood nobles sag as if a guillotine vanished. Sarivia opens her mouth to object, but Veleth's staff strikes marble, silencing her. "Council adjourned," he states. Corridors buzz like storm-struck hives as nobles file out. Guards escort Sarivia away under pretense of interview. I glimpse her glare before she vanishes. Garrick approaches with a tight smile. "Flawless," he says. "Seldom that simple," I mutter, though I allow his praise to settle, brief warmth in cold veins. "Any backlash?" "Most houses jubilant. Some fear retaliation from Valinth loyalists. We will double night watches." "Do." I clap his shoulder and move toward Ileana. She speaks with Ylira, who folds the now official evidence scroll with satisfaction. When she sees me approach, she excuses herself, leaving us in a niche of sunlit glass. Ileana studies my hands. The cut on my thumb still bleeds slowly. She lifts it, pressing the wound between her own fingers, gentle pressure to stanch the flow. "That was reckless," she whispers. "I prefer daring," I answer, Her lips twitch. Perhaps both. She draws me closer, though the hall still bustles behind us. Thank you for trusting me with so many eyes watching. You carried every note perfectly. I lower my forehead to hers, ignoring the scandalized glances of two passing dignitaries. Your strength steadies mine more than any rune. She sighs, a sound part longing, part warning, then steps back. Rest while you can. Velenth loyalists will regroup. I know, I say, though exhaustion claws at my spine. We meet in the strategy chamber at dusk. She nods and slips away, cloak swirling. I watch until the crowd swallows her, then exhale. Victory carries sweetness, but beneath it, anxiety coils tight. Each triumph binds my fate to hers more publicly. Soon, no deception will conceal the depth of my need. Late afternoon shadows stretch across the courtyard garden where I sit with Chancellor Velith. He pours bitter herbal tea, the color of moss, into 2 cups etched with the royal sigil. His eyes flick to the cut on my thumb. Blood in the weave, he says. A bold method. Necessity. He sips, watching me. The king will commend your spectacle, yet he will also note how swiftly Sarivia fell once you opposed her. His Majesty desires stability. I delivered it. For now. Velith sets the cup down. Your attachment to the mortal grows more visible. Enemies will strike there next. I meet his gaze without flinching. I am aware. Then steel yourself. Emotion weakens shields. I incline my head but say nothing. His warning echoes in my own fear. Night drapes the tower when Garrick enters my chamber unannounced. He tosses a velvet pouch onto my desk. Small sapphires spill across the maps. Confiscated from the Velenth treasury, he says. Auditors discovered a deeper ledger. Sarivia will face exile. I nod, yet the news fails to lift the stone now lodged in my gut. And Ileana? Safe for the moment. However, spies whisper of bounty hunters on the lower tiers. My fists clench. Double her guard discreetly. He pauses. She will resent captivity. I glare. No chains, shadow shield, only. Garrick bows, but his parting words strike like arrows. You move heavens for her. Ensure she never becomes your sky's collapse. Silence returns once he leaves. I pour the sapphires back into the pouch, each stone clicking like a guilty heartbeat. The walls feel closer, heavy with my own decisions. Sarivia falls, yet the void she leaves draws darker threats. I realize with brutal clarity that every victory sharpens the knife against Ileana's throat. I step onto the balcony, letting wind lash my hair free. Clouds roll turbulent below. Lightning flickers, illuminating distant ravines. Power hums under my skin, but tonight it feels less like armor, more like chains I forged myself. I picture Ileana's face lit by crystal fire, remember her whispered plea for restraint. Can I wield strength without becoming the tyrant we fight? I grip the railing until my knuckles turn pale. Tomorrow may demand yet another show, another weave of half-truths. But tonight I allow the wind to cool the fevered rush in my veins. I vow to choose mercy before spectacle, truth before manipulation, if only to prove myself worthy of the woman who hums storms into being. Thunder answers, distant as if taking note. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, plus 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 12. Ileana. The echo of polished boots fades into distant corridors as the nobles depart the resonance gallery, yet the taste of scrutiny still coats my tongue. Dozens of eyes mocked, weighed, and measured every breath I took during Varroc's demonstration, and I feel each lingering stare like the ghost of a slap. My shoulders ache from holding perfect posture, and my jaw from the practiced half-smile that promised confidence while hiding the tremors beneath my skin. I stand beside the central pillar a moment longer, pressing my palm to the cooling crystal. Its surface no longer glows, but a faint thrum remains, as though it remembers the river of power that coursed through it minutes ago. A steward waits to escort me to a reception chamber where refreshments and veiled interrogations surely await, yet I lift one hand, bidding a silent request for privacy. The steward bows and retreats, leaving me alone amid marbles still reverberating with gossip. My heart pounds. I draw a breath, steadying the racing beat. The demonstration succeeded. Sarivia stumbled, her decree suspended, but the cost sits heavy in my lungs. I inspect the room that witnessed my every note. No scorch marks blacken the floor, no crystals lie shattered, yet I am aware of unseen fractures, hairline cracks within alliances, shifts in currents that carry both freedom and danger. I trace one such fissure inside my chest, where defiance and attraction meet in uneasy embrace. A memory flashes. Varroc's eyes locked on mine across the distance, his subtle nod guiding me to release the final note. Even from afar I felt the invisible thread between us tightening, an unspoken vow. He risked a blood rune to lend strength while masking its origin, and danced along treason's edge for my sake. Admiration ignites warm embers below my ribs, joined instantly by guilt. Each time he wields deception to protect me, another layer of his carefully honed armour cracks, and with each saved moment, the noose around him, and therefore around us, tightens. I force a slow exhale and straighten, refusing to crumble under possibilities. My feet carry me toward a side door rarely used by nobles. Varroc promised space, and I intend to honour that promise, yet I need to breathe air free of whispered rumours before I face the next chess move. The passage opens onto a narrow terrace, half hidden behind climbing ivy. The noon sun pierces the cloud bank, painting ripples of gold across the railing. I step into the brightness, lungs savouring the crisp wind scented with distant pine. Below, on the lower tiers, servants bustle like ants, flashes of white aprons, glints of copper buckets. I spot Lise leading two maids across a courtyard, heads bent in animated conversation. The sight steadies me more than the sunlight. They sacrifice sleep and safety to share coded hums for our network. Their courage leaves no room for self-pity. I lift my face to the wind and hum a single phrase, the new frequency Sail suggested. The stainless whistle threads through the air, seeking copper nodes inside the palace walls. If the line works, miners in the deepest tunnels will hear within minutes. I imagine their surprised smiles and feel an answering spark of hope. "Beautiful pitch," a voice murmurs. My pulse stutters. I whirl to find Yalira stepping onto the terrace, lavender skin glowing beneath a parasol of translucent silk. Her eyes gleam topaz bright, but caution tempers her smile. "I should have known you would claim this hidden ledge," she says, closing the parasol. "You have the scent of the wind in your hair." "Apologies, matron," I reply, smoothing my cloak. I needed a breath. "No apology necessary. After the scrutiny you endured, dragon's wings could not beat out the stale stink of politics. She moves beside me, resting manicured hands on the rail. They devoured every tremor of your voice, yet you never flinched. I flinched inside. The admission slips free before pride clamps it. That makes your poise more impressive. She glances toward the gallery doors. You know, of course, that whispers claim your song pulls Varroc's strings. They cannot grasp how a mortal might hold her own power. I rub my thumb over the copper strand at my temple. Let them whisper. Each rumour blunts the next blade. Ylera eyes me sidelong. Your strength reminds me of cracked ice, resilient yet dangerous should anyone misstep. She lifts the parasol again. I will see you at the Strategy Council tonight. Do not let the vipers steer your heart. I nod, uncertain whether her compliment bears a warning. She sweeps away, silk rustling. Left alone, I replay her words. Cracked ice threatens both walker and water. I promised myself to remain an anchor, not an edge. With renewed focus, I retrace my steps back through hidden corridors, avoiding clusters of nobles now drifting toward pavilions for midday gossip. By early afternoon, sunlight slants across the high windows of the sewing workshop, where Sale and 2 other humans sought bolts of cloth for upcoming banquets. I duck into the doorway, exchanging silent greetings. The air smells of linen starch and nutmeg. Sale glances over her shoulder, mischief alight. Your note reached the mines, she whispers around a mouthful of pins. Echo jumped stone within 9 breaths. The miners tapped back gratitude. Relief washes over me. Excellent. Continue mapping the air ducts. She nods, returning to her task. Before I leave, John slips from a side alcove, stealth surprising for a hulking chainmaker. He presses a slender metal hook into my palm, 2 prongs bent precisely. For door locks on the upper clerical floors, he murmurs. Half-bloods may need an exit if Velinth allies riot. I tuck it into my belt. Thank you. In his soot-smeared face, I read flickers of pride, fear, and a cautious hope stronger than iron. Twilight drapes the corridors in lavender shadows by the time I reach Varroc's strategy chamber. He indicated we would meet here, but the thick oak doors remain closed. Garrick leans against a column across the hall, arms folded in what looks like patience, though one foot taps a subtle rhythm betraying impatience. He is detained with the Chancellor, Garrick explains, nodding toward the door. I was about to fetch you for a separate briefing. We step into a side library lined with parchment scrolls whose titles I cannot decipher. A single desk lamp casts amber pools on a stack of ledgers. 3 factions loyal to Cerivia pledge vengeance, Garrick says in a low voice. 2 command house guards, the 3rd finances hired blades. Numbers? Maybe 30 trained swords. More if coin flows. Targets? You and Varroc. His tone remains clinical, but the hand near his dagger tightens. They plan public humiliation before a lethal strike, likely at tomorrow's tribunal when the evidence is formally registered. Heat chills in my veins, an alchemy of anger and dread. Public humiliation how? Rumour claims they will parade you in a collar forged by Cerivia's artisans. Display the rogue sorceress before stripping Varroc of rank. My pulse stammers, yet I force a steady breath. And their plan to subdue him. Poison runes baked into the collar's clasp. If he breaks it, chaos feedback sings into his brand. Garrick slams a scroll flat. Ingenious and vile. A tremor travels from my shoulders downward, but I ground my feet and lift my chin. Then we must craft counter-ingenuity. Resolve crystallizes like winter glass. We let them attempt their humiliation. Only we control the ending. Garrick's brows lift. Explain. I lean over the small table, tracing lines on guidiron parchment, conjuring strategy as I speak. We intercept the craftsman forging the collar, replace the poison runes with dormant crystals tuned to our frequency. When they clasp it publicly, Varrock channels energy to shatter the collar outward, a harmless burst that appears destructive only to the conspirators. He emerges unscathed, and their plot backfires. Garrick scrutinizes my sketch, lips pursing. Risk mounts, one fault, and the rune arcs back. Risk is lesser than surrendering spectacle to them. A moment passes before he nods. I will locate the smith tonight. He rolls the parchment shut. Varrock may resist using you as bait. Varrock will understand the necessity, I say, though my stomach tightens. Garrick strides out to marshal spies. I follow toward the central stair, but divert into an alcove overlooking the terrace where we met at dawn. Varrock stands there now, alone, his gaze lost in violet dusk. I hesitate, but the weight of knowledge pushes me forward. My footsteps echo softly across the mosaic tiles. He turns, eyebrows lifting at my approach. The gloom paints warm amber across his skin, lighting the runes that never quite rest. I thought you would be with Chancellor Velith, I say. Discussion ended early. He studies my expression. You carry a storm in your eyes. Storm brings warning. I glance at the view before facing him. Your enemies craft a new collar meant to shame me and break you. I relay Garrick's intelligence, voice steady though my pulse thrums. When I finish, silence stretches, taut as drawn wire. Varrock's jaw tightens, the veins along his neck pulsing. I will not permit them to touch you, he says at last, each word hammered from steel. I touch his arm. Listen before you decide. We can bend their collar into a trap. I explain the plan, including my part as willing bait. His eyes narrow as the strategy unfolds, yet rage flickers in the silver depths. When I finish, he steps back, pacing 3 strides before whirling. You ask me to risk your life on a public stage. I risk my dignity each time nobles ogle. I fold my arms. This time let that gaze become a dagger turned on them. He drags a hand through his hair. If the rune fails, it will not. Sale and I mastered the resonance pathways. I trust our craft. He stops pacing. His expression softens, though tension still hums. Your courage terrifies me more than any blade. My courage mirrors yours. I reach for his hand, threading our fingers. We step together, or we do not move at all. He brings my knuckles to his lips. Heat flares in my chest, tempered by purpose. Then we prepare, he says, strength returning to his voice. Garrick arranges the collar swap. I weave the shatter runes. You rehearse the fall if the podium collapses. We share a tight smile at the absurdity of rehearsing disasters. Shadows lengthen and lanterns flicker on, bathing us in gold. Rest tonight, he commands gently, though weariness cloaks his own shoulders. I will not disturb your space. My space is here, beside the storm. I answer before I can weigh the implications. His eyes flare, and for a moment, desire pulses between us, thick and hot. Yet neither of us steps forward. Duty loops reins around our ankles. Tomorrow, he says, voice like sand and silk. Tomorrow. I squeeze his hand once, then slip away down the hall. Back in my chamber, I light a single taper and sit at the desk, quill poised. Pages fill with diagrams, collar hinge design, rune sequence to invert poison flow, contingency signals. I lose track of time, ink smudging my fingertips. When at last I set the quill down, moonlight spills across the parchment, revealing how late the night has crept. I stand and stretch aching shoulders. In the mirror, my reflection startles me. Determination steals features once soft with youth. Does rebellion age or refine? Perhaps both. I braid my hair, slipping the shard deeper as if my heart might shatter without its steady hum. Sleep comes in fits. I dream of crystal pillars cracking, only to bloom with vines that sling sapphire shards into the sky. In the chaos, Varrock and I balance on a collapsing dais, laughing as thunder sings around us. I wake sweating, yet strangely calm, because even nightmares paint hope now. Hope that marble will crack and wild roots will flourish. Dawn's first glow crowns the spires when Liz taps on my door. She enters carrying a linen bundle. Inside lies a tunic of forest green silk, embroidered at the cuffs with copper thread in a motif of entwined vines. "You will not wear chains," she declares, "but if they drape you in one, this beneath will remind you who you are." Emotion rises too sharp for speech. I hug her hard. She steps back, wiping her eyes. "May the wind favour your note today," she whispers. "May it carry yours farther," I reply. She leaves me with the tunic and renewed strength. I dress slowly, tying the leather girdle with hands that no longer shake. I slip the tunic over fitted trousers, the copper embroidery catching the dawn light like sparks. At the throat, I fasten the amethyst pendant Varrock gifted me, a stone that once belonged to a demon queen who chose peace over conquest. The irony pleases me. As I fasten my boots, Garrick's coded hum drifts through the vent. "Success," Smith contacted, collar ready. Relief eases the tension. I stride into the morning corridors alive with purpose. Nobles flit like jewelled birds yet hush when I pass. Some avert their gaze, others stare with new respect. I keep my shoulders squared and my steps even, repeating a silent mantra. Cracked ice, steady wind. At the grand stair I pause, looking toward the spire where Varrock prepares his counter runes. A shard of sunrise glints on the window of his strategy chamber, and though I cannot see him, I sense his presence like warm pressure at my back. I step onto the first stair, spine straight, ready to endure whatever spectacle Sarivia's allies design. Because beyond humiliation waits freedom, woven from courage and tuned to resonance stones vibrating beneath every inch of Galmolith. I will walk into the public eye and let them fasten their symbol of control at my throat, knowing it houses our trickery. I will stand tall when Varrock shatters it, letting shards rain like petals, proof that tyrants can craft no cage my song cannot break. My heart quickens, yet each beat speaks a promise. I walk not as a captive, but as the storm's ally, grounded by the alliances laced through laundry shafts and mine tunnels, fueled by a demon's fierce love and sharpened by my own unyielding will. Storms may crack pillars, but roots run deeper, and the wind carries truth beyond stone walls. Today, I carry that wind in my lungs. I take another step, and the palace begins to tremble with possibilities.
Chapter 13. Varrock. I pace the length of my war room long before dawn, boots striking restless patterns into a marble floor already worn by generations of scheming lords. Maps and ledgers lie open on every table, but my eyes refuse to settle on any single set of figures. Numbers skew when sleep eludes the mind, and I've not closed my eyes since Ileana walked from the terrace hours ago. She thinks I have the strength to shoulder what comes next. I pray to every forgotten god that she is right. A copper lamp flickers, drawing long shadows across the walls where pennants once hung in glory and now gather dust. I lean against the casement and stare at the dim lights of Galmolith's lower tiers, tiny sparks beneath a sea of cloud. Thunder grumbles far below, yet closer storms brew in council chambers and whispered alcoves seeded by yesterday's spectacle. Saravia's allies bleed influence, but they do not retreat. Instead, they coil tighter, serpents ready to strike at whatever weakness they discover, especially if that weakness has a heartbeat and stands in my shadow. A knock disrupts the silence. Garrick enters without waiting for permission, strands of copper hair escaping their binding. If the world knew how little patience he retains for protocol, they would quake more. Emissaries from houses Dath and Kirith wait in the anteroom, he says. They demand clarification on your falsified proof. Kirith's steward called it theatrical slander. Kirith enjoys drama until it guts their trade routes, I mutter. Tell them the ledgers have moved to the Royal Archive for audit. They may submit formal requests. That will delay them days, Garrick observes. Time I need to weave stronger nets. I pinch the bridge of my nose. What of the collar smith? Secured. He crosses the room and sets a small iron clasp on the desk. The hinge glints with harmless copper runes. Poison glyphs replaced with resonance crystals tuned to her hum. One twist from either side shatters it outward. I test the clasp, feeling the faint vibration of dormant power. Relief nudges worry aside for a breath. Well done. Station 4 guards in rotation outside the smith's quarters until the tribunal. Sorivia's remnants will look for him. Garrick inclines his head, but the tension pulling at his mouth remains. You have not addressed Asmodeus's summons. My blood runs colder than the window glass. When? The message arrived an hour after midnight. He slides a scroll across the desk. He expects you in the Sanctum of Chains after the tribunal. Private audience. I roll the scroll open. The king's seal glows faintly red, burning wax enchanted to track my acceptance. No response yet, but it warms beneath my fingertips, sensing hesitation. Asmodeus rarely calls an officer to that sanctum unless a lesson awaits. My brand throbs in anticipation of pain. Send acknowledgement, I say. My voice remains even, though the room tilts. Consequences come fast. Garrick bows, worry tightening his eyes. And if you do not return intact? You lead the guard! Protect Ileana, secure reforms, and complete the transition plan. I force steadiness into every word. Galmaleth survives without me. Your faith in me dishonors your worth, he snaps. I almost smile. You have always hated compliments. He stiffens, then clears his throat. Very well. I will comply. He leaves and silence crashes back, heavier than before. I circle the desk, dragging a fingertip across inked routes that represent lifetimes. All of this could collapse with one wrong breath. Footsteps approach again, softer, familiar. Ileana steps through the open doorway carrying a covered tray. She wears the forest green tunic Lise tailored, copper vine embroidery catching lamplight. She glances at the maps, then at my face. Breakfast, she says, lifting the lid. Steam carries the aroma of spiced oats, fresh figs, and strong tea. Even the scent eases the ache behind my eyes. You should be resting, I say, though gratitude threads the words. So should you. She sets the tray down, pouring tea into 2 porcelain cups. We survived today on steady hands, not empty stomachs. I take a cup, sip and taste more than leaves nutty undertones that soothe nerves. She watches, gauging each swallow. I heard about Asmodeus, she says quietly. Word travels quickly through whisper pipes, I reply, trying for lightness. She does not smile. If he punishes you, this entire structure we build could topple. I am aware. Then let me petition to accompany. No. My tone bears more panic than intended. I temper it. He summoned me alone. Bringing you would signal defiance. She lifts her chin. Or solidarity. I shake my head, forcing calm. He would interpret it as leverage and crush it. You stay here. Your presence at the tribunal must remain focal. Her gaze tightens, but she nods. She stirs her own cup, then sets the spoon down with a clink that echoes finality. Then promise me you walk lightly. Light feet, always. I touch her wrist, pulse steady beneath skin. In that brief contact, solace flows both ways. She steps closer, resting her forehead against my chest for a fleeting instant. May the storm favor us, she whispers, then slips out before longing chains me to her side. The tribunal amphitheater buzzes under sun-blazed glass when I arrive. Hundreds of nobles fill crescent benches, voices weaving dissent and curiosity. At the center dais stands a silver post adorned with ceremonial manacles today, replaced by Cerevia's custom collar, gaudy with ruby inlays. They expect spectacle. I swallow bile. Ileana enters from the northern arch, garnet sunlight catching the copper vines at her cuffs. She walks with unhurried grace, every step a strike of defiance. Whispers follow her, like trailing ribbons. She ascends the steps to the collar, stops at my side and meets my eyes. In that gaze, we anchor. Chancellor Veleth stands at his podium. Per decree of the king, the mortal Ileana submits to formal regulation. He gestures for the collar. I lift it, feeling the subtle thrash of resonance crystals waiting for her hum. Ileana tilts her head. The room falls into a breathless hush as I secure the clasp around her neck. Metal clicks. A faint chime rings, our hidden signal that the crystal's engaged. Gasps ripple. Noble faces lean forward like wolves at a gate. Veleth raises the staff. Let the mortal hum for reading. Ileana inhales. A single low note emerges, soft yet clear. Crystals hum in response but remain dormant to untrained ears. I sense their echo thrumming up the collar into my runes. It is time to break the leash. I unfurl chaotic strands from my brand, channel them through coat runes into the ambient crystal network. I weave the shatter pattern around the collar. Sweat beads at my temple from the focus. A split second later, I clamp the energy, twisting frequency into the mirrored pulse Ileana tested last night. She lifts her voice an octave. The collar vibrates. Ruby stones flickering. Spectators lean away. With a final twist, I release the energy. The collar explodes outward, shards of harmless copper raining like metallic petals. Light flares around Ileana's throat and dies, leaving only a faint red mark across her skin, a mark we inked with dye earlier to mimic a burn. Chaos erupts. Nobles leap to their feet, half in awe, half in terror. Veleth slams his staff, voice booming over the noise. Order! Guards rush forward, but I raise a hand. Malfunction, I announce, my tone iron. Proof that forced shackles cannot hold harmonics they do not understand. Several half-blood nobles cheer, the sound swelling. The council divides in real time. I see fear turn to admiration in eyes once wary. Ileana steps forward, unburned, voice ringing. No collar forged in arrogance will bind the rightful breath of any soul. May this be a lesson, not a threat. Her words echo across stone, settling into hearts. Silence swallows the chamber. Even my pulse stills in stunned pride. Veleth inclines his head, eyes gleaming. Motion to rescind mortal collar regulation, he declares. Half-blood nobles raise hands. Within heartbeats, majority support rises. The motion passes, banners shifting colors to indicate decree. Cerevia's factions stand frozen, defeat etched across their faces. Their moment of humiliation blossoms like my vines once did, dark, inevitable, beautiful. But victory tastes stale. The king's summons tightens around my thoughts. I step back, whispers swirling as attendees surge around Ileana, offering support or wary respect. Garrick intercepts me, shadowing every movement. You leave now? He asks. Before gossip outruns truth, I answer. I watch Ileana laugh softly with Ylira, tension melting from her shoulders. A single look passes between us, promise for later. I turn and stride from the chamber, Garrick in tow. The sanctum of chains lies beneath the royal palace, a cathedral carved from basalt so dark it swallows torchlight. Every step down the spiral cuts warmth from the air until breath frosts. My boots echo off iron-bound doors etched with runes older than our dynasty. 2 centuries unlock the final gate. The throne room beyond is empty, save for Asmodeus upon his obsidian seat. He wears no crown. His horns suffice, but his silver eyes catch torch flame and build it into blaze. I kneel, fist to chest. Rise, Varrock, he says, voice smooth. Your theater delights the court. I stand, The rune on my chest flares. "Delight is double-edged, Majesty," I reply. "Indeed." He gestures. Chains on the walls stir, a resonant tremor traveling through stone. Explain why my general spends magic shielding a mortal when he should crush dissent. My magic guided the court toward unity today. Unity? He barks a hollow laugh. Unity gained by undermining fear. Fear keeps kingdoms upright. You craft wonder instead and expect obedience. The people obey what inspires, not merely what terrifies. He leans forward, elbows on knees. Your tongue charms marble, yet I sense cracks. His gaze pierces. Do you love the mortal? I breathe once. Yes. The truth shakes the air like struck glass. Asmodeus's grin widens. Love erodes knives. He rises. Show me if steel remains. Chains slither toward me like serpents. I brace. The rune burns as one chain winds around my wrist, another around my ankle. Pain lances, siphoning energy. Vision dims at the edges, yet I hold steady. Asmodeus stops inches away, towering presence radiating cold. A tool that forgets its maker warrants reshaping. He grips the chain, yanks. Agony arcs through nerves. I bite my cheek not to stay silent, but to keep from cursing him with Ileana's name. Minutes stretch. The brand on my heart sears under pressure. I endure until numbness settles. At last he releases his hold. Chains loosen, slither back. You believe devotion grants strength, he says, voice almost pitying. We will test that soon. My pulse pounds in my ears. She is not weakness. I breathe. Then let her prove it. Galmaleth hosts an eclipse in 2 nights, the Festival of Shadows. Present her to the city and have her quell the tempest conjured by old gods. If she fails, your brand will finish you. He flicks his wrist and the chains retreat fully. Leaf! I bow, stagger out. Torches blur as I climb stairs. Garrick waits at the top, concern etched deep. I wave off his reaching hand until balance returns. We prepare for the eclipse, I whisper, voice raw. The king demands proof beyond terror. Garrick's jaw works. We improvise. We transcend. I push hair from my sweat-damp brow. Summon Ileana and Ylira. The city will witness either a miracle or a massacre. Night cloaks the tower by the time Ileana enters my chamber. She wears a traveling cloak, fresh dust on her boots, likely from her network rounds. When she sees my pallor, worry overtakes greeting. He hurt you. Not beyond mending. I pour 2 cups of dark liquor from the decanter and hand her one. He demands performance during the eclipse. You must calm the storm front at its peak. She sips, processing. A public stage again. Wider. The entire city. My voice cracks. She reaches instinctively, palms cupping my face. The warmth of her skin dispels chilled echoes. We can craft resonance nets in sky, she murmurs, thinking faster than breath. Use floating crystals to bend lightning arcs. Hope flickers. Possibility exists, but the margin slims. We widen it, she says. Together, with every ally we have. Her certainty burrows through fear. I exhale shakily and pull her into my arms. She wraps around me, heartbeat sinking. For the first time, I allow my head to rest on her shoulder, not as a shield, but as a weary man seeking harbor. Fingers thread my hair, gentle strokes that hush roaring doubts. You are not alone, she whispers. I feel alone often. Then feel me. I clutch her tighter. Walls fade until only her breath remains. In that silence, vulnerability blooms. Tears rare as rain in Upper Galmaleth burn my eyes. I blink them away, yet one escapes. She brushes it aside with her thumb, reverent. We will face the eclipse, she says. You will not break. I fear for you, I confess. Fear sharpens care, she answers. but trust guides action. I hesitate, let trust root deeper. Stay tonight, I ask, voice hoarse. No storms in your chamber, she counters softly. Only rest. She leads me to bed, where we lie clothed yet entwined. Her heartbeat drums lullaby against my ear. Dread still coils, but hope weaves through it like gold thread, binding cracked edges. As sleep finally claims me, I dream of cracked marble yielding to vines that climb toward a blood-red moon. Ileana stands among them, arms raised, voice turning thunder gentle. I stand at her side, no chains, no collar, only her hand in mine, forging new constellations across a sky that once belonged solely to kings.
Chapter 14. Ileana. Sunrise leaks through the high transom of my chamber, tinting the ceiling fresco in peach and coral. I watch the light climb the wall while I lace my boots, every tug grounding me in purpose. My pulse still thrums with yesterday's victory, yet dawn delivers fresh weight. Rumours swirl about the collar's detonation. Varrock faces the king's eclipse trial tomorrow, and I must convince hundreds of frightened humans that hope is not a candle doomed to gutter at the first hint of wind. When I tighten the final knot, I slip the copper-wired crystal behind my ear and draw up Lisa's forest green hood. The tunic she laboured over rests against my skin like a promise stitched in thread. I inhale once, steady, and slip into the servant corridor before any noble steward can redirect me toward breakfast banter. My breath leaves small clouds in the cool passage, and each echo of my steps feels conspiratorial. This wing still sleeps, unaware of the current running beneath its floors. 2 flights down, the hallway widens into the laundry concourse. Steam eddies from iron grates, curling around ankles and hiding faces, exactly as we planned. Sale meets me near a wall vent, fingers stained blue from indigo vats. She hums 3 beats low, 1 high, a coded alert that watchers linger near the central cauldrons. I answer with 2 high notes. Yes, I heard. Only after we duck into a supply niche do we speak aloud. The miners sent fresh schematics, she whispers, unfurling a soot-smudged scrap. They can anchor 6 resonance stakes beneath the grand promenade before nightfall. We need a distraction to mask the drilling. I have one, I say, picturing Varrock's old logistical charts. The royal stables rotate sky lizards at dusk. If we release 2 at once, handlers will chase them. Her brows lift, a silent question of courage. I smile grimly. Courage is fuel now, no longer choice. She folds the map away, brushing damp fringe from her forehead. The moment they finish, we weave the hum through the copper lines. Do it. I squeeze her arm, then step back into the steam. Voices echo through the haze, gathering at the starch tables. Time to harvest new allies. I dodge between linen heaps until I spot John hefting a crate of iron shackles toward the scrap furnace. His shoulders ripple beneath a singed tunic, scars crisscrossing his biceps like tangled rope. He dumps the crate with a grunt, metal clanging, then notices me. A wary grin splits his beard. They still forge chains even after yesterday's show, he mutters, towing a cuff with disdain. Old habits cling. For now, I reply, crouching beside the pile. Could these be refashioned into frame hooks for the sky lizard harnesses? He raises thick brows. Aye, but we'd need 20 at least. Liz recruits tailors. They'll unravel silk cords to bind the hooks. Deliver at 3rd bell. He strokes his beard, then nods once, pledge sealed. The furnace sparks as he feeds cuffs to the coals, hammer clanging in rhythm with the new breath of rebellion. I leave the concourse, heart lighter. Each cog turns, every small risk layering into a shield for tomorrow's eclipse. Yet behind every plan a pang stirs. Fear that Varrock's path and mine might diverge if the king twists the outcome. I smother the doubt for now. There is no luxury for second guessing. Mid-morning sunlight dazzles off mosaic floors in the Half-Blood Market district, where artisans set up stalls of enamelware and rune-etched jewellery. Many half-blood nobles who once clutched their cloaks at the sight of humans now scan the crowd with new wariness, as if suspecting anyone might carry secret symphonies. I walk among them, anonymous beneath my hood, listening. "Did you see the way the collar burst?" one merchant murmurs to a customer, fingers shaking over abacus beads. "Brilliance or fraud?" "Both," the buyer answers softly. "Fraud requires brilliance." They share uneasy laughter. The exchange stings. Our triumph still bears the label of trickery. Yet I catch admiration beneath the scepticism, seeds already sprouting. Nearby, a little boy with lavender skin and human brown curls hums the minor scale while spinning a wooden top. His mother hushes him, but pride glimmers. Hope spreads even through uncertain soil. I move on, turning into a narrow alley behind dye vendors. Yalira's carriage waits at the end, horses snorting plumes into the crisp air. The matron herself exits a side door, veil trailing, ledger in hand. When she spots me, she lifts the veil's edge, summoning. Inside, velvet muffles street noise. Yalira passes the ledger across. The Financial Council convenes at high sun. Serivia's assets stand frozen, but 3 sponsors attempt to purchase her debt. "Let me guess. Kyreth, Dath, and Volland," I reply, scanning columns of numbers. She smiles thinly. "You keep informed. Varrock needs these lines halted. If sponsors revive her treasury, tomorrow's spectacle may breed fresh tempests." Yalira taps the ledger. "I plan to expose their underpaid human labour figures, yet the council loves profit. I could use a nudge." I consider. The laundry concourse is about to lose shipments of premium dye. Without that product, merchants panic. The council reconsiders liquidity. Sabotage skirts open rebellion, but Yalira meets my gaze, respect sharpening. "Make it so," she says. "And Ileana, walk carefully. Sharp tides swallow bold swimmers." "I know," I murmur, exiting the carriage with the ledger tucked inside my cloak. Back inside the service corridors, I convene a hasty council of slaves in a disused storeroom. Lys, Sale, John, the groom Alric, and 2 recently freed half-blood pages cluster around a cracked slate table, maps spread wide. "We must delay the premium dye loads," I explain, pointing to the route. "This barrel chokes the line between lower vats and the hoist. Sale, can you jam the gears?" "Easily," she says, but overseers hold rune keys to restart flow. Lys lifts her wrist, revealing slender picks hidden in her cuff seam. "Keys mean nothing when locks crumble." She winks. Tasks finalised. We break. Alric lingers, hands worry-worn. "Ileana," he begins, voice low. "Whispers claim you share Varrock's bed. They wonder where your loyalty lies." Heat floods my cheeks. My loyalty stays with freedom. Yet freedom demands distance from chains, including gilded ones. He presses, not unkind. I steady my breath. Distance is a luxury we cannot afford. Influence gained from proximity weaves threads you cannot yet see. Trust me, the tapestry will hold. His shoulders relax a fraction. Then we trust. He nods and departs. Alone, I sink onto a crate, fingers trembling. Every rumour tests my rope bridge between worlds. I love Varrock, that truth has roots too deep to ignore, yet love cannot eclipse responsibility. I grip the pendant at my throat, grounding myself. Footsteps approach. I rise as Garrick steps into the doorway, military bearing crisp in every stride. "Dominus requests your presence at the archery terrace," he states. "Now?" "Midday." His gaze flicks to my dusty boots. "Dress warm, the winds shift." He leaves. I recall Varrock's bruises last night. The chain burns hidden by his collar. A swell of protectiveness surges. Tightening my cloak, I head toward the terrace. The archery terrace juts from the fortress wall, open to a sheer drop. Target banners flutter against snow-touched peaks across the chasm. Varrock stands at the rail, coat flapping like dark wings. He holds a short, recurved bow, but no arrow is nocked. When I step onto the stone, the wind whips my hood back. He turns, eyes rimmed with fatigue yet shining at my arrival. "I needed air and thought of you," he says. "Air I can grant," I reply, joining him. He passes the bow. "Draw." I raise a brow but comply, setting an arrow onto the string. The pull strains my shoulders. The bow sings when I release, the shaft piercing the outer ring of a target 50 paces away. "Adequate," he says, lips hinting at humour. He knocks another arrow, this one barbed with copper filaments. "Signal shaft," he explains. "Tomorrow night I will fire these above the eclipse crowd. The filaments will open conduits to your resonance nets." My heart beats faster. A spectacle of light and sound. Or pandemonium. He lowers the bow. "If the nets fail, the king will unleash the chains again." "They will hold," I insist. Silence stretches. At last he speaks, voice almost shy. "When Asmodeus asked if I love you, I answered yes. He will use that confession against us." I rest a hand on his arm, feeling tension beneath the cloth. "Love becomes liability only if hidden. Let them see it." He exhales, astonished. "You would claim a public bond." When freed slaves and half-blood nobles unite, they need a symbol, not a collar, not a decree, something living that proves power and compassion coexist. My voice softens. "We embody that if we choose." He presses his forehead to mine, wind stilled around us. Then after the eclipse, we announce the alliance. I close my eyes. Fear and hope intertwine. After the eclipse. A horn blares from the lower ramparts. Shift change. We step apart, yet the invisible tether remains. "I return to the gallery," I say. "Garrick will escort you after the tasks." We share small smiles. I head back through the castle, mind juggling logistics and heart songs. Evening descends under violet clouds bruising the sky. Sael's sabotage halts the die shaft. Frantic overseers chase phantom malfunctions, while Yalira secures council dismissal of Serivia's sponsors. Progress tastes sweet. Yet in the concourse, tension thickens. Slaves whisper of tomorrow's eclipse, fearing divine wrath and royal punishment alike. I climb onto a soap crate, cloak swirling, voice rising louder than the clanging vats. "Storms approach," I declare, "but we now shape the wind. Tomorrow the sky will darken, yet beneath it we stand unbound. Varrock fights on the council floor, but vines sprout only because you tend the seeds. Do not shrink when shadows fall. Raise your hum, the low note, the minor third, whatever frequency you carry. When our net hums, the sky answers." Eyes widen, some doubtful, others shining. John thumps a fist to his chest. Sail hums softly, joined by Lys. The tune spreads, a living current sparking hope. An overseer's shout breaks the moment, but workers scatter efficiently, routines intact. The overseer glares, yet finds no fault. Vats still churn. Under that noise, the hum persists like a heartbeat. Night cloaks Galmoleth. I slip into Varrock's library through the secret passage behind a tapestry. He sits at the desk, face illuminated by a rune-lit globe, parchment litter mapping lightning arcs. When he looks up, weariness melts. "Die shipment delayed," I report. He leans back, folding his hands. "You wield sabotage like a surgeon." "We wield," I correct. "Slaves, miners, half-blood allies. You risk the crown's ire. We risk chains. Equal stakes." "Equal," he echoes, standing. He lifts my hand, brushing knuckles. "You glow with storm fire." I laugh softly. Stormfire demands rest. We both should sleep. He gestures to the couch beside the hearth. Flames crackle gentle warmth. We sit, shoulders touching. Silence deepens, but feels safe. He unlaces gauntlets, revealing faint remnants of chain burns. I trace one mark lightly. He closes his eyes, breath hitching. We will outrun his chains, I whisper. We will break them, he amends, voice husky. I rest my head on his shoulder, inhaling cedar and ink. My eyes droop, but before sleep overtakes, I murmur, whatever tomorrow brings, we share the burden. His arm encircles my waist. Together, he promises. In the glow of the coals, hope breathes with us. Plans stand ready, hearts aligned. Eclipse looms, but beneath its shadow, roots burrow fierce and deep, waiting to push stone aside in a bloom of lightning-touched petals.
Chapter 15. Varrock. Midnight walks the corridors as a restless companion, filling alcoves with moving dark. I drift through those shadows like a ghost who has lost the map back to his bones. Every torch, every window arch, carries memories I cannot escape. A collar bursting like fireworks, chains sinking into flesh beneath the king's throne. Ileana's vow that her song will calm the coming eclipse. These moments should steady me. Instead, they circle inside my chest, grinding against one another until sparks ignite a fear I barely understand. I should pore over contingency charts or refine the signal shafts that must fire tomorrow. Instead, I find myself outside the door to Ileana's chamber, breath caught halfway between courage and shame. The impulse that leads me here blindsides me. It is not hunger for dominance, not a desire to mark her skin with proof that she is mine. I seek warmth, reassurance, the quiet that gathers only when her heartbeat steadies beside my own. Yet the door remains shut, and etiquette dictates that I turn away and let her rest before the challenge we face. I lift my hand anyway, knuckles hovering near the wood. The breath I draw tastes of cedar smoke and regret. I lower my hand, retreat 2 steps, then stop because leaving feels like snapping something delicate. The latch clicks. The door opens a finger width. A sliver of lamplight spills across the hall, warm and drowsy. Her voice follows, low and rough with interrupted dreams. Varrock, are you hurt? I close my eyes, guilt flaring. I woke you. Forgive me. She opens the door fully. Sleep braids her hair in soft tangles, and a midnight blue robe clings to her frame. Come in, she urges. Gentle, yet firm. Tell me what gnaws at you. Inside, the room smells of lavender and parchment, calm compared with my chamber of battle maps. A single candle burns beside the bed, painting her cheekbones in honeyed light. She guides me to a cushioned bench. I sit, unbuckling the heavy coat while she pours water into 2 clay cups. My hands shake as I set the gauntlets aside. She notices. Of course she does. I thought you found peace after we spoke, she says, passing me the cup. So did I answer, taking a sip. The cool liquid anchors me, yet the quake remains. The closer we tread to the eclipse, the more I feel fault lines under my feet. She kneels before me, hands resting on my thighs. Tell me which fault scares you most. Failure? My voice cracks. If the nets misfire tomorrow and lightning rips through the crowd, I swallow hard. If Asmodeus orders your death to punish me. Her fingers slide up, clasping mine. We prepared. We trust our allies. I trust you, I whisper. I do not trust myself. Every decision I make seems laced with desperation now. She rises onto the bench, sitting beside me yet angled so our knees touch. Desperation rooted in love can still grow brave choices. Love. The word lands like thunder without a storm. I hear it from her lips and remember my own admission to the king. I turn to face her fully. My need for you terrifies me. It eclipses sense. I breathe in her scent. I came here not for seduction, but because emptiness clawed at me. She slides her palm along my jaw. Then let me fill that emptiness. Her words unravel restraint. I draw her onto my lap, gentleness guiding every motion. She straddles me, robe parting to reveal a night shift of thin linen. Moonlight from the window spills across her throat. I press my lips to that pulse point, slow, reverent. She sighs, fingers threading into my hair, nails scratching lightly at my scalp. The touch loosens knotted tension inside me, strand by strand. I nudge the robe from her shoulders, trailing soft kisses there. She shivers, but not from cold. Are you sure? I ask against her skin. I am. She cups my face, eyes clear. Tonight we share breath. Tomorrow we share sky. Both only matter if hearts stay open. Open. The word feels frightening after years of armor. I unlace the front of her shift, each tie undone with care. The linen falls away, bearing curves warmed by candle glow. My breath hitches, yet the hunger that rises is tempered by awe. I lean back so she can see me, shrugging off coat and undershirt. Chain scars mar my chest in pale arcs, yet her gaze holds no pity, only tenderness. She traces one scar with a fingertip, following its bend until she reaches the glowing brand above my heart. She presses her palm over it. The brand flares, not in pain, but in the heat of answer. Gathering courage, I speak the thought. When you touch me there, I feel more alive than any victory ever granted. She smiles softly, eyes glimmering. Then we honor that life. She kisses me, open warmth rather than bruising force. Our tongues meet in slow tasting. My hands find her waist, thumb stroking hip bones, but I do not grip tight. I hold her as though she might vanish if squeezed. She pushes the linen from her arms, letting it flutter to the floor. Her nakedness is no battlefield spoil. It is sunrise after endless night. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I once believed obsession fueled my power. Tonight, I learned tenderness is stronger. Her smile deepens. Tenderness is weakness only to those who fear intimacy. I swallow. I feared it until you. We shift, so I slip free, then rearrange blankets over our bodies. She drags a fingertip along my brow. You are allowed to rest in gentle spaces. I am learning. Fatigue settles, but my heart lightens. If we survive tomorrow, I vow to build more gentle spaces for us. We will survive. She presses her lips to my collarbone. And build. I draw her closer, head resting atop hers. The candle sputters out, leaving us in darkness scented with spent desire and calm. Sleep finds me wrapped in warmth rather than armor. Dawn creeps across the room, brushing gold onto sheets. I wake first, still holding her. She breathes softly, lashes fanning cheeks. Sunlight halos her hair, and my chest tightens with awe. I slip from the bed carefully, tuck the blanket around her, and dress silently. Before leaving, I write 4 words on a scrap. Meet me at sunset. I place it on her pillow and kiss her forehead. The corridor greets me with calm clarity. Something fundamental shifted inside me, like a fault line easing pressure rather than cracking. I stride toward the strategy wing lighter than I have felt in months. Garrick meets me at the junction, raising an eyebrow at my rare smile. Plans hold, he reports. They do, I answer, gripping his shoulder. And so do we. As I pass windows overlooking the city, I see citizens already gathering for the eclipse festivities. Fear still shadows their faces, but anticipation burns brighter. I press my palm to the glass, the brand warm beneath my tunic. Tenderness, not chains, will steady the coming storm. I head to the armory to finalize the signal shafts, confidence anchored by the memory of her warmth and the vow we forged in the dark. Tomorrow the world may watch the skies break, but love now tempers my power, and with tempered blades we carve destiny.
Chapter 16. Iliana. A shaft of pale sunlight grazes my cheek, coaxing me from dreams in which storm clouds part over Galmoleth to reveal fields of emerald vines. The bed remains impossibly warm, scented with cedar and smoke, but memory rushes back. The quiet tenderness of last night, Varroc's whispered promise, the scrap of parchment he tucked beside my pillow. I roll onto my back, fingers brushing the note. Meet me at sunset. Just 4 words, yet the ink hums through every vein. I slide from the bed, feet sinking into the thick wool rug. Outside the window, the city already stirs in anticipation of the eclipse festival. Banners ripple from balconies, market chimes clang, and echoes of laughter drift in on the high wind. All of it feels brittle, the calm crust before an earthquake. Today I carry plans for sabotage, nets of resonance, and now the knowledge that someone loves me enough to tremble in my arms. I bathe quickly in lukewarm water, scrubbing away the scent of shared heat, but leaving faint traces of his sandalwood oil at my wrists. Lisa's green tunic waits on a hanger. When I slip it over my head, the copper vine embroidery hugs my waist, as though reminding me of root systems hidden beneath marble. I braid my hair into a practical coil, weave the copper filament through, and secure it with a wooden pin shaped like a crescent moon, the symbol of tonight's eclipse. Then I fasten my leather belt, tucking a coil of thin wire, a locksmith's hook, and a folded parchment of emergency frequencies inside. Ready. The corridor outside my chamber thrums with activity. Nobles sweep past in embroidered cloaks, children dart between their feet, chasing paper kites shaped like shadow wings. I descend the servants' stair to the laundry annex, where Sale greets me with ink on her cheeks and excitement in her mismatched eyes. The gear jam worked, she announces, tugging me behind a vat. Overseers sent for mechanics from the lower tiers. Dye flow stays halted until dusk at least. Perfect, I reply. Any retaliation? Just frantic cursing. She grins. Rumour claims you hexed the gears. Let rumour grow wild. She presses a small parcel into my hand, 6 resonance stakes wrapped in linen. The miners finished these at dawn. John's hooks are already delivered to the stables. I hide the stakes inside my cloak. You should rest after shift change. She shakes her head. Not until I hear you're safe. I clasp her shoulder, gratitude too deep for words, then head toward the outer courtyard, where stable grooms ready the sky lizards for their nightly patrol rotation. Alric spots me and lifts 2 fingers, a signal that the first part of the distraction will begin at 3rd bell. Time ticks forward like a tense drum. Late morning finds me weaving through the half-blood promenade, checking ventilation grates for clear lines. Copper pipes glint under vendor awnings, ready to ferry the hum once the stakes activate. I make small talk with jewellers, sample honey-glazed nuts, and slip coded phrases into conversation, assuring allies that everything proceeds. At a fountain near the promenade's centre, I pause to fill a water skin. Children toss copper coins into the blue depths, wishing for sky fireworks tonight. Their laughter momentarily eases the knot in my stomach. I turn to leave, and the world tilts. A flicker of movement high on a colonnade catches my eye. A cloaked figure raising the miniature arbalest, the glint of steel aimed directly at my heart. I freeze, my pulse lunging to my throat. Crowd noise blurs. Training whispers inside my skull, move, drop, shout, but my limbs feel mud thick. Then everything explodes at once. A piercing whistle tears the air. A shadow blurs before me. Varrock, horns gleaming, coat flaring, time slows. He shoves me sideways, an avalanche of muscle and rune-lit power. We hit the pavement hard. The breath punches from my lungs. Stone shatters where I stood as the quarrel embeds itself, sizzling with toxin. Screams erupt. Vendors topple stalls in panic, rainbow silks billowing like wounded birds. Varrock rolls to shield me, his body a living fortress. I drag my next breath, lungs burning, and scramble to kneel. My shoulder protests, scraped but whole. Above, the assassin reloads. Varrock's eyes flash molten silver. Without standing, he extends one arm. Lightning arcs from his palm, slicing the marble column where the attacker crouches. Stone explodes, sending the figure crashing to a lower balcony. Guards sprint, and Varrock is faster. He vaults up a decorative arch, claws sparking, landing beside the crumpled body. Another bolt crackles, and the assassin lies still, arbalest smoking. Stunned silence ripples through the plaza. Citizens stare at the demon commander, breathing hard atop the ruin, runes pulsing angry crimson. In that moment, I see more than fury. I see raw terror that he nearly lost me, a fear laid bare before the entire district. He leaps down, kneels beside me, hands gentle yet trembling. "Are you hurt?" His voice rasps. "Bruised, nothing more." I touch his cheek, where a faint scorch mark curls from the lightning rebound. "You?" "Only burnt pride for letting the threat get near." He pulls me tight against his chest. I feel his heart hammer faster than battle drums. For the first time, I sense his power reigned by emotion rather than command. Vulnerability draped over armour. Guards encircle us, weapons drawn, but Varrock waves them back, eyes fixed on mine. "They aimed to break me through you. They failed. They will try again," I whisper. "Let them," he growls, but the menace wars with worry. A hush falls as Chancellor Velith pushes through, flanked by scribes. He assesses the wreckage, then bows slightly to Varrock. "Dominus, the council will investigate this outrage. The assassin wears the House Velinth insignia." Murmurs surge, Serivia's emblem blatant on the cloak, evidence she still wields loyal killers despite frozen assets. Velith's gaze flicks to me. "Lady Ileana, we regret this trauma." "Lady," the title stings, sweet and strange. "I live thanks to Dominus's vigilance," I answer steadily, standing though my knees shake. Varrock rises beside me, a towering presence of silence. The crowd parts as he escorts me through debris toward an archway leading to a secluded garden. His hand never leaves the small of my back. Once hidden by cypress trees, he stops and turns, anguish storming across his face. "I swore to keep you safe." My oath faltered within hours. "You saved me." I cup his cheeks, thumbs tracing ash smudges. "You cannot stop every arrow before it flies." He closes his eyes, leaning into my touch. When I saw that bolt, something inside me ripped open. Not rage alone, fear, bone deep. I have fought wars without batting a lash, yet one quarrel aimed at you unmade me. Tears prick my eyes, sudden and fierce. And when you leapt between us, I saw the depth of your care clearer than any vow. He opens his eyes, vulnerability shimmering silver. "I would tear down kingdoms for you. But tearing is easy, protecting is harder. I need to be more than a blade." "You are," I whisper, pressing my forehead to his. "You are heart and hearth to me. This morning when I woke, I felt it, but now I know, without question." The confession lands like sunrise after endless night. He exhales, arms sliding around my waist, pulling me so close I feel the shake still ebbing through his frame. Our lips meet. No heat of lust, but a slow, anchoring kiss that steadies frayed nerves. I taste salt, perhaps from my tears or his. The world narrows to shared breath, shared promise. Footsteps crunch along the gravel. A Garrick appears, stopping at a polite distance. Dominus, patrols secure the perimeter. Assassin confirmed Velinth retainer. Council drafts arrest orders for remaining conspirators. Varrock doesn't release me but nods. Double Ileana's guard. Trusted men only. Garrick's eyes lighten with understanding. Already done. He leaves, and we linger beneath the cypress whisper. Finally, Varrock guides me along a winding path toward the healer's annex, insisting on inspection. The healer finds bruises, a shallow cut, nothing dire. Varrock stays through bandaging, one massive hand wrapped around mine. When the healer dismisses us, Varrock speaks quietly. You should rest until sunset. My chambers hold fewer eyes. The thought of his sanctuary soothes nerves, yet duties tug. I need to meet Sale, confirm final stake placement. I will escort you, he states, brooking no argument. I laugh softly. Then our enemies will shake at the sight of us. Good. A shadow of a smile curves his mouth. Back in the laundry annex, workers hush at our entrance, awe mingled with relief when they see me alive. Lise darts forward, eyes red. We heard. I'm fine. I hug her, letting emotions tangle for a breath. Proceed with the third bell diversion. Varrock has arranged extra patrol cover. Lise blinks at him, gratitude and caution mingling. He inclines his head, a rare gesture levelled toward a servant. Respect not performative, genuine. I feel hearts shift around us, walls between cast lines thinning. We tour vent tunnels, verifying stake placement. Varrock crouches in grime without complaint, holding ladders while John drills bolts. His presence emboldens workers, who trade shy jokes with their former executioner turned guardian. I watch tension ease from shoulders that spent years hunched. Change blossoms in these passages, fragile but real. When tasks end, Sale hums the success phrase, Varrock hums the bass answer. The resonance through pipes vibrates my chest, a duet of rebellion and authority harmonized. Sunset bleeds crimson across spire windows when we return to his chamber. He closes the door, then leans back against it, exhaustion carving lines into his face. The last rays splash across his horns, painting them molten. He meets my gaze, and the room hushes, the day's chaos settling like snow. Thank you, I say simply. For what? For leaping, for lightning, for showing the city what devotion looks like. He pushes off the door, steps close. They saw power, perhaps fear, devotion. They will see that tonight. He reaches into his coat, retrieves a small box of polished ebony. I meant to wait until after the eclipse, but near death clarifies timelines. Curiosity jolts through me. He opens the box. Inside rests a pendant of intertwined silver vines encircling a shard of crystal pulsing faint green, the exact frequency of my hum. It is a resonance stone forged from yesterday's collar fragments, he explains. A symbol that shackles become strength when wielded with love. Tears flood my eyes. I lift the pendant. It thrums like a second heartbeat. It's beautiful. Wear it tomorrow when you calm the storm. Let them see transformation. I nod, voice lost, and fasten the chain around my neck. The stone warms against skin, and in that warmth I feel his trust, fierce and unwavering. He exhales, relief softening his posture. Rest now, he murmurs, guiding me to bed. I will sit by the window finalizing bow calibrations. I catch his hand. Stay beside me. We breathe the same air. He hesitates, vulnerability flickering, then slides onto the mattress. We lie on our backs, shoulders touching. Outside, festival drums echo faintly, but inside the chamber, quiet reigns. After minutes, he speaks. The assassination attempt changes public tide. Sympathy swells for you. Suspicion turns toward Velinth. This will aid reforms. I don't care for sympathy if it rises on blood, I whisper. Nor do I. He turns onto his side, propping his head on one hand. But change often costs wounds. I vow each cut will serve a purpose. I trace a pattern on his forearm, rune meeting fingertip. Your vow becomes mine. Our eyes lock, thousands of unspoken fears and hopes passing. Exhaustion claims me, lids heavy. His lips brush my temple. Sleep blossom. Tomorrow we bend the sky. I drift into dreams where lightning dances in vines, and a demon's hand guides mine along a path none dared carve. Pre-dawn chill wakes me. Grey light spills over the floor. Varrock still lies beside me, arm hooked around my waist, breaths deep. No armour, no weapons, only a man braving vulnerability. I rest my palm on his chest. His brand glows faint amber, peaceful. The assassination attempt could have stolen this. Realization hits sharp. I love him beyond rebellion's necessity, beyond gratitude. Love stitched from lightning and gentleness, from risk shared and tenderness discovered. I will not let any throne sever it. I rise, careful not to wake him, and dress. The pendant's crystal catches the first sunrise spark. I stand at the window, staring at the horizon where the moon will devour the sun later today. Fear steals breath, but purpose steadies it. Behind me, Varrock stirs, murmurs my name. I turn, a soft smile on my lips. I am ready, I say. He sits, hair tousled, answering smile blooming. Then the sky stands no chance. We share quiet laughter. The day of the eclipse begins, and with it a chapter in which devotion, once hidden, steps into the light, unmasked, unchained, and powerful enough to tilt empires.
Chapter 17. Varrock. The eclipse rises like an omen, a bruised disk swallowing the sun one deliberate bite at a time. I stand on the grand rampart that wraps the top of Galmoleth's royal amphitheater, wind whipping my coat, bow gripped tight in my gloved hand. Thousands fill the terraces below, citizens, half-blood nobles, foreign envoys invited for celestial spectacle, and spies who will carry tales to distant courts by dawn. Their faces tilt upward, a sea of pale ovals under the darkening light. They have come for wonder, yet fear swims beneath their skin. They remember yesterday's assassin and the lightning I hurled in answer. Behind me, engineers fuss with the rotating platform that will raise Ileana into the sky when the moon covers the sun's final sliver. From that height she will hum the stabilizing sequence, and our hidden resonance stakes will unfurl a web of gentle current to tame the storm front that threatens to form where hot and cold winds collide. Without that net, lightning could strike the packed terraces, and the king would claim her failure as proof that humans cannot be trusted with power. My brand still itches from that unspoken promise. I flex my fingers around the signal shaft arrow, its copper fletching catching the dying light. In minutes I must fire this into the cloud deck. It will burst into 7 filaments tuned to her pendant's crystal. If my aim wavers, the network fails, and lives burn. Yet my hands shake from more than the weight of responsibility. I cannot stop replaying the sight of her almost dying, the arbalist bolt hissing past where her heart beat. The terror that ripped through me felt rawer than any battlefield wound. I do not hide that terror now. It becomes steel in my spine, clarity in my purpose. If the king, the court, or the gods themselves question my devotion, they will see it flood this city today, bright and undeniable. Chancellor Valeth appears at my side, panting slightly from the stair climb. He glances at my bow. "You understand the order of cues?" I nod. When her second note rises, I release the shaft. The stakes harmonize and bend the front south. Good. Ensure you stand centered when you fire. The entire council box watches. I almost smile at his understated warning. Let them. He dips his head and steps back to let me focus. I tug the collar of my coat, thought briefly fluttering to Ileana in the preparation tower below. Ylira and Liz adjust her cloak, midnight green lined with copper thread that echoes the vines on her tunic. Sile pins her hair with the moon-shaped comb. I wish I could stand there, brush a kiss to her knuckles. Instead, I swallow the ache and ready for war masked as ceremony. The king's herald strides to the balcony dais, voice booming through crystal horns. People of Galmaleth, behold the union of sun and moon, herald of cycles, test of harmony. Today our Dominus Varrock and the gifted songbearer Ileana will guide the sky so that your hearts be eased. Applause rolls, hesitant at first, then stronger. I scan faces for dissent. Sarivia's former allies cluster near the east steps, cloaks black, eyes bright with resentment. The assassin's death did not deter them. Their new plan likely grows in shadow. My jaw clenches. A hush falls as Ileana steps onto the platform in the tower aperture. Even from this distance, my pulse quickens. Her cloak billows, pendant crystal glowing pale jade. She meets my gaze across the gulf, and rampart, crowd, and king fade for one stretched heartbeat. She nods once. We are ready. The platform begins to rise, gears whining. She ascends above rooftops, silhouetted against the waning sun. Gasps ripple. She opens her arms and the cloak spreads like wings. She begins to hum. The first note is low and resonant, vibrating the stone beneath my boots. The crowd quiets. I draw the signal shaft, notch it, and set my feet shoulder width. The second note rises, threaded with a tremor of tension. I exhale, draw back, sight into the thickening cloud shelf. The moon veils 3/4 of the sun. Strange dusk floods the city. I release. The arrow arcs silver through air, a comet of intent. At its peak, it blossoms into 7 strands that hiss outward, invisible filaments felt rather than seen. My runes flare, guiding energy to anchors hidden in the city walls. A muffled boom rings as the web ignites. Ileana's voice lifts to a third, brighter note. Clouds ripple above, lightning flickering yet bending sideways, rained like startled stallions. A collective sigh rises from the terraces. Then chaos enters. From the east stair, a figure in guard livery draws a crossbow and fires at the tower gears. The bolt thuds into the brass mechanism. Sparks skitter, gears jam. The platform lurches. Ileana stumbles, cloak whipping. Another rogue guard leaps onto the rampart walkway near me, brandishing a curved blade. My heart detonates with protective fury. He charges, blade aimed at my ribs. I parry with the bow, wood cracking. I yank a dagger from my belt and slam the hilt into his jaw. He reels. I pivot, kick him over the battlement. He tumbles. His scream cuts short. Crowd screams echo. I pivot again to the tower. The platform judders. Gears shriek metal agony. Ileana grips the rail, maintaining her hum, though the note wavers. Lightning above flicks unpredictable. Sappers to the tower gears! I bellow at Royal Engineers, but many duck. Cowards! I sprint along the rampart, leaping a gap to an adjacent rooftop, boots skidding on clay tiles. Wind knifes across my face. Below, half-blood nobles attempt order. King Asmodeus rises in his royal box atop the dais, expression carved from stone, eyes smoldering. He will view this as Ileana's failing regardless of sabotage. My chest burns. I reach a maintenance ladder and race down, 3 rungs at a time. At the tower base, rogue guards block access, blades out. They wear Velenth insignia on their bracers. 2 crossbows level at my heart. Step aside or die, I warn. They hesitate, only a breath. Bolts fly. I dive, roll, feel one shaft pass inches from my ear. I surge forward, bring the dagger across the first guard's thigh, severing the tendon. He crumples. The second guard swings. I catch his wrist, twist until bone snaps. He howls. I ram a knee into his stomach. He spits blood. Ileana's hum falters audible even here. Lightning stabs the ground outside the amphitheater. Thunder shakes windows. I slam my heel into the door. Hinges rip free. Inside, a gear teeters. Metal teeth grind, locked by the bolt lodged deep. I leap onto the platform base and grab the wheel. Hold your breath, I call upward. She sees me through the slats, nods, voice hitching. With one free hand I grip the bolt, pry with the dagger tip. Metal squeals but refuses. Adrenaline surges. I channel raw force through the runes into my fingers. Heat builds. Metal softens. I wrench. Bolt snaps. Gears unlock. The platform stabilizes. Ileana's note steadies, climbs into a pure tone. Lightning obeys, sheathing itself into glowing whirls above. Relief crashes. Yet something inside me snaps too. I climb the ladder onto the platform, ignoring protocol. Crowd gasps at the breach of ceremony. I stride to her, pull her against my chest with one arm, while the other raises my blade toward the sky. Touch her again, and Galmolith burns, I roar, my voice amplified by the resonance stones hidden in the dais days ago. It booms across every tier, echoing like the wrath of gods. Silence swallows the amphitheater. Even thunder hushes. My declaration reverberates. Not a commander's order, but a lover's vow, raw and dangerous. Across the plaza, Asmodeus stands, arms crossed. His gaze pins me. Fury, calculation, intrigue. I do not yield. I place a kiss on Ileana's brow before tens of thousands. Murmurs swell into shocked clamor. Ileana does not flinch. She places a hand over my heart, the pendant glowing bright. She turns to the crowd, voice clear although she does not shout. We protect the city together, she states. Storm bows to harmony, not division. The resonance stones carry her calm deeper than my threat. The crowd listens, breath synchronizing. Above, the moon finishes its conquest. The sun becomes a ring of fire. Darkness settles. Stars blink in midday. Ileana hums a final chord. The lightning web contracts, becoming a luminous aurora dancing over rooftops. Awe replaces fear. Someone begins to applaud. It spreads like ripples, rising to a thunderous roar. She lowers her arms, sagging slightly. I hold her steady. Tears glimmer on her lashes. Joy, relief, sorrow at the necessity of such display. As applause booms, I face the king's box and bow, not in subservience, but in open challenge. Recognition of his power, yet a declaration of my own. The king inclines his head a mere fraction, lips curled, message unreadable. We descend as sunlight creeps back, gold washing the city in renewed light. At the base, engineers and scribes babble analysis, but they part like water around us. Garrick appears, eyes wide. The declaration, he whispers. I meant every word. I squeeze Ileana's hand. Political ripples already. He gestures to nobles whispering, some frightened, others exhilarated. You tip scales. So be it. An hour later, we stand in the council rotunda, summoned for an emergency session. Velvet drapes mute the chatter. Tension hangs sharp enough to bleed. Asmodeus enters, horns scraping the arch. Courtiers bow. He ascends the throne, yet remains standing. Dominus Varrock, he begins, voice low yet carrying. You saved lives this day, but you fractured decorum. Why? I step forward. Because the city must understand the bond that safeguards it. Assassins target Ileana to break me. Concealing my attachment grants them advantage. Now all know that harm to her invites my wrath. Gasps. Pens scratch furiously. Asmodeus studies me, then Ileana. A demon general laying heart bare for a mortal. Unprecedented. He circles the word as if tasting rare spice. What demands does this devotion levy on my crown? Only space to let freedom flourish, I answer. Humans and half-bloods now trust the throne's strength when it is tempered by compassion. He tilts his head. Compassion alone does not fill coffers. Unity does. Taxes flow when citizens believe in leadership. I hold his gaze, a flicker of amusement. Very well. I will consider. He gestures to Sarivia's allies under guard. Meanwhile, the council finds House Villainth guilty of treasonous acts, assets seized, members confined pending trial. A cheer rises among half-blood delegates. Asmodeus lifts one hand. Silence. Dominus Varrock, you remain general, yet your heart tethers you. Choose. Renounce your bond or accept a reduction of military command to guard captaincy, freeing heirs of noble houses from suspicion of favoritism. I feel Ileana tense. I meet her eyes, see worry there. I choose reduction, I declare without hesitation. Gasps again, louder. My strength is no lesser outside court ranks. Asmodeus nods, perhaps expecting defiance. Then so be it. Captain Varrock will head the new Sky Harmony Guard. Its sole mandate: protect the city from celestial threats and from those who exploit fear. Report to me after a reorganization. He sits, session over. The crowd erupts into overlapping conversations. Some applaud, some sneer, yet energy of change hums. Ileana squeezes my hand, eyes shining. We exit the rotunda through a side passage, Garrick trailing. You relinquished half your power, he says quietly. I gained purpose, I reply, and clarity. Dusk settles. We stand on the balcony overlooking lantern-lit avenues where citizens dance beneath banners, painted with stylized lightning bound by vines. Children sing fragments of Ileana's hum. Hope spreads. Ileana leans against the stone rail, breeze lifting curls. I step behind her, wrap my arms around her waist. She sighs, resting back against my chest. You surrendered rank for me, she whispers. I surrendered rank for us, I correct, and for a future where power wields compassion. She turns, sliding her hands up my chest. Your vulnerability today shifted hearts, mine included. I kiss her softly, deepening when she opens her lips. Wind chills, but our heat rises. When we break, she places her palm over the brand. Captain of the Sky Harmony Guard, she says in playful lilt. Better title than general without joy. Then we build harmony. Below, bells toll the evening prayer. She rests her head against me. I watch lights flicker across the tiered city and feel weight lift. I've laid my heart open to public gaze and accepted the consequence. Political vultures circle, yet their talons cannot pierce truth forged in storm and tenderness. Tomorrow, I murmur, we draft the guard charter, human, half-blood, demon recruits. She smiles against my neck. Equality born in lightning. Stars ignite overhead. The moon, having tasted the sun, now drifts white as peace. I hold Ileana, vow blazing anew. I am no longer a weapon for the throne. I'm a shield for love, whether the kingdom bends or breaks beneath it.
Chapter 18. Ileana. Spring sunlight pours over Galmolith in bright cascades, an almost impossible warmth after the eclipse's strange twilight. Crows circle high above the palace spires, black wings flashing silver at the edges, and their caws mingle with the steady clap of craftsmen hammering new banners onto balcony rails. Gold and copper cloth blazes between white columns, and the city starts to breathe with tentative hope, like a patient just released from fever. I watch the bustle from the wide window of my borrowed sitting room, fingers tapping the carved stone sill in a quiet rhythm. Yesterday, Varrock's declaration rocked the court. Today, Matron Ylera plans to tip the entire chessboard. A soft knock draws me from the view. Sale slips inside, cheeks pink, curls plastered to her brow from the climb up countless stairs. She presses a coded note into my palm, then leans back on her heels, catching her breath. Stable diversion succeeded, she reports. We lured 2 sky lizards across the western quarter. The handlers are still chasing them. Excellent, I say, smoothing the parchment across my lap. Inside, Ylira's elegant script confirms the midday stage for her revelation and grants me a speaking moment directly after. My pulse stutters. Opportunity feels both gift and burden. Sail wipes a smudge of oil from her cheek. Are you sure the city will believe her? Nobles cling to lineage like armour. Truth has its own gravity, I reply, meeting her tired eyes. When Ylira casts it upon them, even polished armour will bend. Sail's smile tilts sharp. Then I'd better return to the tunnels before the breathing stops. Stay safe, I say, clasping her shoulder. She taps 2 fingers to her brow in an informal salute and vanishes into the corridor maze. Left alone, I breathe deep, centering. Sunlight glints on the pendant Varrock gifted me, the resonance stone cut from that broken collar. I rub the gem once, a habit now, then rise to dress. The emerald tunic feels familiar, yet today I add a sash of royal crimson, trimmed in slate grey, the colours of the Sky Harmony Guard that Varrock now leads. The fabric rests snug across my ribs, a silent tie to him while I step into uncharted territory. When I emerge, Lise waits with a steaming mug of ginger tea. She eyes the sash, her gaze soft. They cannot ignore you dressed as both storm and sunrise, she says. I laugh. I would settle for them not tossing me into a dungeon. Not after yesterday, she scoffs, handing me the mug. Half the city calls you Dawn Singer now. The title warms me more than the tea. Dawn. Beginning. Fitting for what must unfold. We wind through corridors toward the council rotunda, our soft steps swallowed by echoing marble. Murals depicting demon victories sprawl overhead, armour-clad generals wielding spears of lightning, conquered kingdoms kneeling under boots. I carry the weight of that history, yet stride taller. That past no longer writes our future alone. Near the grand bronze doors, Varrock waits in a new uniform, a charcoal leather coat trimmed in copper thread, runes worked into shoulder plates that gleam brighter than any medal. He still dwarfs the nobles, horns catching torchlight, yet a fresh calm moulds his posture. Guards salute as he approaches me. His eyes travel the sash. Pride flickers. Ready? He asks simply. Yes. He offers his arm. I slide mine through, grateful for silent strength. Together we enter the rotunda's vast circle. A hush falls over tiered benches. Demon senators in scarlet robes, half-blood envoys shimmering in silver, and human trade delegates clutching newly issued passes. All pivot to watch us cross the mosaic floor toward the dais. King Asmodeus is not yet present. His gilded throne looms empty near the high arch. Murmurs scuttle. There they are. Lovers, rebels, saviours, traitors. We ascend side stairs. Varrock guides me to a carved seat reserved for Skyguard captains. I pause, squeeze his hand, then step toward the podium placed centre stage for Ylira's address. She enters moments later. Gasps ripple. The matron's lavender complexion glows beneath a silk gown dyed storm violet, but her headdress, once a towering crown of lacquered horns, has been replaced by a simple circlet of silver vine, revealing her ears. Pointed tips mark demon lineage, yet faint human roundness appears at the outer edges. She has hidden them beneath ornate bone pieces for decades. Silence thickens as she reaches the podium. She surveys the gallery with gold-flecked eyes, shoulders squared. When she speaks, each word lands like a steady drum. Citizens of Galmaleth, for 300 years our city has thrived on order enforced by blood hierarchy. Yesterday proved blood alone cannot shield us. She pauses. The hush could swallow a heartbeat. I stand before you as matron of House Ylira, and as the daughter of a human father. The rotunda lurches with disbelieving cries. Some leap to their feet, outraged or awestruck. A senator's cane clatters down marble steps. Ylera lifts her palm, requesting stillness. My mixed heritage never diminished my loyalty, she continues. Instead, it honed empathy that guided trade prosperity and famine relief. Yet the law deems my bloodline impure. I unveil this truth today to condemn such a hollow measure. She reaches behind her neck, unfastens the gown's clasp, and lets the fabric fall to reveal a brand on her collarbone. Half demon rune, half human script interwoven, the old scar faint. My house thrived because unity, not purity, built its foundation. Her voice remains calm, but the hall quakes with reverberations of shattered dogma. I feel the resonant stone pulse at my throat, echoing her courage. Ylera turns toward me. Ileana, step forward. I cross the dais, sandals whispering. She presents a scroll of crimson wax, its fresh seal impressed with the Ylera crest, now encircled by intertwined crowns. I petition the council to recognise Ileana Erendor as envoy extraordinary, empowered to draft a new charter of caste equality, she states. Shock resets the room. The human delegates exchange stunned glances. Demon senators hiss under their breath. Half-blood envoys lean forward, hunger for change lighting their features. I accept the scroll, fingertips steady despite the storm inside. I am honoured, I say, raising my voice. But this charter must be inked by voices across every tier, not mine alone. Murmurs follow, some supportive, some sceptical. Senator Tovor, his horns gilded in gold laminate, stands. Ridiculous. Bloodlines ensure order, strip them away, and chaos follows. Chaos already arrived, I reply, stepping farther into the open circle. Assassins within your ranks fired on festival crowds. Storm nearly devoured the city. Who calmed it? A union of talents across caste lines. He sneers. An anomaly. Or a harbinger, I counter, letting quiet conviction carry. Lightning once belonged only to demons. Yesterday it answered a human song. The world changes whether the council wills it or not. Tovor's face reddens. Before he retorts, the doors at the rear bang open. King Asmodeus enters, flanked by honour guards carrying onyx pikes. He strides to the throne, yet remains standing. The hall drops to its knees. I bow my head, then straighten quickly, scroll still raised. Asmodeus's gaze pins me, then Ylera, then Varrock. Curiosity stirs behind molten silver eyes. Proceed, he commands. Ylera repeats her petition. As she speaks, I study the king. Yesterday he watched me calm the sky, then accepted Varrock's demotion without outward fury. Today, curiosity outweighs wrath. He loves games, and new pieces have just entered the board. Asmodeus lifts a ring-clad hand once Ylera finishes. The council will deliberate. Until then, Ileana shall serve as provisional envoy under my oversight. He slides his eyes to Tovor. Objections? Tovor's throat bobs. No, Majesty. The resolution passes by royal edict. Gasps again. My knees nearly buckle under the sudden mantle, but I plant my feet. As we withdraw to the wings, Varrock intercepts, warmth and worry mingling in his eyes. Envoy extraordinary, he murmurs, mouth quirking. The title tastes heavy, I breathe. Let me shoulder some weight. He squeezes my elbow, a covert gesture shielding us from observing scribes. Ylera joins, folding her arms. Sweat beads along her hairline, but satisfaction rides her smile. Stage set, she murmurs. Now draft the charter before they bury the motion in procedure. I will start tonight, I promise. Afternoon light slants through library windows as I spread maps, census ledgers, and sales tunnel schematics across a massive oak table. Varrock perches on the edge, sharpening a quill with meticulous care. Garrick stands guard at the door, posture relaxed, yet watchful. Ylera's disclosure cut deeper than a blade, Varrock observes, eyes scanning lists. Noble houses scramble for alliances. Good, I answer, scribbling names of potential reform supporters. Momentum thrives on uncertainty. He sets the quill down, studying me. You move with new authority. My chains fell the moment the storm obeyed me, I say, meeting his gaze. Your faith forged the key. He reaches across parchment to clasp my hand. We share a silent moment before returning to tasks. Hours pass in ink scrawl, page flipping, messenger pigeons dispatched. At dusk, Lise brings food, honeyed figs, cheese rounds, crusty bread. We eat at the table, still debating clause verbiage. Mid-bite a messenger bursts in, breathless. Matron Yalira requests your presence at the river amphitheatre. Urgent. Varrock sets the bread down, muscles tightening. Garrick signals 2 guards. I rise, stacking papers. Coming. The river amphitheatre lies in the lower tier, carved into the cliff along a rushing cataract. Lanterns line terraces, but the crowd appears smaller, mostly half-blood artisans and human workers. Yalira stands on the central stage, silhouette lit by torches. When we reach her, she beckons us close. Senator Tovor plots an emergency vote to strip my title, she says quietly. He claims impurity violates the charter. We must preempt. By rallying the populace, I realise. Tonight, she confirms, your song carries weight. Varrock glances at the crowd, then at me. I step onto the stage with Yalira, heart thundering. She addresses the gathering first, recounting her heritage and the council's defiance. Murmurs of outrage shift to solidarity. Whistles of support rise. When she gestures to me, I inhale, letting the river's roar settle my nerves. Galmoleth stands at a crossroads, I call. Do we measure worth by ancient ink on lineage scrolls, or by how we lift one another when lightning falls? Torches flicker in the updraft, reflecting in 100 eyes. I unfasten my cloak clasp, letting copper vines catch the firelight. My blood is human, yet the sky answered my voice because I honoured harmony. Yalira's blood is blended, yet her wisdom fed hungry districts. Varrock wields thunder, but sets it aside to shield the weak. These truths speak louder than pedigree. A cheer swells. I lift both palms. Tomorrow the council debates the Equality Charter. They will watch who stands with us. Let song travel tonight, from workshops, from mines, from kitchens, until marble walls tremble. Someone begins the minor-scale hum. Others join. A wave of resonance flows across the amphitheatre, through pipes and into distant alleys. My pendant glows brighter, the stone resonating with collective hope. I let vibrations wash through bone, knit sinew, renew resolve. When the song fades, I see tears on faces once hardened by labour. Hope glitters like starlight on water. Varrock steps beside me, resting his hand low on my back. Silent approval. Garrick announces safe routes home. Guard escorts form a protective ring. On a walkway above the amphitheatre, I spot Senator Tovor watching, jaw tight. He withdraws hastily. Fear, perhaps, but change rarely marches unopposed. Night deepens. Back in the library, candles sputter as we anchor charter clauses to legal precedent, weaving language both precise and poetic. Varrock copies the final articles in immaculate script. Yalira stamps each with her new crest. At dawn's first blush, we tie the scrolls with blue ribbon and dispatch couriers to every council seat. Varrock leans back, shoulders rolling. He looks at me across the littered table. Ink smears, crumb-strewn plates, maps askew. You rewrote the city's heartbeat, he murmurs. We rewrote it, I correct, sliding my fingers over his. But the final chords are still ahead. His thumb strokes my knuckle. Whatever storm they send, I will meet it at your side. I squeeze his hand, gaze drifting to the window where sunrise paints clouds, rose and gold. Yesterday I woke a slave. Today I rise an envoy shaping law. Tomorrow I may stand a target again, yet I no longer move alone, nor in shadow. Ylira's courage lights the path, Varroc's devotion fortifies it, and the city itself hums an anthem of rebirth. A knock interrupts reflection. Garrick enters, face bright. Council convenes at the 10th bell. Your charter tops the agenda. I inhale a steady breath, rising. Then let's greet history. Varroc falls into step as we leave the library, parchment bundle cradled like a fragile dawn. The palace corridors buzz, but fear no longer lives in my bones. Anticipation does. Each stride echoes evolution. Ileana the captive, Ileana the storm tamer, and now Ileana the law-bearer. The pendant warms against my sternum, pulse in sync with my heart. As we approach the assembly doors, Varroc whispers, "Whatever the verdict, our story continues." I smile, pushing the doors inward. Together we will write every chapter.
Chapter 19. Varroc. I stride through the eastern cloister with moonlight splashing silver across obsidian tiles, the night scents of jasmine and furnace smoke mixing in strange harmony. Armor creaks at my shoulders, yet under the new charcoal leather beats a heart quieter than it has been in days. Not calmer, never that, but steadier, tempered by the vow that guides each step. I will stand before Asmodeus and plant my flag where none of his generals, hunters, or high priests ever dared to plant it. I will name Ileana as mine, not as property nor as trophy, but as an equal flame to match my own. Garrick waits at the vaulted arch that opens onto the high bridge crossing from the Skyguard barracks to the royal keep. Torchlight paints ridges across his horns. He offers a short bow. The council session broke an hour ago. The king summoned you to the Red Hall. I know, I answer. Sentinel pigeons carry news faster than whispers tonight. Rumors multiply all the same, he says, falling into step beside me. Half the guard claims Asmodeus prepares charges. The rest swear he wants to promote you back to general just to save face. I huff a low laugh. He wants neither. He wants blood, but prefers to see whether the taste will be mine or the council's before he bites. Marble balustrades glide past. Below, terraces spark with lanterns shaped like open scrolls. Citizens celebrating the charter debate Ylira forced onto the docket. They do not know how that vote will land tomorrow, yet hope spins them in circles. Their song of last night still echoes in wind tunnels, the faint hum brushing my ears. That resonance fuels me now. We cross the bridge to the keep gate. Iron-glaive sentinels salute, eyes flicking to the insignia of the Sky Harmony Guard on my collar. They are still not used to seeing that crest on a demon commander, but they drop their halberds in deference. Garrick stops there. Protocol demands I enter the throne wing alone. One look from him speaks all advice unsaid. Keep temper sheathed and heart visible. Inside, passageways wind like arteries of a stone beast, lit by dragon-glass sconces that tinge walls blue. I pass portraits of ancient kings, faces hardened by conquest. No portrait shows a monarch smiling. Perhaps tonight will shatter more than council laws. The Red Hall doors loom, carved cedar inlaid with rubies that glimmer like fresh wounds. Two storm-bound knights cross twin spears barring entrance. I raise my hand. Runes along my knuckles spark. They retreat, pushing the doors open. Heat billows out, scent of brazier coals and spiced resin. Asmodeus stands before the central flame pit, a cloak of midnight scale draping to the floor, horns braided with iron cuffs. He turns, molten eyes locking on me as the doors thud shut behind. His tail flicks once, a sign of coiled patience. "Captain Varroc," he greets, slow and measured. "You kept me waiting." "I had petitions to read," I reply with equal calm. "The people speak louder than marble tonight." He circles the fire, hands clasped behind his back. "The people speak because you give them permission. You raise a human slave to envoy and dare nobles to bristle." His voice drips curiosity, but embers of anger pulse beneath. I raise her because she earned that rise, because this city needs her voice. I step closer, boots echoing, because you, Majesty, need truth unsweetened by fear. His laugh rumbles deep, echoing against scarlet tiles. Truth. A malleable trinket. He gestures to a low obsidian table where a stack of documents waits. Council petitions to revoke Ylira's charter stand here. They request my seal. I consider them. You can imagine their contents. I can, I say softly. What is your vote? That depends. He lifts one scroll, flicking the wax seal with a claw. Your attachment complicates matters. If I banish Ileana, the populace may riot, claiming I crush a symbol of hope. If I spare her, nobles claim I appease cowards. The other path dims my crown. I cross my arms over my chest. There is a third path. Ah! He raises a brow. To enlighten your king? Accept Ileana's role and accept my public bond with her. Present the partnership as a strategic alliance that melds demon might with human innovation. I hold his gaze. The Empire will call it visionary. Or call it treachery, he counters, tossing the scroll aside, parchment fluttering. Rumors say you intend to wed the Dawn Singer. Where does loyalty to the throne linger in such a union? My loyalty stands here. I tap a fist over my brand. It forged under your command years before this debate. You taught me power demands sacrifice. Today my sacrifice is title. Ease perhaps life to secure Galmalith's evolution instead of its demise. Flames crackle. He steps closer, towering, though we share height. Speak plain. Do you claim her as consort? I set my shoulders, feel heart steady. I do. Before king, sky, and every ancestor in these walls, Ileana is my chosen mate in soul and purpose. The admission rings out, bold and irrevocable. Heat rushes my face, not in shame but in relief. Chains of secrecy splinter. Asmodeus's eyes narrow, gleaming like magma starved for a vent. In ancient law, a consort binds not just bed but house and land. You would tether my northern shields to a mortal woman's whim? To a mortal woman who commands lightning, voice, and the hearts of your subjects. I uncross my arms, open my palms, deny that strength and the throne fractures. He studies me, tail lashing. You risk civil war for romance. I risk civil war to prevent a greater one. Contain these changes now, guide them, and you keep the crown secure. Suppress them, and a storm of resentment will raise walls no lightning ever touched. Silence yawns. Flames bend sideways in a draft, hissing. He turns back to the pit, gaze on coals. Long moments stretch. I breathe slow, ready for a swinging blade. At length he speaks, voice softer yet more dangerous. You've learned the strategist's art well, Varrock. Twist love into a lever, but machines strain with every extra cog. If this bond fails, my city bleeds. It will not fail, I promise, conviction thrumming through every scar and rune. Because you will not allow it? He glances over his shoulder, lips curling. Or because she will never betray? Both, I answer. Another stillness. Then his shoulders lose a fraction of tension. Very well. Present your pledge at Dawn Court. I will endorse it if the council majority holds. But know this, any falter, and your blood signs the annulment. I bow, shallow but true. Understood, Majesty. He waves dismissal. Yet as I turn, his next words freeze my stride. Do not mistake approval for affection. You have forced my hand. I dress surrender in gold so the people cheer while I swallow loss. I meet his gaze. Your people's triumph is no loss. He bares his teeth, but something like grudging respect flickers. I exit before the temperature drops again. Corridors blur as adrenaline drains. On the bridge, the night wind slaps my face. Garrick straightens beneath the arch. King? He will allow, I say, breath fogging. Dawn Court. Garrick grins broad, something rare. The city will roar. Prepare the ceremony. I clap his arm and stride on. Short hours later, dawn stains the horizon rose. The palace courtyard crowds thick with dignitaries, soldiers, and citizens allowed rare entry. A marble dais gleams with morning dew. At its center stands a curved pedestal shaped like entwined vines, new overnight. Royal artisans never sleep when a king demands. I wait on the bottom step in full dress armor, cloak pinned by the Skyguard sigil, helm removed so my horns catch light. My heart beats a steady drum, though my palms sweat. Trumpets cry. Ileana appears at the far arch flanked by Lys and Sail. Sunlight crowns her hair. Her pendant glows. When she reaches me, our hands clasp instinctively. Murmurs ripple, a living sea. King Asmodeus ascends the dais, a crimson cloak trailing. He raises an obsidian scepter. Silence falls like a curtain. Galmolith thrives by courage, he begins, voice rolling. Courage to conquer, to innovate, to embrace storms. Yesterday, courage spoke in the truth of mixed blood. Today, courage speaks again in a bond that crosses boundaries yet unseen. He beckons us forward. Ileana and I climb the steps, standing before him. He studies us, eyes unreadable. Then he draws a dagger forged of star iron. Reflections show both our faces in the blade. He slices the air above our joined hands. A thin spark of white light arcs painless yet leaves a shimmer on our skin. Symbolic binding. By my authority, he proclaims. I recognize Captain Varrock's claim and name, Ileana Arendor, consort of the Sky Harmony Guard, envoy to the Council, guardian of Dawnsong. Crowd gasps, then erupts into applause, thunder rolling. Trumpets blast in upbeat fanfare. Petal confetti bursts from balcony nets, fluttering like copper snow. I pivot to Ileana. Her eyes brim with awe and fierce pride. I cup her cheek, lean in, and kiss her lips beneath roaring cheers. The kiss is firm yet gentle, vow distilled into breath. She returns it with equal fire. Petals cling to her lashes when we part. Asmodeus's voice cuts through the applause. The council shall vote at midday on the Equality Charter. Until then, celebrate the sunrise of unity. Ceremony ends. Courtiers swarm the dais stairs, offering congratulations tinged with caution, but none dare insult a newly blessed bond. Garrick organizes the escort down a path toward the public promenade where celebrations swell. We descend, Ileana's hand tight in mine. She laughs as children fling handfuls of copper petals. We pause to hug Sail, Lys, Yalira, each glowing. Yet beneath the joy, I note shadows. Senator Tovor stands under an arch, whispering with 3 others. Their eyes sharpen, jaws tense. Approval by the king does not erase hatred brewed through centuries. I file the image away. By afternoon, festival music fills the air. Streets burst with the perfume of street food, drums, and resonance chimes. Ileana moves among stalls, greeting artisans who helped craft the stakes, sharing smiles that forge invisible alliances stronger than ink. I break away to review guard rotations. My new unit comprises demons, half-bloods, and humans in equal squads. Training cross-species has a rocky start, but crisis binds faster than drills. They receive news of the charter vote with anxious sparks. I remind them our shield forms the first defense if the chamber turns hostile. Thunder rumbles, though the sky is clear, a false echo from distant mines. O men, enough. Trouble stirs. A messenger skids into the courtyard, breathless. Captain, the king requests your presence in his private chamber now. Urgent. I nod, stride through the palace, and arrive at the vaulted council library, where Asmodeus stands alone, window shutters half drawn. Majesty, I greet. He turns, face stern. The council wavers. Tovor claims Yalira's charter undermines demon sovereignty. They demand I withdraw my blessing on your bond as proof of impartiality. Cold coils around my spine. Impartiality to prejudice? They spin whichever word suits. He steps close, Voice low. I will not rescind. But they rally votes to overrule the crown via an ancient war clause. If they pass it, you lose your title, she loses envoy status, the reforms die. I clench my fists. What leverage remains? As the war clause cites threat to the realm as its trigger, we must prove there is a greater threat outside the council than within it. Something only the Sky Guard can contain. I dispatched scouts to the volcanic rim. Seismic spines flare. If a quake hits during the vote, you must lead containment. Show the council the need for unity. Arrange a spectacle to sway opinion, I summarize. Call it a demonstration. His eyes harden. Succeed, and the charter passes. Fail, and I cannot shield you. I nod slowly. Then I will stop the quake. He adds quieter. Your bond hides no retreat, remember that. I remember. I leave without ceremony. Evening falls blood orange. I brief Ileana, Yalira, and Garrick. We board a sky skiff and race toward the volcanic rim west of the city. Steam columns curl into clouds. Earth tremors jostle the deck. Elementals, magma sprites, swarm fissures. I leap from the skiff first, runes blazing. My guard squads deploy nets tuned to Ileana's frequency. She stands on the prow, her hum rising through dusk. The sprites shudder, drawn into nets where copper filaments siphon excess heat. I wield a glaive against stone golems birthed from the quake, slicing lava veins to cool the crust. Ground rips beneath me. I plunge, catch a slope. Garrick drags me up, sweat and ash coat armor, but the crate of quartz charges remains intact. We hammer spikes into the fault ridge, Ileana's hum guiding the tempo. The earth stills, rumble fading to groan, then silence. Stars emerge through smoke. Success. We return by midnight. The council is still in heated debate. As we stride into the hall, blackened with ash, helmets tucked under our arms, senators gawk. Quake contained, I announce, tossing a scorched golem core onto marble. Unified Guard save the western farms. Tovor sputters objection, but a half-blood envoy counters with a casualty log showing 0 deaths. Applause erupts from lower tiers. Asmodeus, seated, hides a smile. The vote commences. Scroll bearers tally quickly. Result, the charter passes by a slim edge. My bond stands. Yalira retains her seat. Caste equality takes its first legal breath. Relief floods the hall. Ileana's eyes shine wet, but she raises her chin. I exhale, letting tension slip. Tovor storms out. I sense future battles, yet joy prevails tonight. Later, the roof garden under the moon. A cool breeze dims the fire's memory on my skin. Ileana drapes her cloak around us both as we sit on a carved bench. She rests her head on my shoulder. You faced King, Council, and Volcano and still breathe, she teases softly. Because your song steadied the earth under my boots, I answer, lips brushing her hair. She turns, kissing me slow, a scrap of ash tasting on our mouths. We changed law. We changed fate, I correct. We fall silent, watching fireflies dance over the lily pond. In the distance, cathedral bells chime the second hour past midnight. The future is yet unknown, but fear does not settle. Commitment has replaced it. I thought power required a cold heart, I confess. But love carved a new blade sharper than any forge iron. She smiles, squeezing my hand, and together we wield it. I draw her close, gaze sweeping the city lights. Tomorrow enemies will regroup, storms will gather. Yet tonight we bask in fragile triumph, hearts beating a duet steady and bright, a promise carved on very air.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 20. Ileana. Moonlight washes Galmoleth in pale blue, softening the edges of ramparts and spires as if a patient artist has taken a charcoal stick and blurred every hard line. From the balcony of Varroc's new command tower, I watch lantern barges drift along the river, each vessel carrying singers who hum the motif we spun at the amphitheatre. Their harmony rises on the cool night wind, curling around me like a silken shawl. The melody lifts, pauses, and settles again, steady, reassuring, alive. Behind me, the chamber glows with heart warmth. Fires burn low in twin braziers, perfuming the air with cedar and crushed sage. Maps of fault lines and troop patrols lie stacked on a round table, their edges weighted by quartz anchors. The world beyond these walls still schemes and plots, but for a few stolen hours, the parchment can wait. Tonight belongs not to charts or laws, but to the living currents that thread between Varroc and me, tugging with quiet insistence. Bootsteps cross the mosaic floor. I turn as Varroc closes the balcony doors, latching them against the wind. Armour gone, he wears only loose, dark trousers and an open linen shirt. Moonlight traces the line of a scar that arcs across his collarbone, a souvenir from battles he never boasts about. His horns catch the glow, polished obsidian curving with austere grace. Yet it is his eyes that hold me fast, molten silver now tempered by tenderness. "Your pulse races," he murmurs, voice velvet over stone. I feel it from across the room. I cannot seem to slow it, I admit, pressing a hand to my throat where the resonance pendant rests. So much changed in a single day. The charter passed, our bond was recognised, and storm lines were redrawn. Part of me fears I will wake and find it a dream. He steps closer, heat rolling from him. Dreams fade. This stands. He lifts my hand, placing it against his chest, firm muscle yielding to a heartbeat that thuds in time with mine. Feel that? Flesh and truth. My palm tingles with each beat. His skin beneath the shirt smells faintly of smoke and mountain pine. I curl my fingers, anchoring. Outside, a bell chimes midnight, its bronze tone drifting through shutters. The hour evokes an ache. Tomorrow Tovor and his faction will meet to draft countermoves. Yet right now the city rests, and we must feed our strength. I slide my cloak from my shoulders, letting it fall across the arm of a nearby chaise. His gaze trails down the emerald silk tunic I still wear, lingering on the crimson guard sash cinched at my waist. A half smile pulls his lips. When you first arrived, chains clasped your wrists. Tonight the colour of command wraps you instead. And you removed your plate to meet me unarmed, I note. For you, I never need armour. The honesty in his tone sends nerves humming. I close the distance until only a breath separates us. The air between our skins sparkles. Static born of lightning and song merged. My fingertips rise, tracing the line of his scar. "Tell me the story of this mark," I whisper. "South Ravine Rebellion," he answers, voice low. "A spear found me when I shielded a wounded recruit." Did it hurt? I already know it did, yet I wish to hear him share. Pain told me I was alive. He lifts my chin with a gentle thumb. Tonight pain has no place here. He leans forward, brushing his lips along the faint slave collar scar at my throat. Warm breath chases a shudder down my spine. I exhale slowly, meeting his mouth halfway. The kiss is unhurried, exploration rather than conquest. He tastes of cinnamon and dusk. My hands climb to tangle in his hair, silky around the base of his horns. He groans softly, deepening the angle. Lantern light flickers, painting golden streaks across his cheekbones. When we part, my lungs burn with need and wonder. I draw back just enough to gauge his eyes. Vulnerability lies bare there. No mask of rank, only a man who gave up glory for his heart. I want you, I say, the confession a river bursting through a dam. Not because fear looms, but because life feels bigger beside you. Silver irises soften to pewter, and I want you, not as victory's prize, but as equal flame. He slides his palms down my arms, thumbs circling the soft underside of my elbows. Will you share your light with mine tonight? Rather than answer with words, I reach for the sash knot. His hands still mine. Allow me, he murmurs, voice husky. Fingers work slowly, loosening the crimson fabric. He draws it aside, then presses his lips to the hollow beneath my ear, while slipping tunic ties. I tremble, knees suddenly unsure. Every brush of linen against skin heightens sensation. The tunic falls in a whisper to the floor, pooling like spilled moonlight. Cool air ghosts over bare shoulders, pebbling flesh. Varroc's gaze roams from throat to hips, reverent rather than possessive. He traces the line of my collarbone down to the swell of her chest, a fingertip feather light. Heat floods. I slide his linen shirt off broad shoulders, palms gliding over runed tattoos, etched in deep silver-blue spirals down his arms. Their patterns pulse faintly, reacting to my touch. Among them, fresh ink from 2 nights ago, twin leaves intertwined around a lightning bolt, marks our unity. I brush my lips over those new lines. His breath staggers.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. In half dream, I hear the resonance hum again, distant yet familiar. The song floats through the open skylight, carried by wind from river barges, rising and intertwining with the memory of our joining. It reminds me that every revolution, every law, begins first in hearts willing to beat in unison. My hand seeks his in sleep, fingers threading. His grip closes reflexively. 2 pulses sink once more. The candle gutters out, yet the room remains aglow, lit by the promise forged tonight. Fierce, tender, unbreakable. Outside, the first paling of the eastern sky hints at dawn's arrival. The city stirs, crows calling, merchants stamping wagons into life. Conflict may shadow the horizon, but inside this chamber, dawn has already risen, blazing brighter than the banners on palace walls. I hold that light as sleep finally claims me, ready to carry it into the day that waits.
Chapter 21. Varroc. Dawn paints the battlements copper as I stand on the outer terrace of the royal keep. The wind carries the last strains of the river singer's hymn, notes that lifted Ileana and me through the night. But the harmony fades now, beneath the weight of the drums pulsing from the grand court below. Those drums call every noble, every petitioner, and every sworn sword to assembly. The king demands judgment. I roll my shoulders, easing leather across fresh bruises earned at the volcanic rim. The heat of yesterday still ghosts beneath the skin, a reminder of the fault we calmed and the fragile charter we won. Today's test will not be molten rock. Today the threat sits upon a throne of gold and obsidian, holding the power to strip everything we built with a single spoken command. Bootsteps sound behind me. I turn as Ileana approaches, cloak swirling around an emerald dress. The moonlit tenderness of last night still echoes in her eyes, yet a veil of determination settles over that softness. The resonant stone at her throat pulses with faint blue light, reacting to the drums as if keeping time with an unspoken promise. She stops close, slipping her fingers through mine. "Your jaw's tight," she murmurs. "Breathe, or you will bite through it before we reach the hall." The corner of my mouth rises. If biting steel could sway the council, I would gladly gnaw every column in the rotunda. She squeezes my hand. "We will not bend them by force this morning. We will bend them by truth." Her steadiness fills my chest with embers of courage. I press my lips to her knuckles, tasting the faint salt of the night's labor, spent scribbling charter amendments. Then we walk side by side past crimson banners and polished helms that line the stair. Guards bow, eyes flicking between the human envoy and the demon commander who claims her as equal. Uncertainty rides their brows, but no one speaks. The king demanded silence until verdict. We reach the bronze doors where Garrick waits. His scale mail catches dawn light, casting ripples across the steps. He bows, then sets a hand on my shoulder. "Stormborn," he says, using the old training name spoken only among brothers. "Remember who shares the sky with you." Behind him stand 30 soldiers in mixed armor, demon plates, and human leathers blended, crests of the Sky Harmony Guard freshly stitched. They are my answer to the old divisions, and they hold formation because they believe more in us than in fear. I nod gratitude, then push through the doors into the grand court. Marble columns rise like trunks of ancient trees, capped with gold leaves that glitter in the high windows. The floor is a mosaic of winged figures circling a thunderbolt, their eyes gemstones that throw colored sparks when sunlight touches them. Tiered rows overflow with senators, merchant lords, guild masters, and foreign observers. At the far end sits the throne of Asmodeus, taller than any mortal chair, its back carved with serpents devouring their own tails. The king leans forward, fingertips pressed together, watching the tide of spectators part for Ileana and me. An attendant slams a staff once. Captain Varrock of the Sky Harmony Guard and envoy Ileana Arendor present themselves. We halt at the front of the dais. Ileana's hand leaves mine as protocol requires, but my skin still tingles where her warmth lingered. Asmodeus rises. His crown of barbed platinum throws reflections like shards. "The council meets to judge charges brought by Senator Tovor of High House Malvir," he announces. "Charges of treasonous collusion, unlawful meddling in blood law, and attempted subversion of royal will." Shouts ripple from the benches. Anger, support, jeers. Asmodeus lifts one gloved hand. Silence takes hold. "Tovor, speak." The senator stands 3 tiers back, robes of hammered gold rustling like coins, horns tipped with crystal gleam. He points an accusing finger at us. "Weeks of chaos trace straight to that woman." His tone drips contempt. "A human slave turned envoy who manipulates our captain through carnal spell. She wields magic dangerous to our realm and weakens demon ranks by blurring caste lines. Remove her, and remove the rot." He sweeps his cloak aside. "Furthermore, Captain Varrock defied the crown in forging an unsanctioned militia, risking civil strife. I request dissolution of their bond and exile for the human." Boos and cheers clash until Asmodeus slams his scepter to the floor. The crash booms overhead like thunder. Quiet falls. I step forward, heart drumming yet voice steady. "Majesty, Council, I own every decision and welcome judgment. But speak truth. Ileana's song calmed the sky and saved thousands. Her council forged a charter that shields your poorest wards. If these acts threaten Galmaleth, then the city no longer values life." Tovor laughs, high and bitter. "Pretty speech. Yet you forget divine decree. Blood of demons alone may touch Stormfire. She touched more than Stormfire, she stole it." A murmur of unease spreads. Even supporters shift, recalling myths that lightning is a gift from upper plane demons alone. Ileana steps to my side, chin held high. Lightning answered harmony, not theft. The storm felt pain of chained voices and sought balance. Her words flowed clear yet forceful, but fear of the unknown ripples through the crowd. I sense momentum slipping. Asmodeus raises his hand. Debate yields nothing new. We move to sentence. Cold gravity sinks in. I tighten my stance, ready to challenge, but protocol shackles any protest. Asmodeus inhales to speak. Before sound emerges, the hall darkens. Torches gutter as unseen wind sweeps the aisles. The gem eyes in the mosaic floor kindle bright as suns, casting multicolored beams upward. An electric tingle climbs my skin. A voice, neither male nor female, ripples through air like chimes struck underwater. Hold judgment. Every throat snaps shut. The light above the throne condenses into a figure cloaked in argent mist. Wings of white flame unfurl, their feather tips dripping stardust. Eyes burn sapphire. Awe slams me to my knees before choice registers. Ileana gasps but remains upright, legs wobbling. She grips my shoulder while bowing her head. The being hovers inches above the dais. Asmodeus bows deeply, his crown nearly scraping marble. His voice shakes. Ultix, herald of the Accord, we are honored. So this is Ultix, envoy of the Celestial Court, seldom seen since the dawn of demon rule. Legends claim Ultix enforces balance between realms, answering when power tilts too far. Ultix surveys the hall, gaze both gentle and piercing. When those eyes settle on Ileana, they brighten, as if seeing through every barrier. Rise, Ultix commands. We obey, though legs tremble. I have watched storms gather within these walls, the herald intones. I have heard cries of chain and lash, of class and creed, and I have witnessed two hearts weave a path across the divide. Ultix lifts a hand. A luminous thread appears, shimmering from Ileana's chest to mine. Gasps erupt. Tovor stammers, "This spectacle cannot—" Ultix turns a fraction. The senator's voice freezes mid-word, throat seized by invisible awe. Song met thunder, Ultix continues, and neither was consumed. Instead, new harmony arose. Such balance pleases the Accord. The herald reaches toward Ileana. Light spills, bathing her in pale gold. The resonant stone at her throat shatters with a crystalline ring, fragments swirling before melting into a streak that flows into her skin. Glyphs bloom across her collarbone, glowing sigils of unknown script. Ultix withdraws. Ileana Erendor, bearer of Dawnsong, I grant you the favor of the celestial chorus. Your voice shall carry through tempest and terror. No mortal law may silence it. Guard this gift with humility. Ileana's eyes brim, yet remain fierce. I will honor it, she whispers. The herald faces me. Captain Varrock, you protected a seed of change despite threat to self. Such courage echoes deep. Stand as sentinel of the bridge between bloods. Let no fear break the span. Light seals around my heart, warm yet weighty. I feel the runes on my arms ignite, glowing brighter before settling. Ultix lifts massive wings. Judgment is rendered. These two stand under celestial protection. Any who move against them, move against the Accord. With a rush of wind and a scatter of sparks, the figure dissolves, torches blazing bright again. Silence reigns, thick and stunned. Asmodeus straightens, his mask of power slipping before quick recovery. His eyes flick to the shattered stone dust on the dais, then to the council. He raises his voice smooth, yet threaded with awe. Higher order has spoken. Charges are void. Tovor collapses back into his seat, face drained. Ripples of discussion spread, yet no one dares raise objection. I turn to Ileana. She sways. I catch her, an arm wrapping around her waist. The glyphs on her skin fade to faint silver, still visible like moonlight through water. Relief floods my veins so fiercely my knees threaten to buckle. "Are you hurt?" I ask. She smiles through tears. "No. I feel full, as if every breath carries a note of sky." Asmodeus descends the dais, a rare action displaying humility. He stops before us, gaze searching. The accord seldom intervenes. "You earned a miracle." He inclines his head. "Galmalith must adapt. I will announce a royal decree cementing the Equality Charter effective immediately. Those who resist will do so outside protection." He casts a sharp look at Tovor. The senator lowers his eyes. I bow. "Thank you, Majesty." Ileana mirrors the movement. When we rise, Asmodeus surprises me with a faint smile. "Lead well, Captain. Your story rewrites books I thought finished." He returns to the throne. The crowd breaks into murmured celebration, some into stunned reflection. Garrick bursts through the doorway, a grin splitting his face as he surveys our safety. Behind him, Sile and Lys push forward, eyes shining. Ileana and I descend the dais steps. Supporters surge, but the guard buffer maintains space. She grips my hand, expression dazed yet radiant. We exit onto a balcony overlooking the inner courtyard. The sun climbs higher, gilding flagstones. Below, citizens gather, drawn by rumors of divine light. They peer up, hope bright in every face. Ileana steps to the balustrade. Her voice rings clear, carrying farther than mortal lungs should reach. "People of Galmalith, chains fall today not by decree alone, but by hearts that refuse silence. Walk beside your neighbor horned or round-eared and build the dawn together." The crowd erupts in cheers. A wave of sound rolls up the walls, washing over us. I look at her silhouette against the sun, hair haloed, and pride nearly breaks my chest. I once believed desire made me weak. Now I see desire tempered by respect, forges indomitable will. She turns, cheeks wet with tears she does not hide. I wipe one away with my thumb. "Divine favor suits you," I tease softly. "It feels heavy," she admits. "Then I will shoulder the half that drags." I kiss her forehead, lingering. Behind, bells burst into joyous peal, first from the palace tower, then the cathedral, then the harbor. Their echo chases clouds beyond the horizon. Across the courtyard, Tovor slips through an arch, cloak drawn tight. He will plot, as will others, but open war becomes perilous under the accord. Our fight shifts from survival to stewardship. Ileana leans into my arms. "We did not win everything today, but we won the chance to try." "Chance is more than rebels usually receive," I reply. We stay there until the bells quiet, letting the sun bake fear from our bones. Each breath tastes of iron and jasmine and distant bakery sugar, an odd mixture marking the birth of a new era. Later, we return to the council chamber to sign the amended charter. Ylira guides the quill in Ileana's hand, while glyphs still flare with light. As the final stroke dries, the parchment shivers, then calms, as if settling under the weight of destiny. At dusk, a feast erupts in the royal garden. Musicians from both upper terraces and river quarters blend instruments, lute with drum, horn with reed. I dance only once, pulling Ileana into a slow spin among the roses while torches scatter sparks above. She laughs, that sound chiming like crystal. For a heartbeat the world narrows to that laugh, and the fragrance of bloom. Night deepens. Stars reflect in the palace pond. I stand with Garrick near the perimeter, scanning shadows by habit. He nudges me. "Stormborn, you realize you outranked half these lords before midday. Now half bow to you." "I prefer them standing," I answer. "Harder to stab when kneeling? Perhaps, but easier to hold accountable." He chuckles. "Duty never leaves." "No," I agree, "but neither does hope." Ileana appears, entwining her fingers with mine. "Come. They want a toast." She drags me toward the dais, where Asmodeus lifts a jeweled goblet. He speaks of unity of faith and change. When he finishes and the crowd drinks, he passes the goblet to me. I raise it. Courage is not absence of fear, but the decision that love outranks it. I turn, offering the goblet to Ileana. She touches the rim to her lips, then raises it to the assembly. Applause rings. The feast roars on, but we eventually slip away up a spiral staircase to the tower where a night breeze cools heated skin. We lean against a parapet, city lights sprawled below like a river of embers. Ileana inhales. Do you think Oltix will return? Only if we falter. I brush her hair aside, revealing faint glyphs, and we will not. We stand in silence, hearts beating a calm cadence. Clouds drift, revealing a full moon. I remember that childhood sunrise I told her last night. Colors bathing the peaks. This moonrise mirrors that wonder. Silver washing a city grown strange and new. I pull her close, hand on the small of her back. The Accord named you Guardian of Dawn. And you Sentinel of the Bridge, she reminds me, resting her head on my shoulder. Bridges stand when stones interlock, I say. My stone against yours. Below, bells toll the final hour. Gates close, yet possibilities open wide. In the quiet, I feel a swirl of gratitude toward Garrick, toward Ylira, even toward Asmodeus, who surrendered pride for the realm's good, and most toward the unfathomable herald who saw worth in an unlikely pair. Ileana turns in my embrace, lips brushing mine. The kiss is soft, free of urgency, flavored with the promise of mornings to come. She whispers against my mouth, Tomorrow we start repair. And tonight we hold each other. I finish. Inside, the fire waits in the hearth. Its glow flickers on parchment still wet with the charter seal, on armor stacked neatly by the wall, and on 2 cups of honey wine left by thoughtful attendants. I pour and pass a cup. She raises hers. To Bridges, she says. To Dawn, I answer. We drink, savor sweetness, then place cups aside. No further words are needed. Outside, the city hums restful under the new law. Inside, we begin the future with steady hearts and open hands, ready to guide the flame into an era no lineage scroll ever dared imagine. I look once more through the window. Clouds part, revealing a star that streaks across the void, its trail bright and brief. I follow its arc until it fades beyond the horizon. Hope is a streak that blazes, then leaves the darkness brighter because it passed. I turn back to Ileana, the glow of the fire dancing in her eyes. She reaches. I step into her embrace. Together, we face the warmth of the hearth and the new chapter waiting beyond dawn.
Chapter 22. Ileana. Morning breaks over Galmorleth like a soft ribbon of rose gold satin, and for the first time since I arrived in this city of marble and fire, the air does not taste of fear. It tastes of new parchment drying in the courtyard sun, of bread ovens set alight for a festival rather than for rations, of honeysuckle that climbs the south wall, now left unmuzzled by smoke. I stand on the balcony outside our shared tower chamber and let the breeze carry these scents through my hair. Far below, masons work swift magic, chiseling old demon runes from the eastern gate and replacing them with intertwined sigils that echo the glyph Oltix sealed across my collarbone. Twin spirals, one angled like a horn, the other curved like a human ear. I shift the gauzy robe about my shoulders and glance inside. Varrock still sleeps, sprawled across the bed in tangled sheets, an arm flung toward the place my body occupied hours ago. The glow of dawn limns the ridges of his shoulders, the curve of a black horn, and the faint silver traceries Oltix's blessing burned along his spine. The sight draws a smile that warms my entire chest. I watch his breathing, slow and even, and thank every unseen deity for this peace. A polite cough drifts from the doorway. Liz hovers with a tray balanced on her palms. Envoy, she says, though her grin softens the honorific. stewed fig and barley cakes, and an official summons. She nudges a folded parchment with her elbow before setting the tray on the vanity. I pad across the polished wood. Thank you. I break the seal, a swirling constellation stamped into white wax, the mark of the celestial chorus. A frisson races through me. The letter is brief. Your presence is requested at the 10th bell in the Dawn Atrium for ratification of the Charter Amendments and the first convocation of the Bridge Assembly. Altix's signature sparkles beneath, drawn in dust of crushed sapphire. I trace it once, then tuck the parchment into my sash. The simple action no longer fills me with terror. Instead, I feel the weighty steadiness of purpose. Lies pours tea flavoured with clove and starflower. The whole city is still buzzing, she whispers. Stall owners are giving away sweetbread shaped like wings. Children chase each other, shouting, "Bridgeborn! Bridgeborn!" My cheeks warm. They will tire of the word soon. Perhaps, she says, eyes gleaming, but not of you. Footsteps disturb the sheets behind us. Varrock stretches, muscles rippling beneath scars and fresh silver lines. He slides off the bed, wraps a linen cloth around his hips, and crosses to kiss my temple. Morning already, he rumbles, voice husky with sleep. It is. I hand him a cup. Altix requests our attendance at the 10th bell. His brows lift. The herald wastes no time. He sips, then turns to Lise. Thank you. She dips a curtsy. I'll fetch Captain Garrick for escort and ensure the dress stewards arrive. She exits, leaving quiet broken only by sparrow song. Varrock leans on the window rail. You tremble. His thumb brushes the inside of my wrist, soothing. Still wary? Not wary, merely ready. I breathe deep. For years I sang without an audience, hoping sound might loosen shackles. Now people listen, laws shift, and sometimes I fear one wrong note will undo the entire melody. He cups my chin. Songs survive misphrased bars. They endure because the heart behind them stays true. Yours does. He draws me close. And if notes stumble, I'll lend thunder to steady the beat. Warmth spreads through my limbs. Then help me choose the proper garment. I laugh, turning to a wardrobe where Yalira's tailors slid bolts of cloth last night. We sift through fabrics, river blue silk stitched with amber cranes, pearl linen that echoes the moonwash of my new glyphs, and crimson velvet cut in sweeping lines that mimic sunrise cresting fortress walls. I choose the crimson, pairing it with a wide grey sash of Varrock's guard. He ties it, hands lingering at my waist. Perfect, he murmurs. Dressing completed, we cross corridors toward the Dawn Atrium. Guards, nobles and servants bow or nod, but without their previous wariness. Respect glints in their eyes, eagerness to see what shape our new world will take. We enter the atrium. Light pours through the crystalline ceiling, refracting rainbows across the pale stone floor. Rows of benches circle a sculpted dais. Human artisans share space with horned aristocrats, half-blood scholars, and foreign diplomats who arrived before the gates even reopened. At the centre stands a wide marble table, etched with the Charter's final text. Altix materialises beside the dais, form less blinding today, edges softened to spare mortal eyes. The herald nods as we step forward. Welcome, Voices of the Bridge. The title sends a quiet ripple through the hall. Required signatures will anchor this law in both mortal and celestial record. Varrock and I take quills dipped in shimmering ink. My hand flows across the parchment, signing in precise strokes. The glyph on my collarbone pulses in harmony. Varrock adds his name, Yalira, Asmodeus, then even Tovor, his signature small but present, follow, sealing the commitment. The herald lays a palm over the signatures. Light settles like frost, then fades. A murmur builds, hopeful, awed. Altix lifts wings once. Let Galmolith breathe new air, the herald proclaims. With that, the celestial presence dissolves into motes of light that ascend past the crystal roof, winking out among the clouds. I release a breath. Applause swells, not thunderous but steady and genuine. Faces tilt upward, not to statues of kings but to dawn itself. After the convocation, crowds spill into the gardens, where pavilions host an open council for grievances once trapped in lower tiers. I wander between clusters with Varrock at my side, listening to proposals, improved aqueducts for the river quarter, integrated militia patrols, apprenticeship cross-caste programs. I jot notes and direct scribes. A small boy, no older than 8, tugs the hem of my dress. His dark eyes glow with shy wonder. "Are you truly Bridgeborn?" he asks. I kneel. "I'm Ileana. And you?" "Rin?" He shifts, revealing a crutch carved from driftwood. "Mama says the new law means I can train as a glassblower, even though I was born in the tunnel district." A lump thickens my throat. I touch his shoulder. "Your mama speaks true. If you love glass, you'll shape light itself." From my pocket, I slip the pendant's broken chain, now beadless. I coil it around his wrist, a reminder of the sky you will craft. His grin outshines the sun. He darts off, crutch tapping stone with determined cadence. I stand, blinking moisture from my eyes. Varrock presses a knuckle beneath my chin, lifting until our eyes meet. "You give pieces of yourself to everyone." "Only scraps I no longer need," I whisper. "Your heart remains generous." We complete the circuit and then slip away to a courtyard fountain. Lilies float, their perfume mild. Varrock traces the water with a fingertip. A ceremony for our union must come soon. Not for politics, for us. Heat blooms in my cheeks. "Soon," I echo. But something humbler than a marble cathedral. Perhaps the cliff above the river where our song first rose. He chuckles. "You choose the view, I'll bring the vows." Laughter dances between us, light and free. The day progresses with relentless meetings. At sunset, I retreat to a study to draft decrees. Candlelight warms the pages. Varrock enters with a tray of roasted roots and citrus stew. We eat, discussing patrol schedules and festival plans. Conversation drifts to trivial joys. New harp strings for me, fresh training pikes for recruits, a stray cat that has adopted the tower stables. Night deepens. I set my quill down, stretching my spine. Varrock lifts me from the chair and carries me to a cushioned window seat. The city below glows with lanterns, like constellations migrated to Earth. Drifts of choral song waft up, harmonies we taught the riverfolk blending with horn trills of temple acolytes. I lay my head on his chest. His heartbeat thrums steady, an anchor. Earlier, fear whispered I might lose myself inside these titles, I admit. Yet each time I speak, I feel more myself. "Because the titles rise from who you already were," he says. Not the reverse. I glide fingers along the silver runes on his arm. "And you, captain who once refused the crown for truth." I feel lighter without the weight of false obedience. He kisses my hair. "You wrote freedom into my marrow." We sit in quiet until the bells mark midnight. He stands, offering a hand. "Bed." His smile holds a gentle command. I follow, stepping out of my shoes and slipping off my robe. We lie beneath the linen sheet. He pulls me close, the nape of my neck cradled by his palm. I study the lines of his face, a strong jaw, a scar beneath the left brow, lashes dark against moonlit skin. Awe rises. How far we have travelled from that dungeon corridor where he forced bread to my lips, pretending indifference to the flicker in his eyes. He brushes a thumb along the glyph on my collarbone. "Does it ache?" "No, it hums." "Sing for me then," he whispers. I part my lips, releasing a low lullaby my mother taught in orchard summers. Notes weave softness. His eyes close, breath slowing. I trail fingers through his hair, marveling at tenderness once hidden by armor. The song fades into hush. He opens his eyes again, voice rough. Tomorrow the world begins a new ledger. Let us fill the first page with promise. What promise? That we'll argue with honesty, protect without restraint, and love without condition. He lifts my hand, kissing each fingertip. I vow this. Tears gather. I vow to question when doubt arises, to steady when storms return, and to celebrate every small victory. I press my forehead to his, so vowed. We drift into sleep. I wake before dawn, slipping from his arms to navigate the corridor alone. Chorus practice. In Echo Hall, I stand at the polished marble centre where architecture doubles each word. I inhale and release a steady tone. My voice meets stone, returns richer, layering until the hall thrums. At the final sustain, the glyph glows. High windows blaze gold. A new day arrives. Footsteps echo. Asmodeus enters, cloak trailing. I bow, but he raises a hand. No bow needed, envoy. His smile is thin but genuine. I come not as king, but as a craftsman of state seeking a teacher. Show me how to wield harmony. Shock stills me, but then I nod. I guide him through breathing and resonance. He follows, rigid at first, then loosening. Notes mingle, an old ruler and a new envoy shaping a chord uncomplicated by pride. When the final tone fades, silence feels alive with possibility. He inclines his head. Gratitude. I smile. The lesson continues any time. He departs. I exhale, heart lifting. If a king can seek guidance, perhaps the path ahead is less jagged. Later, Varrock and I meet Garrick at the training yard, where mixed recruits spar. We watch a human girl slip under a demon boy's strike, wooden staff tapping his knee. Laughter erupts. I cheer, and they grin, pride unhidden. After drills, teams gather. Varrock gestures. Envoy, share a word. I face them. Harmony is not the absence of clash. It is the willingness to listen until dissonance becomes a chord. I raise a staff, demonstrating a measure we learned from sky lizards. An arc that deflects without breaking an opponent. They mimic, creating a rhythm of thuds and cries. Hope plugs my throat. As the recruits disperse, a courier rushes up with a rolled parchment bound by a purple ribbon, an invitation from House Lumet to host a joint harvest festival led by children from all castes. I grin and hand it to Varrock. He kisses my temple. Your diary will soon burst. Better that than emptiness, I laugh. As the sun leans west, we stroll the market reopened to both banks. Stalls display woven bracelets, copper lamps shaped like winged serpents, and jars of sweet cream. Vendors greet us not with reverence alone, but with familiarity, offering samples. We try everything. Varrock coughs at spicy pepper jam, and I feed him honey to cool his tongue. Laughter ripples through the crowd. Before the temple steps, an elder half-blood woman stops us, pressing a small wooden box into my palms. My father carved this during the plague, she says. He believed someday the heart could beat free. She opens the lid. Inside rests a whistle shaped like a swallow. Today I hear its song. Tears shimmer. I thank her, promising to play it at the festival. Night arrives swiftly. We dine with Ylira on a terrace over the river. She recounts meetings with the guilds, her humour wry but hopeful. Copper lamps float on the water, each representing a pledge to the new charter. Thousands sparkle, stars sailing beneath bridges. I lean on the balustrade, Varrock's arm around me, and watch them drift. He murmurs, "Look how far your voice carries." "Ours," I correct. Stars burn overhead, lanterns flicker below. and between we stand, sentinel and dawnsinger, a bridge of bone and hope. When we retire to the tower, stewards have left a gift on the table, a draft of a marriage accord blending demon rites with human customs. 2 rings, crafted from thunderstone streaked with river glass, lie nested within the scroll. Varrock lifts one, its weight solid. He slips it onto my finger. The stone pulses faintly, echoing the glyph's glow. I slide the twin band over his. Our fingers entwine, the rings chiming softly when they meet. He lifts me, carrying me to a bed strewn with fresh lilies. Petals brush skin like promises. We lie together, exploring a vow already sealed. His whispers mix with my sighs, rhythms slow, reverent. No hunger to claim, only desire to honour. When sleep finally claims us, our hands remain clasped, rings warm between our palms. I dream of a choir massed on cliffs, song soaring into heavens where Ultix watches with a tranquil smile. Lightning arcs across the distant sky, but instead of fear, the people below cheer, knowing it speaks a language they now learn. I wake at first light, nestled against Varrock. I rise, pull a shawl around my shoulders, and walk the balcony. The city hums quiet, waiting. Dawn edges the rooftops. I realise my heart beats not harder but steadier. Strength no longer something I grasp. It simply exists within my ribs like a second pulse. Varrock joins me, wrapping arms around me from behind. Already planning the day? Already welcoming it. I lean back. We still face challenges, but they feel navigable. He rests his chin atop my head. With you, I'll cross any gulf. Below, the first carpenters shout greetings across the lane, starting work on a school that will teach mixed children river science and mountain lore. Bells toll gently, no warning. I smile, lifting the hand bearing my ring. Sun glints, scattering red and blue sparks across my skin. I close my eyes, breathe deep. The journey from captive to envoy has carved valleys in my soul, but each valley now fills with light. Fear still whispers at the edges, yet courage responds with a stronger chorus. I turn to Varrock. Let us walk the breakfast gardens, then review the festival schedule. He chuckles, ever moving forward. Always, I reply, because dawn never waits. We descend the spiral stair. Footfalls echo, steady, paired. We are no longer prisoner and warden, nor saviour and saved, but partners forging the day. And I know, with certainty as sure as sunrise over spired rooftops, that whatever storms gather beyond the horizon, we will meet them singing, thunder at our backs, and dawn in our hearts.
Chapter 23. Varrock. Lightning crawls inside the thick dawn clouds while I stand on the basalt platform overlooking the cataract where Ileana first sang the storm to rest. The wind carries the scents of rain, iron, and distant jasmine from the terraces below. Hundreds gather on the cliffside amphitheater, but their murmurs recede beneath the steady roar of the river. All other sounds feel hollow beside the thunder that drums within my ribs. I adjust the high collar of my charcoal ceremonial coat. Copper thread worked into swirling runes catches quick flickers of gray light. My palms sweat despite the morning chill, and I remind myself that the fear of battle has never shaken me yet. The fear of not deserving her still does. I draw a breath until my lungs ache. Garrick, standing at my right, leans close. "She will arrive, Captain," he says in a quiet voice. "The new charter stripped away our ranks, yet our friendship remains." "I know." I force calm. He studies the boiling sky. "Ultic's promised spectacle. The storm obeys your bond now," he remarks, a half smile tugging his scarred mouth. "Better than fireworks." Laughter chases away a measure of tension. "You served under me when I crushed a rebellion with magma walls. Did nerves twist then? I trusted tactics, he answers. This is the heart, a harder battlefield. True. I scan the benches. House banners hang lowered beneath the multi-hued flag we designed together. Demon nobles in opalescent armor, human craftsmen in embroidered linens, and half-blood envoys wearing silver ivy circlets wait side by side. All eyes expect the moment thunder meets the dawn singer. Flutes release soft minor notes. Drum beats echo my heartbeat. The procession begins. Sile and Lys emerge first, bearing a long ribbon dyed in gradient, from night indigo to sunrise pink, the symbol of the bridge. The audience hushes as they stretch the ribbon across the dais, anchoring each end to marble pillars. And then she appears. Ileana walks the stone aisle, steps unhurried, posture regal. Her gown flows like liquid garnet infused with ash gray, the bodice shaped by spiral stitching that mirrors the glyph on her collarbone. The skirt parts at each stride, revealing trousers stitched with lightning thread, a nod to the guard uniform. Around her shoulders drapes a thin cloak woven from sky silk, translucent and shimmering with faint blues. Hair falls in loose waves, scattered with quartz pins that glint whenever the hidden sun manages to break through the storm roof. She carries no bouquet, only a small bell of river glass. Its ring is silent for now. When her eyes meet mine, the storm above stills as though inhaling. I hear nothing but my own pulse. She smiles, and the hardest walls inside me crumble like brittle stone. Yalaira, robed in lavender and storm violet, steps forward to officiate. Behind her stands King Asmodeus, his crown muted, his stance surprisingly open. On the opposite side, Ultix materializes in toned-down brilliance, wings folded and features softened for mortal sight. Each figure bears witness. Ileana stops before me. Wind lifts the cloak's edges, wrapping us in a private tunnel of air. She tilts her chin. You waited? For you, I could wait beyond eternity, I reply, my voice steadier than I feel as I offer my hands. She places the bell in one. When I ring this, the past ends. I nod. Garrick hands me twin rings of thunderstone and riverglass. Their weight grounds me. Yalaira raises her palms. Galmaleth, behold 2 souls once divided by blood and chain, now joined by choice. Her voice carries effortlessly. Let their vow be forged not from dominance, nor from debt, but from founded respect. She gestures for me to speak first. I glance at the gathering, then back to Ileana. Words rise like the tide. I stood upon this cliff during war games, dreaming only of conquest. Today I kneel before the woman who taught me mercy. You sang the storm still, yet you stirred the tempest in my heart. I vow to honor the melody of your freedom, even when it challenges my thunder. I vow to guard your dreams as fiercely as my own honor. And I vow to lift my voice beside yours until harmony banishes every night that dares return. Without cue, the clouds rumble soft approval. Ileana lifts her gaze to the sky and then searches my face. My chains once clanged louder than hope, she begins, voice clear. You shattered them, not with keys, but with faith I never granted myself. I vow to question you when the path fogs, to steady you when rage drums too loudly, and to celebrate each quiet triumph with both song and silence. I vow that no storm will rise without our shared command. Tears shimmer in her eyes, glistening on her lashes before the wind dries them. Yalaira presents the rings. I slide the thunderstone onto Ileana's finger. The gem pulses in a tiny flash. She slips the twin band onto mine, and electricity hums across my skin. Above us, lightning illuminates the clouds, yet holds its strike. Ultix steps forward. Witness divine favor, the herald intones. The celestial presses 2 fingertips to both our rings. Light flows like molten silver along our arms, searing new intertwined sigils at our wrists, half lightning, half note. The burn startles without pain, branding our bond for realms seen and unseen. Asmodeus lifts a goblet. By royal assent and celestial sanction, I declare this union sealed. He raises the goblet skyward. Cheers erupt, voices human and demon blended. Ileana lifts the bell. It chimes once, delicate yet piercing. Clouds split, revealing a single shaft of sunlight that illuminates only our dais. Rain begins beyond that radius, a curtain shimmering down the ravine, yet the dais remains dry, a circle of covenant. We turn toward the crowd. I raise Ileana's hand high. Thunder rolls not harsh, but triumphant. A roar of applause rises, drowning the river's voice. The procession of well-wishers follows. Senators bow. Artisans present tokens, woven bracelets and jars of spiced honey. Children fling garlands of dawn lilies. We accept every gift with thanks. A feast spreads through the cliff garden where tables curve around ancient oaks. Dishes from every caste appear. Spicy tunnel root stew, mountain goat roast rubbed with herbal salt, and sea pearl dumplings. Laughter mingles like a brand new dialect. I watch Ileana dance with Sile, her skirt swirling while musicians strike a lively reel. Her joy snares me like the first arrow of sun. As dusk bleeds copper, Garrick nudges me. Captain Husband, steal her before exhaustion claims. He winks. I find her near the fountain, cheeks flushed and curls escaping pins. I bow in exaggeration. May I abduct my wife? She curtsies. On the condition your abduction leads to starlight. Starlight guaranteed. I cloak her shoulders and guide her through a lantern-lit grove to the hidden lift carved into the cliff wall. The mechanism hums, lowering us toward our private shore cavern. We step onto sand soft as flour. Waves lap, reflecting the crescent moon peeking between clouds. Torches line a path to an arch of draping silver vines. Within stands a small pavilion of silk, its bed draped in gauze, petals scattered like ruby constellations. Candles burn with hints of citrus and cedar. Ileana laughs breathlessly. Planned a siege, did you? Strategic preparation, I admit. Success is uncertain if comfort is lacking. She unties her cloak, letting it cascade. Moonlight paints her gown in wine shadows. Removing the quartz pins, she shakes her hair free. Each movement feels ceremonial yet playful. I step closer, removing my coat, boots, and bracers layers falling between night and skin until we stand in simple linens. She lifts her fingertips, tracing the new brand on my wrist. I mirror the gesture. Sparks tingle. I whisper, "Ready?" "For the first dawn of every new world," she answers. We enter the pavilion. Canvas flutters, muting the surf. She sits on the bed, silk whispering. I kneel, sliding her slippers off and kissing each instep. She exhales a shaky breath. I hook my fingers under the hem, sliding the gown upward over her knees and thighs. She lifts her arms. The fabric slips above her head, leaving her in an ivory chemise translucent in candlelight. Desire surges, but I temper it with reverence. I discard my own shirt and linen trousers. Candle glow dances across scars and silver runes. She touches the jagged line near my ribs, a legacy of early campaigns. Her voice turns soft. "Battle hardened you, but love softens the edges. Only for you." I kiss her palm, then press my mouth to the scar on her shoulder left by an assassin's bolt. Pain becomes testament. She cups my face, pulling me onto the bed. Cotton sighs under our weight. Our mouths meet gentle at first, exploring. Her tongue tastes of honey wine from the feast. I savor, slowing the pace. My hands roam her curves, tracing from waist to the subtle swell of her hip. She arches, fingers threading through my hair. Night air cools the skin we expose. I slide a chemise strap down her shoulder, kissing a trail along her collarbone and resting over the glyph. It pulses warm. She sighs, eyes half-lidded. "You honor me like a relic. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Outside, the storm withdraws fully, revealing a field of stars. A breeze carries petrichor. I slip from the bed, wrap a light robe around myself, and step onto the shore. The sand is cool under my feet, the surf luminous. I kneel, scoop water, and let rivulets run through my fingers. The sky silk cloak lies near the arch where she dropped it. I gather it reverently. Returning, I pause at the pavilion entrance, watching her sleep. Moonlight paints her back, muscles relaxed, hair fanned across the pillow. She is no captive, no mere consort. She is my partner, the equal architect of dawn. Pride swells fierce, yet softer than prior arrogance. Pride in her, in us. I douse every candle save a single one. Sliding beside her, I feel her instinctively curl into my warmth. I tuck the cloak over us, the silk whispering promises of the skies we now share. The hush of the tide rocks my senses while sleep creeps in, my last thought echoing the vow spoken earlier. May every thunderclap bear witness to the harmony we forged, and may each sunrise find our hearts still bound by song. I close my eyes, listening to the rhythm of her breaths, of my own and of the sea, 3 notes entwined, an overture to a lifetime yet composed.
Chapter 24, Epilogue. Iliana. Morning breaks in slow golden bands across Galmoleth, painting every tower and parapet in a soft blush. I stand barefoot on the highest veranda of the riverside palace, my toes warmed by sun-soaked marble, and my palms cupped around a pewter mug that steams with spiced bergamot. Below me, the waterfall thunders, carrying dawn's light into a rainbow arc before plunging into mist. The city hums to life beneath that spectrum. Street vendors raise striped awnings, bell forges coax low notes from newly tuned iron, and ferry pilots shout playful boasts as they race the currents. When I breathe in, I taste bread yeast, cedar smoke, and something sweet that reminds me of the modest courtyard bakery I once scrubbed for scraps. The memory no longer burns. Instead, it glows, forging a link between the girl I was and the woman I have become. A small flutter beneath my navel answers the sunlight. It is not a kick, far too early, yet it is a hush of awareness, as though the child already stretches tiny limbs inside me, testing the limits of safety. I smooth my hand across the curve that is not visible yet, but pulses with its own promise. The knowledge arrived 2 cycles ago, confirmed first by Ylira's quiet magic, and then by Lisa's jubilant tears. We have shared it with no one else, holding the secret like a spark in cupped hands until the time ripens. Today, after the council's first session under the new charter, I will tell Varrock. Even now his presence drifts through the bond marks, shimmering faint silver at my wrist, an ever-present tide that steadies me. Footsteps approach, measured and soft. I turn as Sael steps from the archway, a chart case slung across her back and her curls catching errant beams of light. She pauses, blinking at my unbound hair whipping in the wind. "I told the scribes you would be ready in half a bell," she reports, her voice bright. "I hope that is so, because they are sharpening quills as if preparing for battle." "They always do," I remind her, smiling. "Ink is their only acceptable weapon now." She grins, producing a folded parchment. Draft agenda. The debate on mine workers' representation has moved to the second item. The vote for intercaste marriage protection stands first. You will want to study the revised phrasing. I accept the paper, scanning crisp lines. Every clause bears months of argument, yet the words thrum with living possibility rather than brittle law. Thank you. Did you sleep? 4 hours, she answers, shrugging. Plenty. She turns to leave, then glances back. You look radiant. New soap? Her gaze flicks toward my hand resting protectively across my belly, but she asks nothing. Loyalty runs deeper than curiosity. With a wink, she disappears in a brisk stride. Radiant. The compliment lingers. I dress quickly. A sky silk blouse in soft turquoise, charcoal trousers stitched with lightning thread, and the sash of dawn gradient that has become the symbol of reform. I fasten the resonant stone pendant above my heart. Its pulse echoes mine. When I descend the spiral stair, the guards at the bottom nod with genuine respect instead of rehearsed fear. Change lives in those subtle gestures. Varrock waits in the circular library where council packets are collated. He stands at the window, silhouette proud, shoulders draped in a slate-grey coat trimmed with copper, a torque of sky iron resting against his throat. His horns gleam from recent polish, yet his posture radiates ease rather than menace. Although he studies a ledger, he looks up the instant I step inside. The way his eyes warm still unravels my breath. Envoy, he greets, though my title has shifted to Chancellor now. Habit dies slowly. Captain, I counter, though his own designation transformed into Guardian Consul the day the charter passed. Our game of affectionate misnomers continues to amuse us. He closes the ledger and crosses the room in 3 strides. When he reaches me, he refrains from any public caress, instead brushing 2 fingers along my bond mark. Energy sparks a pleasant tingle. Dreamless night, he asks. Full of dreams, none troubling, I reply. Yours? I dreamt the river flowed upward and carved new channels through the sky. He tilts his head. Interpret that as you will. I interpret everything with optimism today. I slip the parchment from Sael into a pocket. Are you ready for storms of rhetoric? I command lightning. Words will not scorch us, he says, though his smile tempers the bravado. He offers his elbow. I take it, my heart fluttering again for reasons beyond affection, anchored now in that living proof beneath my ribcage. The Hall of Resonant Voices gleams after its recent renovation. Demon gargoyles that once snarled from the cornice have been replaced by figures holding musical instruments and farm tools, tributes to craft and harmony. Rows of tiered seats teem with delegates dressed in a riot of colour, each textile representing a region rather than a rank. Murmurs ripple as Varrock and I enter. Some rise in respect, others remain seated yet incline their heads. Progress does not quell dissent entirely, but it guides it toward conversation rather than daggers. King Asmodeus presides from a new dais inset with mother of pearl. His crown rests upon a side table, worn only for ceremonial judgments. Today he wears a plain circlet etched with star patterns, a quiet concession to changing times. When he calls the session to order, the hall quiets enough to hear the fountain water trickling behind the acoustic screens. The first motion, marriage equality across all bloodlines, moves quickly. A majority raise carved crystal rods in favour, only a scattering of rods glow crimson in protest, and those senators offer no speeches. The approval sets precedent for later measures, including parental rights and educational access. When the mine workers' clause arises, debate grows spirited. Varrock listens, silent but alert, his presence urging civility. I respond to concerns with the figures Sael prepared, and weave story alongside numbers, a tale of subterranean tunnels echoing with song as men and women labour. A promise that those voices can travel up the shafts and reshape the sky. My words carry, and when the vote tallies, the resolution passes by a comfortable margin. Applause erupts, less thunderous than the wedding cheers, yet seeded with deeper satisfaction. Brick by brick, we rebuild. After the session adjourns, delegates gather around long tables in the atrium, sipping chicory. I spot Senator Tovor, once our chief opponent, conversing politely with a half-blood merchant about a joint ironworks cooperative. The sight lifts the corners of my mouth. It is more difficult to hate someone who sits beside you charting profit. Varrock surfaces at my elbow. "Ready for escape?" he asks. Desperately. We weave through clusters of conversation, offering brief nods but declining extended dialogue on the grounds of urgent scheduling. Outside, midday sunlight glints on the river. We follow a path that threads through an herb garden where bees dance among lavender spikes. Circling around the greenhouse, we step into a private courtyard enclosed by sandstone walls painted with dawn lilies. He lifts a brow. "Hiding? Planning privacy?" I guide us to a bench beneath a sweet frond tree. Petals flutter down between us. I draw a slow breath. My pulse quickens with a mixture of joy and nerves. He senses the shift and lays a hand on my knee. "Ileana." I take his palm and place it over my abdomen. There is a new heartbeat beginning. For one silent moment he stares, unreadable. Then his eyes widen, silver flecks brightening. "Truly?" He curls his fingers, gentle, as if afraid to press too hard. Tears gather in the corners of his eyes, though he blinks them away. "Dawn singer, you carry our stormlet." "Our harmony," I correct, tears blurring petals. "Confirmed by Ylera, twice, 5 weeks." His shoulders rise with a deep inhale, then he releases a breath that quakes. He sinks to his knees on the paving stones, pressing his forehead against my belly. His horns brush the fabric, but touch reverently. He whispers blessings in an ancient dialect. My own tears slip, caught in my hairline. He stands and draws me up. Arms encircle me without squeezing, protective yet not stifling. We breathe together until our heartbeats sync. Finally, he steps back, wiping away stray moisture with his thumb. "Announce when you choose," he says, "not before you are ready." "I am ready if you are." "I would shout from the battlements," he admits, grin crooked, "but I accept a measured reveal." "We could declare it at tonight's moonlit market," I suggest. "Public enough, yet warm." The night festival has reopened since our charter victory. Artisans trade by lantern glow under strings of lights. "Perfect." He kisses my brow. "May I prepare a sky display?" "No lightning." I arch a brow. "A soft aurora will suffice." He chuckles. "Then an aurora you shall have." The afternoon unfolds in soft tasks, reviewing scholarship grants for minor families, meeting with Altix's acolytes about renovating the temple to blend demon and human artistry. They present a miniature mosaic depicting an open hand releasing a dove. I approve, requesting the addition of a river swirl motif. Progress tastes sweet, though it is never free of the tang of effort. Evening descends in ribbons of indigo. Varrock and I walk hand in hand through the moonlit market, where stalls shine with lanterns shaped like seashells. Children chase each other around the fountain, trailing ribbons of glow ink. Drummers strike upbeat rhythms. Flute trills weave through laughter. We stop before a dais where bards recite news. I step onto the platform, signalling hush. "Citizens of Galmaleth," I begin, "you granted me voice when I first tamed the storm for our safety. Today I borrow that voice once more to share a new promise." I place my palm over my abdomen. "Guardian Consul Varrock and I expect our first child next spring." Cheers burst like fireworks, clapping, whistles, joyful cries. Sail, perched on a cart roof, whoops loudest. I scan the crowd, capturing faces lit with delight rather than envy. Progress measured again. the mixed-blood guardian of the city and a human-born singer welcome a child, and the crowd responds with hope. Varrock raises his arms. An aurora unfurls overhead in soft ribbons of teal and rose, reflecting in upturned faces. Gasps mingle with applause. I lean against him, watching the lights sway like gentle banners. After the celebration, we withdraw to a riverside balcony. Torches flicker. Water murmurs secrets below. "Do you ever fear failing them?" I ask quietly. "Child, city, everything." "Fear is a compass," he answers. "It guides us toward diligence. Yet I believe in us." Together we rewrote the sky. I turn, studying features softened by torchlight. The once ruthless jaw eased by contentment, eyes still sharp but kind. "You changed so much," I murmur. "So did you," he counters. "Neither change dims essence, it brightens it." I brush my lips to his. The kiss tastes of the nutmeg pastry we sampled earlier. He deepens it briefly, then rests his palm on my back. The future stretches unknown, but not bleak. Houses still negotiate territory. Old grudges simmer beneath cordial trade. Yet the council's foundation is sturdier than past empires built solely on fear. And inside me life sparks a new song that will inherit a world crafted from mingled courage. Back in our chambers, I sit at a mahogany desk and open a fresh journal. The quill hovers briefly before ink touches the page. Moonlight streams through an arched window, silvering the sheets. I write, "I was once property, then rebel, then envoy. Now I am architect of dawns yet uncharted. My heart carries thunder and lullaby in equal measure, and both are needed for the child who will one day ask what freedom costs. I will answer courage, compassion, and the persistent belief that two souls, once adversaries, can stand side by side and teach a city to sing." Varrock enters, folding his robe over a chair. He glances at my writing, then gestures to the empty seat beside the desk. "May I add a verse?" I slide the quill into his grasp. He writes beneath my words, and I will answer. Freedom costs vigilance, humility, and the willingness to weather storms with open arms. I learned this from the dawn singer who turned my fury into purpose. He signs with a lightning glyph. I add a music rune. Together we close the journal, binding our vow. Night wind rustles curtains. I snuff the candle, leaving only moonlight. We move to the balcony, gazing at a quiet city luminous with evenly spaced watch lamps. Symbols of safety, not surveillance. The river flows, constant and steady, whispering a lullaby that lulls every fear. I place Varrock's hand over the tiny miracle once more. He listens, eyes closed. When he opens them, star reflections glitter there. "Name?" he asks. "Too soon," I laugh. "We will wait to know the heart." "The heart I already know," he says. "It beats like ours, born of thunder and melody." We remain until the chill bites, then retreat inside. He stokes the hearth. Flames dance, casting a warm glow across our shared future. Lying in bed, sheets crisp, I drift between wakefulness and dream. Visions rise, our child running along the cliff path, laughing as gentle lightning flickers safely in small palms. Miners' children studying astronomy in a glass observatory, funded by reclaimed war taxes. Senators debating vigorously, yet ending sessions with a shared meal. A city whose banners no longer rank its citizens, but celebrate their crafts. I do not pretend struggle ends. We will falter, mourn losses, and confront those who cling to rusted hierarchies. Yet love forged in a tempest anchors us. Our partnership radiates outward, lighting corridors where darkness once squatted unnoticed. And there is always the river, patient and tireless, carving new channels with every season. Sleep claims me at last, yet even as consciousness fades, I hold gratitude close. For Varrock's transforming devotion, for my own resilience discovered through song, for the child who will carry our legacy forward, and for a city ready to greet sunrise without fear of shadow. Outside the window, the first blush of dawn edges the horizon. Within me another dawn blooms. I close my eyes and whisper a promise to the unborn life, to the husband dozing at my side, and to the world shifting toward grace. We will keep the sky open.